My friends, hear me with your whole heart. There are seasons in life when it feels as if the ground beneath you is trembling, when the sky above grows dim, when every door you reach for stays locked, and even your own breath feels heavy with despair. But listen closely today. In those very moments, God is nearer than you realize. In the hours when it seems the night will never lift, it is often because dawn is about to break. Before every major blessing, every breakthrough, every miracle that shifts the course of your life, God sends a signal. Not an ordinary signal, but a divine whisper to your spirit, hold on just a little longer. Your blessing is on its way. And today, with unshakable conviction, I tell you there are 4 clear signs God reveals before He pours out a great blessing. If you open your ears to listen and your heart to believe, you will recognize them when they appear. You will not mistake them for punishment. You will not call them a curse. You will not turn away in despair, because you will know that God Himself has marked you for something greater. The first sign God sends is the storm. Do you hear me? Before the blessing, the storm will always come. It may come as trouble in your family. It may come as a shaking in your health. It may come as a loss of what you thought you could never live without. The storm comes not to destroy you, but to strip you of what cannot go with you into your blessing. God knows what must fall away. God knows what weight you cannot carry. God knows which people cannot journey with you into the next chapter of your destiny. And so He allows the storm to rage, not to crush you, but to cleanse you. The storm is a sign that God is preparing the ground for something greater. Do not despise the storm. Do not curse the storm. Lift your head in the storm and say, God, I see your hand in this. If you are shaking me, it is because you are about to raise me. If you are taking something away, it is because you are making room for something better. The storm is a sign that God is near and that His blessing is pressing close against the horizon of your life. The second sign God sends is silence. Yes, silence. There will come a moment when the heavens seem quiet, when your prayers feel like they bounce off the walls, when you seek answers but none seem to come. And in that silence, doubt will whisper to you. In that silence, fear will creep in and tell you that you have been abandoned. But hear me clearly. The silence of God is not the absence of God. The silence is His sacred classroom. In the silence, He is teaching you to walk not by sight, not by sound, but by trust. The silence is where your roots go deep, where your faith learns to breathe without constant reassurance. When you find yourself in that silence, do not mistake it for rejection. It is preparation. God is watching how you wait. God is measuring the strength of your trust. God is shaping you for what He has already appointed for you. The silence before the blessing is a test. Will you walk away, or will you stand firm? If you endure the silence, you will live to see the sound of victory. The third sign God sends is opposition. Mark my words, when you are on the edge of a blessing, enemies will arise. People will misunderstand you, criticize you, and even those closest to you may turn against you. The moment you step closer to your destiny, forces will try to pull you back. And you will wonder, why now? Why this? Why are people rising against me when all I am trying to do is move forward? The reason is simple. The blessing is near and the adversary is afraid. Opposition is the evidence that you are too close to be stopped. Do not crumble under opposition. Do not waste your energy fighting people. Your battle is not against flesh and blood. Lift your eyes higher. When opposition comes, it is proof that God has placed something powerful on your life. You are marked for something greater, and the resistance is only a confirmation. The blessing is not far off. It is near, and that is why the attack feels so strong. The fourth and final sign God sends is an overwhelming inner pressure, a stirring in your soul that will not let you rest. You will feel restless, uncomfortable, unable to settle where you once felt content. It will feel as though your spirit is stretching beyond your current place, as though something inside of you is crying out for more. That pressure is not your imagination. That pressure is the Spirit of God pushing you into the next season. It is God whispering, "You cannot stay here, for I have more for you." Do not ignore that pressure. Do not try to silence it with distractions. It is a holy dissatisfaction, a divine restlessness meant to propel you into greater blessings. When you feel that pressure, know this God is moving you. God is setting you up. God is pushing you out of the familiar so He can plant you in the extraordinary. Storms, silence, opposition, and pressure. These four are the signs. They come not to destroy, not to discourage, but to announce that the blessing is near. And if you will discern them, if you will not faint under them, if you will keep holding on in faith, you will see that everything you endured was only the birth pangs of a miracle. So when the storm comes, lift your hands and say, "Thank you, God, for preparing me." When the silence lingers, whisper, "I will trust you, God, even when I cannot hear you." When opposition rises, declare, "No force can stop what God has ordained for me." And when the pressure builds, cry out, "Move me, God, I am ready for more." And the blessing will come. It will come not as a trickle, but as a flood. It will come not as a coincidence, but as a testimony. It will come not on your timing, but on God's perfect timing. And when it comes, you will look back at the storm, the silence, the opposition, and the pressure. And you will say, "It was all worth it. God was faithful. God was true. God never left me. God always had a plan." Oh, my beloved friends, lean in closer now, because what I am about to share must grip your heart with fire and stir your soul to a place of holy expectation. We have spoken of the storm, the silence, the opposition, and the pressure as the four great signs God sends before a blessing. But do not think these signs are meant only to test you. They are meant to awaken you. They are not accidents, not coincidences, not random troubles on the path of life. They are God's divine fingerprints pressed into the very fabric of your journey. Think about the storm again. Many people run from it. They see winds and waves and they cried, "Why me, God? Why now? Haven't I suffered enough?" But storms are not meant to drown you. They are meant to drive you to higher ground. Look around your life. Every tree that has stood tall and unshaken has roots that have wrestled with storm. A seed buried in the earth will never reach the sun unless it endures the battering rain and the heavy winds. And so it is with you. The storm is not punishment. It is God pushing you into strength you never knew you had. You must understand this. The storm uncovers your foundation. It reveals what you've built your life upon. If your trust is in people, you will break when they leave. If your trust is in possessions, you will crumble when they fade. But if your trust is in God, the storm will only prove your strength. You will come out standing not because you avoided the storm, but because God held you through it. Oh, how powerful it is to realize that sometimes God does not calm the storm. Sometimes He lets it rage so that you can discover the calm He has already placed within you. And then there is the silence. The silence of God is often misunderstood. It feels unbearable because the human heart craves constant reassurance. We want quick answers, immediate signs, visible proof. Yet God in His wisdom chooses silence as His tool. because silence grows your faith in ways words never could. Words feed the mind, but silence matures the soul. Silence forces you to dig deep to ask yourself, do I believe only when I feel, or do I believe even when I cannot feel a thing? Let me tell you, the silence of God is not a void. It is a veil. Behind that silence, He is working in ways unseen. Behind that silence, He is arranging circumstances, moving people, preparing doors you have not yet reached. You think nothing is happening, but everything is happening in that silence. The farmer plants the seed, and the earth seems still, yet beneath the soil, roots are sprouting, life is stirring, and harvest is on its way. Do not despise the silence. It is the sacred place where God does His deepest work. And when the silence lingers long enough, here comes the third sign, opposition. People rise against you, doors slam in your face, misunderstandings spread like wildfire. You will feel betrayed. You will feel attacked, and the temptation will be to fight flesh with flesh. But understand this with unshakable clarity. Opposition is confirmation. If you were no threat, you would face no resistance. If your destiny was small, the opposition would be minimal. But when you carry something from God, when you are on the edge of a blessing too big for human hands to stop, the resistance intensifies. Think of it like this. When a woman is about to give birth, the labor pains intensify at the very moment new life is closest. The same is true of your destiny. When the opposition is strongest, you are closest to breakthrough. Do not waste your strength cursing your enemies, for they are not the true source of the fight. Lift your vision higher. Understand that resistance is not about who is against you, it is about who is for you. God allows opposition not to block your blessing, but to usher it in. And then perhaps the most unsettling sign of all, the inner pressure, that restlessness, that tugging in your spirit, that knowing feeling that you cannot remain where you are any longer. It is not anxiety. It is not impatience. It is the divine stirring of God Himself pressing you out of your comfort zone and into your calling. This is the holy discomfort that breaks you free from mediocrity. You may try to ignore it, but it will not leave. You may try to silence it, but it will keep speaking. God will not allow you to settle for less when He has destined you for more. This pressure is like an eagle stirring her nest. When the eaglets have grown enough to fly, she will break the comfort of their home, remove the softness, and even push them toward the edge. It seems cruel, but it is not. It is necessary, for only in the free fall will they discover the wings they were created to use. In the same way, God places pressure on you so that you may discover the wings of faith within you. That pressure is not to break you, it is to launch you. Now listen to me, because this truth must burn within your bones. God's blessings do not come cheap. They do not come easy, and they do not come without preparation. The storm prepares your endurance. The silence prepares your faith. The opposition prepares your resilience. And the pressure prepares your courage. Only when you have been forged by these 4 signs are you truly ready to carry the blessing God has appointed for you. Do you see how God works? He does not simply hand you the blessing. He shapes you into the person capable of handling it. If He gave it to you too soon, it would crush you. If He gave it to you untested, it would slip through your fingers. But by the time you reach the blessing, you will have the strength to sustain it, the faith to steward it, the resilience to protect it, and the courage to multiply it. So, let me speak to the one who is in the middle of the storm. Hold on, because your blessing is nearer than you think. To the one who is enduring the silence, trust on, because God is nearer than your breath. To the one facing opposition, stand tall, for your destiny is too powerful to be stopped. And to the one feeling that holy pressure, lean in, for God is about to lift you into a place you have never been before. My friends, hear me again. The signs of God are not sent to discourage you. They are sent to prepare you. They are holy announcements, divine trumpet blasts, sacred markers that something is shifting in the unseen realm. Too often when people face storm, silence, opposition, or pressure, they think God has turned away. But I say to you with all authority, these very moments are the fingerprints of God on your life. These signs are proof that you are chosen for something greater, that you are not forgotten, that your life is woven into a tapestry too grand for your eyes to yet behold. Let us look deeper into the storm. A storm is violent, unpredictable, terrifying, but it is also cleansing. The storm tears away what is dead so new life can spring forth. It pulls up shallow roots so that deeper ones may grow. The storm does not ask for your permission. It comes with force, and yet within its winds, God is working a hidden purpose. Think of the desert. It looks barren, lifeless, hopeless. Then the storm comes, rain falls, lightning strikes, and out of that disruption, life begins to bloom. Without the storm, the seed beneath the soil would remain dormant. So it is with you. God sends storms to awaken the seeds within you, seeds of strength, seeds of perseverance, seeds of faith you never knew you carried. Do not despise the storm because it is uncomfortable. Do not run from the storm because it disrupts your plan. Lift your eyes and recognize this storm is not here to destroy me. It is here to grow me. God is tearing away the scaffolding of what is weak so He can build in me what is strong. He is shaking me so I will learn to stand on Him alone. And once the storm passes, and it will pass, you will not be the same. You will be stronger, steadier, and more prepared for the weight of the blessing that is about to break through. Now consider the silence. Silence is one of the hardest tests because we are creatures of noise. We look for constant affirmation, constant signs, constant proof that God is moving. But there are seasons when God withdraws His voice, not because He has abandoned you, but because He wants you to discover the strength of walking by trust alone. When God is silent, it is not a punishment. Oh, it is an invitation to press deeper, to lean into Him without demanding answers, to anchor your faith not in what you feel, but in who He is. Let me tell you, silence is where character is forged. Silence is where your loyalty is proven. Anyone can praise God when blessings rain down, but can you praise Him when the heavens are quiet? Anyone can believe when miracles are visible, but can you believe when nothing seems to move? Silence asks you this question. Is God enough for you even when He says nothing? And when your heart answers, you rise into a faith that no trial can shake. For faith born in silence is unbreakable. Now, when silence lingers, it often gives way to opposition. Opposition comes like a sudden wave. People who once applauded you now resist you. Paths that seemed open suddenly close. You feel targeted, misunderstood, even betrayed. But I say to you, opposition is the shadow that follows light. It is not a curse. It is a signpost. Opposition announces that you are stepping into territory too significant to go unnoticed. God has marked you, and the forces that oppose Him will try to resist you. But do not fear, for opposition is not proof of your weakness. It is proof of your worth in God's eyes. Think of the mountain climber. The higher he climbs, the stronger the winds blow against him. The winds are not proof that he is going the wrong way. They are proof that he is ascending. In the same way, the opposition you face is confirmation that you are climbing higher, stepping closer, pressing into the very blessing God has promised. Do not fight small battles with small people. Do not let petty resistance steal your vision. Lift your gaze beyond the noise and recognize the greater the opposition, the greater the blessing that follows. And finally, the pressure, the inner restlessness that will not leave you, the holy dissatisfaction that will not let you stay in comfort, the stirring that says there must be more. This pressure is a sacred gift. It is God Himself pressing upon your spirit, moving you out of stagnation, compelling you toward destiny. Many confuse it with stress, but it is not stress. It is birthing pains. Pressure is proof that something new is about to be born. Think of the caterpillar in its cocoon. The pressure is immense, the struggle unbearable. Yet without that struggle, the butterfly's wings would never form. The pressure creates the strength for flight. Without it, the creature would remain bound, never able to fulfill its purpose. So it is with you. The pressure you feel is God stretching you for the blessing you have been prepared to carry. You cannot stay where you are because where you are cannot contain what God is about to release into your life. Friends, do not shrink back when these signs come. The storm, the silence, the resistance, the weight, these are not punishments. They are hidden promises. They are God's way of whispering, I have something greater prepared for you, but I must shape you first. And before promotion, there is always preparation. The blessing carries too much weight to be handed out carelessly. It demands a foundation strong enough to hold it. So God allows the storm to anchor your roots, the silence to deepen your faith, the resistance to sharpen your endurance, and the weight to stretch your capacity. When these moments come, rejoice. Lift your eyes, not in fear, but in faith. Declare, God, I see your hand at work. I know what this means. You are close. My blessing is near. My breakthrough is on the horizon. And as you endure, you will witness God's hand move in ways that silence all doubt. It was He who carried you, He who upheld you, He who raised you, and He who blessed you. My friends, let me draw you even deeper into this truth. For too long, many have mistaken the signs of God for the absence of God. They look at the storm and cry, God has left me. They sit in the silence and whisper, God no longer hears me. They face opposition and declare, God has abandoned me. They feel the inner pressure and complain, God is punishing me. But oh, how blind are the eyes that cannot see, how deaf are the ears that will not hear. Because these very moments are the clearest evidence that God is working, shaping, moving, and preparing something that eyes have not seen, ears have not heard, and hearts have not imagined. Think about the storm once more, but see it with a fresh perspective. When a ship sails into deep waters, the storm reveals the captain's skill. The storm tests the vessel, not to sink it, but to prove it is seaworthy. In the same way, the storm that has been allowed into your life is not there to prove your weakness. It is there to reveal your strength through God. And when the storm ends, as all storms eventually do, you will look back and realize it was the winds that carried you closer to the shores of your blessing. The storm may bend you, but it will not break you. The storm may shake you, but it will not shatter you. Why? Because God is the one who set the boundaries of that storm, and He will never allow it to go beyond what you can bear. Now look at silence in another light. Silence is a divine invitation to sharpen your spiritual ears. When God is silent, He is not absent. He is asking you to lean closer to quiet the noise of the world, to tune your spirit to His whispers. Do you realize that in the loudest moments of life we often miss the still small signals? But in silence, every detail becomes louder, every nuance clearer. Silence is where you begin to discern not just the voice of God, but the heartbeat of God. He is drawing you nearer, teaching you to recognize Him even in stillness. If you only love God's voice, you will miss Him when He is silent. But if you love God Himself, you will find Him even when no words are spoken. And what of opposition? Oh, hear me. Opposition is often God's greatest tool of confirmation. Do not think that resistance is a sign of failure. It is a sign that you are carrying something worth resisting. If you walk through life and never face resistance, perhaps it is because you are walking in circles instead of advancing. Opposition means you are pressing forward into territory the enemy does not want you to take. When people rise against you, when lies spread, when rejection stings, remember, diamonds are not formed in comfort. They are formed under pressure. The blade is not sharpened without friction, and gold is not purified without fire. Opposition is not your end. It is the announcement that your new beginning is close at hand. And then there is that holy pressure. I must linger here because this is where many lose heart. That restless stirring within you is not madness. It is the voice of destiny calling you higher. It is God Himself shaking you awake, refusing to let you settle in a place beneath your purpose. You feel unsettled, uncomfortable, unable to stay where you once thought you belonged. And that is no accident. God is not cruel. He is merciful. He knows that comfort can become a prison. He knows that routine can chain you down. And so He places divine pressure on your soul until you cannot help but move. Think of the mother eagle once more. She pushes her young from the nest, but not because she hates them, but because she loves them too much to let them stay where they are. She knows they were born for the skies, not for the nest. And God knows the same of you. You were born for more than the safety of where you've been. You were born to rise, to stretch, to soar. That inner pressure is not there to torment you. It is there to launch you into the vastness of what God has prepared. Now let me give you another truth. These 4 signs are not random and they are not occasional. They are divine order. They come as preparation, as training, as refinement before the blessing. Do not pray them away, for without them you would not be ready. The blessing you are asking God for is weighty. It carries responsibility, influence, and impact far greater than you can now comprehend. And if God were to give it to you prematurely, it could crush you. So He sends these signs to shape you into a vessel strong enough to hold what He has appointed for you. When the storm comes, let it wash away what cannot stay. When silence lingers, let it deepen your trust. When opposition rises, let it sharpen your resilience. When pressure builds, let it stretch your wings. And when all 4 have had their work, stand with confidence, for you will be ready, not weak, not broken, but refined and prepared for the very blessing God has been waiting to release. Do not be deceived by appearances. Blessings rarely come wrapped in ease. They come wrapped in challenges, wrapped in tests, wrapped in trials that disguise themselves as obstacles, but are in fact doorways. The path to greatness with God is not paved with comfort. It is paved with trust, endurance, faith, and obedience. The storm, the silence, the opposition, the pressure, these are not roadblocks. They are stepping stones. Each one elevates you higher. Each one draws you closer. Each one whispers, "Do not stop now, for the blessing is near." And when it comes, it will not be ordinary. It will not be fragile. It will not be temporary. The blessing of God is eternal, immovable, and unstoppable. And when it rests upon your life, you will see why the journey had to be so hard, why the silence had to be so long, why the opposition had to be so fierce, and why the pressure had to be so great. You will stand in awe, declaring, "It was all worth it, for God has been faithful all along." There is something urgent I must press into your hearts. When God is preparing to pour out a blessing, it is not only about what He is giving you, it is about who you are becoming in the process. The signs are not random tests. They are divine training. They are meant to strip you of false strength and dress you in true strength, the kind that cannot be bought, the kind that cannot be imitated, the kind that is forged only in the fire of God's refining hand. Let us dig deeper into this mystery. The storm is not merely a disruption, it is a purifier. The storm does not just take away, it reveals. It reveals the cracks in your foundation, the places where you were leaning too heavily on the wrong thing. Perhaps you trusted too much in people, and when they left, you thought your life was over. But the storm revealed that God, not people, was your anchor. Perhaps you leaned too heavily on wealth, and when it slipped through your fingers, you thought your security was gone. But the storm revealed that God, not possessions, is your provider. The storm is a revealer of truth. It strips away illusions so that you may finally see that everything you truly need is in God alone. And the silence, it is one of the greatest teachers. In silence, you are forced to confront yourself. In silence, the shallow noise of the world dies down and your own heart begins to speak. You begin to hear what you truly believe. Do you believe God only when you see the evidence? Do you believe Him only when blessings flow easily? Or do you believe Him because you know He is who He says He is? Regardless of what your eyes see or ears hear, silence confronts you with this question. And in answering it, your faith either withers or it strengthens. If you will embrace the silence, it will strengthen you beyond measure. For silence is not the absence of God, it is the incubator of trust. Then comes opposition. And let me say this clearly, opposition is a compliment. It means you are carrying something so significant that it cannot go unnoticed. If your life carried no weight, no calling, no destiny, the forces of resistance would not care. But because you are marked by God, opposition rises against you. And yet that opposition is not as powerful as it pretends to be. It is smoke without fire. It is a shadow without substance. The opposition may roar like a lion, but it cannot devour what God has ordained. Stand firm in this truth. If God has spoken blessing over your life, no enemy can overturn it. No tongue can cancel it. No hand can stop it. Opposition is only the noise that precedes the blessing. And then that pressure, the pressure that makes you restless, the pressure that refuses to let you settle, the pressure that pushes you beyond comfort. Understand this. God loves you too much to let you remain small when He has called you to greater things. He loves you too much to let you stay in mediocrity when He has destined you for abundance. That pressure is the hand of God nudging you forward. Yes, it feels uncomfortable. Yes, it stretches you, but without it, you would never move. Without it, you would never grow. Without it, you would never rise into the fullness of what God has prepared. Think of a seed once more. When it is placed in the soil, it feels the pressure of the earth pressing against it. It feels buried, forgotten, and surrounded by darkness. But that pressure is not death. It is life. That pressure is not burial. It is planting. The seed is not forgotten. It is in preparation. And soon that very pressure will cause it to break open and sprout into something greater. So it is with you. The pressure you feel is not to destroy you, but to release what God has planted inside of you. Hear me now. Every sign is a signal of blessing, not curse. Every storm is a signal that God is about to clear the path. Every silence is a signal that God is about to speak louder than you have ever heard before. Every opposition is a signal that the enemy is trembling because of the blessing about to break forth. And every pressure is a signal that your season of smallness is ending and your season of greatness is beginning. But there is something else. These signs do not only prepare you for blessing, they protect you from missing it. How many people have prayed for blessings they were not ready to carry? How many have asked for doors they did not have the character to walk through? How many have begged for abundance when their hearts were still bound by selfishness or fear? If God were to grant those blessings prematurely, they would crush rather than uplift. So God in His mercy prepares you with these signs. They are not punishments. They are protection. They ensure that when the blessing comes, you are not only ready to receive it, but ready to keep it, to steward it, and to multiply it. The storm prepares your endurance. The silence prepares your faith. The opposition prepares your resilience. The pressure prepares your courage. And when endurance, faith, resilience, and courage are formed in you, then and only then are you truly ready to hold the blessing without it slipping through your fingers. My friends, if you are under the weight of these signs right now, do not despair. Do not give up. Do not misinterpret them. You are not abandoned. You are chosen. You are not forgotten. You are being prepared. You are not cursed. You are standing at the doorway of blessing. Lift your eyes, strengthen your heart, and declare, God, I will not faint. God, I will not give up. God, I will trust that this storm, this silence, this opposition, and this pressure are signs that you are nearer than ever before. And when that blessing comes, and it will come, it will not trickle in quietly. It will break forth like a flood. It will overwhelm you with goodness. It will exceed your expectations. It will silence your doubts. It will confound your enemies. And you will look back on every storm, every silence, every opposition, and every pressure. And you will say, it was all worth it. God was faithful. God never failed. God has kept His promise. My friends, let us go yet deeper. For the message of God cannot be exhausted. His truth is a well without bottom, His wisdom a sky without ceiling, and His blessings a river without end. What you have heard so far are not mere words, but living fire meant to stir your spirit, to awaken something inside of you that the storms of life have tried to bury. And I tell you now, if you can grasp what God is revealing through these signs, your entire perspective on struggle, waiting, resistance, and pressure will be transformed forever. Think about it. When a storm rises over the ocean, what happens to the waters beneath? They are stirred. They are shaken. But they also bring to the surface what has long been hidden at the bottom. The storm uncovers. And that is what God does in your life. The storm you fear is uncovering what was lying dormant, pulling out gifts you didn't know you had, strength you didn't know you carried, and faith you didn't know you possessed. Without the storm, those treasures would have remained buried. God will allow winds to blow, not because He wishes to break you, but because He knows the storm will bring forth what calm waters never could. And the silence. Oh, how we must learn to treasure the silence. In a world filled with constant noise, with voices pulling you in every direction, God sometimes withdraws into stillness. Why? Because He is jealous for your attention. He knows that if you keep feeding on the noise of the world, you will never learn to discern the sound of His whisper. And so He trains your spirit in silence. He strips away the voices, strips away the distractions, strips away even the constant reassurance until you learn to say, even if I hear nothing, I will trust. Even if I see nothing, I will believe. That kind of trust shakes the heavens. That kind of trust causes unseen doors to swing wide. Silence is not abandonment. It is sacred training for a faith that can move mountains. Opposition, too, has a divine purpose. The fire of opposition exposes what is fragile, but strengthens what is unshakable. Do you realize that the most beautiful things in life, diamonds, gold, pearls, are all formed in hostile conditions? The diamond is formed under crushing pressure. Gold is purified in consuming fire. The pearl is birthed out of irritation and struggle. In the same way, the opposition in your life is not proof that you are unworthy. It is proof that you are being refined into something of great value. Every harsh word spoken against you, every false accusation hurled your way, every closed door is a hammer striking against stone. And with every strike, God is shaping you into the vessel that can carry His blessing with dignity and strength. And then there is the pressure, that holy unrest that refuses to let you stay where you are. If you feel restless in your spirit, if you sense there must be more, if you cannot find peace in the place you once called home, that is not a curse. It is the breath of God pushing you toward destiny. God loves you too much to let you stagnate. He loves you too much to let you settle in the valley when He has mountains for you to climb. The pressure is your signal that change is not coming. It is already here. It is God Himself saying, get ready because I am moving you from where you have been to where I always destined you to be. Now hear this truth clearly. Storms, silence, opposition, and pressure are not the end. They are the beginning. They are not signs of defeat. They are signals of victory. They are not punishment. They are preparations. Too many people misinterpret the signs and walk away just before the blessing breaks forth. They give up in the storm. They despair in the silence. They crumble under opposition. They resist the pressure. And in doing so, they miss the very moment they were born for. Do not let that be you. Do not misread the handwriting of God. Recognize the signs for what they are. God's divine announcement that He is about to release something greater into your life. But let me add this. When God blesses, He does not bless you for yourself alone. The blessing is never selfish. The blessing is meant to overflow. When God lifts you, it is so you can lift others. When He prospers you, it is so you can be generous. When He strengthens you, it is so you can strengthen the weak. When He comforts you, it is so you can comfort the brokenhearted. If you think the blessing is only for you, you have misunderstood the heart of God. He blesses you to make you a channel, a vessel, a living testimony of His goodness to all who see you. And that is why the preparation must be so intense, because the blessing is not just about your life. It is about every life that will be touched through you. Do you see it now? The storm has purpose. The silence has purpose. The opposition has purpose. The pressure has purpose. They are not random. They are the fingerprints of God upon your journey. They are the proof that you are chosen, the evidence that your life carries significance, the confirmation that your future holds weight. If you will not faint, if you will not give up, if you will keep trusting when everything around you screams otherwise, you will live to see the blessing break forth in ways beyond your comprehension. So stand tall in your storm, for God is with you. Rest in the silence, for God is working. Rejoice in opposition, for God has already written your victory. Embrace the pressure, for it is pushing you into your promise. And when the day comes, and it will come, you will stand as living proof that God always keeps His word, that God never forsakes His people, and that God always sends His signs before a great blessing. My beloved friends, as we draw this message toward its conclusion, I want you to hear this with all the force of conviction within me. You are not walking through your storms, your silences, your oppositions, or your pressures by accident. These are not meaningless struggles. These are not wasted pains, and these are not random burdens. And every tear, every trial, every sleepless night, every unanswered prayer, every battle you fought, they are all part of a holy process, a divine script written by the hand of God Himself. And the author of your story never writes tragedy without glory, never writes trials without triumph, never allows struggle without the promise of breakthrough. You may look at your storm right now and say, I can't endure it any longer. But hear me, the storm is not the end. It is the sign that you are about to step into a new beginning. Just as the darkest clouds carry the rain that waters the earth, the storms in your life are carrying the very nourishment that will bring your blessing into bloom. Do not curse the storm. Thank God for it. For in the storm He is proving you, purifying you, and preparing you for what is coming. You may sit in silence and say, God, where are you? Why do you not answer me? But silence is not abandonment. It is the place where God teaches you to believe without seeing, to trust without hearing, to anchor your soul not in feelings, but in faith. It is in the silence that your roots grow deepest, so that when the blessing arrives, you will not be swayed by the voices of men, but will stand immovable in the voice of God that spoke long ago. You may feel crushed by opposition and cry out, why do they hate me? Why do they rise against me when I have done nothing to harm them? My friend, opposition is proof that you are carrying something worth fighting for. Nobody fights over what has no value. Nobody rises against what has no future. If you face opposition, it is because your blessing is so significant that the enemy trembles at the thought of you receiving it. Do not be discouraged. Lift your head and declare, if God is for me, who can stand against me? And perhaps the most unsettling of all, you may feel that pressure inside you, that holy restlessness that will not let you settle where you are, that stirring that whispers, there must be more. And you are right. There is more. That pressure is not a curse. It is a calling. It is God Himself refusing to let you waste your potential. He is pressing you out of mediocrity, pushing you out of complacency, stirring you out of smallness, so that you may rise into the vastness of what He has destined for you. So when you see these four signs, the storm, the silence, the opposition, the pressure, do not run from them. Do not despise them. Do not misinterpret them. Embrace them. Recognize them for what they are, the divine signals that your blessing is near. These are not punishments. They are preparations. They are not defeats. They are divine setups. They are not curses. They are confirmations that God's hand rests upon your life. So stay firm. Do not surrender now. Do not lose heart as you approach the finish line. When the storm roars, it means the skies are about to open. When silence stretches on, it means the answer is already on its way. When resistance grows stronger, it means you are closer to breakthrough than you think. When the pressure feels unbearable, it means birth is near. Stand firm. Look up. Take courage, because God's blessing is nearer than the air you breathe. And when it arrives, you will know without doubt, it was never chance. It was never coincidence. It was never luck. It was God and God alone. Always Him, forever Him. My friends, let me put a question before you. What happens when the storm clouds of life close in above you? When the roar of thunder rattles the depths of your soul? When the winds of trial blow so violently that it feels impossible to remain standing? What will you do when the night stretches on without end, and the dawn seems hidden far beyond reach? What will you do when every voice surrounding you whispers, "It's over"? When despair slips quietly into your heart? When fear grips you like chains? Hear me today. This I speak with all the conviction in my being. In those very moments you must lift your gaze higher than the storm, beyond the shadows, past the weight of darkness. Fix your eyes on God, for He is the light no storm can ever extinguish. You see, trouble is not a stranger to any of us. Every man, every woman, every soul on this earth will walk through valleys, will face seasons of trial, will meet with pain, loss, and sorrow. None are exempt. But here is the truth that must grip your heart today. Tough times do not have the power to defeat you when your trust is anchored in the Almighty. Because the strength of God is greater than the weight of your burden. The power of God is mightier than the fury of your storm. The love of God reaches deeper than your darkest night. And when you anchor your soul in Him, nothing, no hardship, no heartbreak, no loss, no fear can tear you down. Hear me now. Staying positive in tough times is not about pretending the pain isn't real. It's not about putting on a mask and acting as though the hurt doesn't cut deep. No, it is about choosing in the very pit of your despair to hold fast to the reality that God is still on His throne, that God still holds the world in His hands, that God, the Creator of heaven and earth, has not abandoned you, has not forgotten you, and will never leave you. This is not empty optimism. This is not wishful thinking. This is the unshakable truth that the one who spoke the stars into existence knows your name, knows your tears, knows your pain, and will sustain you through it all. Let me tell you something. Negativity will scream at you in the night. Fear will whisper in your ear. Doubt will knock on the door of your mind. But you must answer every one of them with the unwavering conviction that your God is bigger than your fear, stronger than your doubt, greater than your trial. You must remind yourself again and again that tough times are not the end of your story. They are the chapter where God proves His power. They are the furnace where faith is refined. They are the valley where His presence is most near. When the world sees despair, God is writing hope. When the world predicts defeat, God is preparing victory. And when the world says it's over, God says it has just begun. Oh, my friends, the key to staying positive in tough times is not to keep your eyes fixed on the storm, but to keep your eyes fixed on God. Because what you focus on will shape your spirit. If you stare at the darkness, you will be swallowed by fear. If you obsess over the problem will overwhelm you. But if you set your gaze on God, the eternal, the almighty, the one who was and is and always will be, you will find a peace the world cannot take, a strength the world cannot break, and a hope that no night can extinguish. Then listen closely, my friends, for the message I bring to you is not for yesterday, nor is it for tomorrow. It is for this very hour. Because right now, someone listening to me is on the brink of giving up. Right now, someone is weighed down by the heaviness of disappointment. Right now, someone has been crushed beneath the weight of betrayal or sickness or loss. And the enemy of your soul would love for you to believe that you are abandoned, forgotten, cast aside, and alone. But I declare to you with holy conviction that God has not abandoned you. God has not turned his back on you. God has not walked away from your pain. He is closer than the air you breathe. He is nearer than the tears on your cheek. He is more faithful than the ground beneath your feet. And if you would but lift your eyes and turn your heart to him, you will see that the very hand that formed the stars is the hand that is holding you even now. Do you know what the tough times really reveal? They reveal where your trust lies. Anybody can speak of faith when the skies are blue and the sun is shining. Anybody can talk about peace when their table is full and their bank account is overflowing. But when the storms rage, when the thunder rolls, when the night stretches long, that is when true trust is tested. That is when the roots of your faith must reach deep into the soil of God's promises. That is when you must stand not in your own strength, not in your own wisdom, but in the assurance that God is the rock that cannot be moved. And when the winds howl and the earth shakes, you will find yourself unshaken because your life is built not upon shifting sands, but upon the eternal strength of God himself. The world will try to tell you that positivity comes from circumstances. If life is good, you can smile. If the doors are opening, you can rejoice. If things are smooth, you can be hopeful. But God calls you to a higher truth, that your joy is not dependent on the world, but on him. Your hope is not dependent on what you see, but on what he has promised. Your strength is not dependent on your situation, but on his unchanging power. So when the doctor's report is grim, you can still lift your head and say, "My God is able." When the bills pile high, you can still declare, "My God provides." When relationships crumble, you can still proclaim, "My God restores." And when your own heart is breaking, you can still whisper, "My God heals." That, my beloved friends, is the unshakable positivity of the soul that trusts in God. Now let me speak to the fear that grips so many in the night. Fear is a thief. Fear robs you of your peace. Fear strangles your hope. Fear whispers that tomorrow will be worse than today. But hear me, fear is powerless before the presence of God. Because when God enters the room, fear must flee. When God speaks his word of comfort, fear is silenced. When God wraps you in his presence, fear is crushed under the weight of his glory. So if you want to stay positive in the midst of hard times, you must learn to confront your fear, not with your own courage, but with your confidence in God. Say to your fear, "You do not rule me. You do not own me. You are a liar, and my God is the truth." And watch as the chains of fear fall off. Watch as the shadows retreat. Watch as hope rises like the dawn. But some of you are saying right now, it's too hard. The pain is too much. The valley is too deep. And I do not dismiss your pain. I honor it because pain is real. But I tell you, this pain has a purpose when you place it in the hands of God. Out of your deepest sorrow can come your greatest strength. Out of your hardest trial can come your most powerful testimony. Out of your brokenness can come your beauty. For God is the one who takes ashes and creates something radiant. God is the one who takes despair and weaves it into destiny. God is the one who takes mourning and transforms it into joy. You may not see it now, but if you trust Him, if you hold fast, if you cling to His promises, one day you will look back on your darkest night and realize that it was in that night that God taught you to see His stars. Hear me again. The measure of your positivity is not in denying the reality of your hardship. It is in declaring the greater reality of God's power. Staying positive is not saying this storm isn't real. It is saying this storm is real, but my God is greater. It is not saying this pain doesn't hurt. It is saying this pain hurts, but my God is my healer. It is not saying this loss doesn't matter. It is saying this loss matters deeply, but my God will carry me through. You see, positivity rooted in God is not fragile. It is not a fragile smile that crumbles with the first sign of trouble. It is a fierce joy, a fiery hope, a relentless peace that burns even in the fiercest wind. And that fire comes from knowing that God is with you. God is for you, and God will never let you go. So if you are weary tonight, if your hands hang low and your knees feel weak, lift them again toward heaven. Cry out to the one who never sleeps and never slumbers. Call upon the one who hears every whisper of your heart. Trust in the one whose power knows no limits, whose love knows no end, whose presence knows no bounds. And let the assurance of God fill you with courage, fill you with hope, fill you with a positivity so radiant that even the darkness cannot comprehend it. My friends, listen carefully, for I want to speak into the very heart of your struggle. When you face adversity, when you walk through fire, when you find yourself pressed on every side, it is not the evidence that God has abandoned you. It is the very place where God is preparing to reveal His strength within you. Do not measure God's presence by the ease of your life. Do not assume that if things are hard, God is distant. No, God is often nearest when life feels unbearable. His power is often clearest when your strength is gone. His guidance is most precious when your own wisdom fails you. And His comfort is most profound when sorrow floods your soul. The truth is, these tough times are not a sign of God's absence, but an opportunity for you to lean into His presence more deeply than ever before. And when you lean upon Him, when you surrender your fear, when you place your future into His hands, you discover a peace that defies all human understanding. This peace is not dependent on the economy or on the approval of others, or on whether circumstances look favorable. It is rooted in the eternal reality that God reigns supreme, that God is good, and that God is faithful to those who call upon Him. But here is something I want you to understand. Staying positive in the fire requires endurance. Too many give up too soon. Too many walk away when the pressure mounts. But endurance is the mark of those who trust God fully. Endurance says, I will not quit even when it hurts. Endurance says, I will not let despair dictate my steps. Endurance says, I will not surrender my hope because my God is greater than my pain. And let me tell you this, endurance produces strength, endurance produces character, endurance produces unshakable faith, When you endure, you come out of the storm not weaker but stronger, not smaller but greater, not broken but refined. Think of it like this. Gold is purified by fire. Metal is strengthened by pressure. Diamonds are formed in the deep places of the earth under immense heat and weight. So it is with your soul. Without the pressure, without the fire, without the weight, you would remain ordinary. But with God working in your trials, you are transformed into something extraordinary. And that is why even in the midst of suffering, you can lift your head and say, God is shaping me. God is refining me. God is preparing me for something greater than I can yet see. That, my beloved friends, is the kind of positivity that nothing in this world can destroy. And let us not forget the power of gratitude in tough time. Gratitude is a weapon of the soul. When you thank God in the middle of your hardship, you rob despair of its grip on you. Gratitude shifts your focus from what you lack to what God has already provided. Gratitude reminds you that if you still have breath, you still have purpose. Gratitude says, I may not have everything I desire, but I have everything I need in God. And when your heart is full of gratitude, even in the storm, you begin to see glimpses of hope, flickers of light, signs of God's faithfulness all around you. Gratitude keeps your spirit alive when the world would bury it in sorrow. But I want you to understand something deeper. Staying positive is not just for your own benefit. Your attitude in the storm is a testimony to those around you. People are watching how you respond. They are listening to the words you speak. They are observing the posture of your heart. And when they see you walking through fire without losing your faith, when they see you standing tall while the winds of adversity blow, when they see you praising God, when everything around you says you should curse Him, they are drawn not to you, but to the God you serve. Your positivity in tough times becomes a beacon of hope to the hopeless, a light in the darkness, a living testimony of the power of God at work in your life. And so do not think of your trial as wasted. Do not think of your suffering as meaningless. With God, nothing is wasted. Every tear is counted, every sigh is heard, every burden is noted, and in time, what feels like a valley of shadows will be revealed as the very ground where God planted seeds of strength, seeds of endurance, seeds of purpose that will one day bloom into a harvest of victory. You see, the challenge of tough times is that they tempt you to give in to despair. They whisper that tomorrow will be no better than today. They tell you that hope is foolish and that joy is impossible. But the truth, the unshakable truth, is that God has written a different ending to your story. Tough times are not permanent. Storms do not last forever. Valleys lead to mountaintops and nights give way to mornings. If you hold fast, if you trust, if you refuse to let go of God, you will see the dawn. You will see the breakthrough. You will see that the hand that carried you through the darkest night was none other than the hand of the Almighty. My friends, hear this truth and let it settle deep in your spirit. The trials you are facing right now are not the end of your story. They are a passage, a season, a chapter, but not the conclusion. Tough times are temporary, but the work of God in your life is eternal. You may be walking through a valley, but valleys always lead somewhere. Valleys are never endless plains of despair. They are paths that guide you toward higher ground. And when you walk with God through that valley, you will not come out the same person who entered it. You will come out stronger, wiser, purer, and more rooted in faith than you ever dreamed possible. But understand this, positivity in the face of hardship is not simply about emotional resilience. It is about spiritual perspective. It is about seeing with the eyes of faith what the natural eye cannot see. The natural eye sees obstacles. The eye of faith sees opportunities. The natural eye sees impossibilities. The eye of faith sees God's limitless power. The natural eye sees endings, and the eye of faith sees beginnings. And when your perspective shifts from the natural to the divine, from the temporary to the eternal, from fear to faith, then even in the darkest storm, you can stand tall and declare, "My God reigns, and nothing shall overcome me." Let me tell you something. Discouragement is one of the greatest weapons against your soul. Discouragement creeps in quietly. It tells you that your efforts don't matter. It whispers that your prayers aren't heard. It convinces you that nothing will change. But my friends, discouragement is a lie, and you must reject it with every ounce of your being. For every prayer uttered is heard by the Almighty. Every act of faith, no matter how small, is recorded by Him. Every tear shed is seen by Him. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. You are not abandoned. God is attentive to you. God is mindful of you. God is present with you even when you feel most alone. And that truth should ignite a fire of hope in your heart that no discouragement can extinguish. Now let us speak of patience. For without patience, positivity cannot endure. Too often we demand instant answers, immediate relief, quick deliverance. But God works according to His perfect timing, not ours. And His timing is never late, though it may feel delayed. The waiting season is not wasted. It is the place where your roots grow deep, where your faith is stretched, where your character is molded. Waiting is the training ground for destiny. If you would rush the process, you would miss the very lessons God intends to teach you. So stay positive, not because the answer has already come, but because you trust that God is faithful to bring it in His appointed time. And remember this, your positivity is not passive. It is active. It is defiant. It is resilient. It is standing in the middle of a storm and saying, "I will not be moved." It is looking at the mountain before you and saying, "I will not retreat." It is lifting your voice in gratitude when the world expects you to crumble. It is declaring God's greatness in the face of your weakness. It is walking forward when every voice tells you to quit. That is not blind optimism. That is bold faith. And it is that kind of faith rooted in God alone that carries you through the fiercest of trials. But let me take you deeper still. Staying positive in tough times is not only for your sake. It is for the generations that come after you, your children, your family, your community. They are watching how you handle adversity. When they see you trust God in the fire, they will learn that God is trustworthy. When they see you remain hopeful in the valley, they will learn that God is faithful. When they see you keep your joy in the storm, they will learn that God is greater than any hardship. Your endurance is not just your victory. It becomes a legacy. Your perseverance becomes a testimony that echoes beyond your lifetime, pointing others toward the God who never fails. And what about the unseen battles of the heart? Doubt will tell you that God has forgotten your prayers. Loneliness will tell you that no one understands. Despair will tell you that there is no way forward. But the truth is stronger. God hears every cry. God knows every thought. God understands every wound. And God always provides a way. When you cannot see the path, trust that He is carving one. When you cannot feel His hand, trust that He is carrying you. When you cannot find the strength, trust that He is your strength. Your role is not to understand every detail. It is to trust the one who holds every detail in his hands. And do not miss this. Tough times are a mirror that show us where we truly place our hope. If your hope is in people, it will falter, for people fail. If your hope is in possessions, it will crumble, for possessions fade. If your hope is in yourself, it will break, for human strength is limited. But if your hope is in God, the eternal, the almighty, the sovereign, then your hope will never be shaken. For God does not fail. God does not fade. God does not weaken. His power endures forever. His promises stand unbroken. His faithfulness is everlasting. My beloved friends, let us go even deeper into the mystery of what tough times truly are. For while the world sees them as obstacles, as tragedies, as signs of failure, those who trust in God can begin to see them as sacred classrooms. Yes, the very pain that seems unbearable becomes the place where God teaches you lessons that no book can teach, no lecture can explain, no human wisdom can deliver. In the fire of trial, you learn reliance. In the valley of shadows, you learn endurance. In the wilderness of waiting, you learn trust. And when you emerge not with empty hands, but with treasures of the soul that cannot be stolen. For tough times are not accidents, nor are they meaningless interruptions to your life's journey. They are woven into the fabric of God's divine design for your growth. They are the chisels that carve character. They are the weights that build spiritual muscle. They are the storms that anchor your roots more deeply into the soil of faith. Without the trial, your faith remains untested. Without the testing, your faith remains shallow. Without the depth, your faith remains fragile. But with trial, with testing, with depth, your faith becomes unshakable. That is why even when the nights are long and the tears flow, you can lift your hands and declare, God is working something eternal in me, something stronger than the storm that surrounds me. Now let me give you a new perspective. Tough times are often the stage where God displays His power most clearly. When all human solutions have failed, when every door has shut, when every resource is gone, then the stage is set for God to move. And when He does, there can be no mistaking who deserves the glory. For if you could fix it, you would boast in yourself. If others could save you, you would exalt in them. But when it is only God who lifts you from the pit, who carries you through the fire, who restores your brokenness, then it is only God who receives the honor. And this, my friends, is why the greatest victories often follow the hardest battles. You see, many people want the triumph without the trial, the blessing without the breaking, the crown without the cross of suffering. But God knows that true strength is forged in hardship. True maturity is shaped in adversity. True greatness is born in difficulty. And so when you find yourself pressed down, remember this: you are being prepared. You are being molded. You are being equipped for a destiny greater than you can yet see. The crushing may be painful, but it is producing oil. The pressing may feel unbearable, but it is producing power. The breaking may leave you in tears, but it is producing beauty. And all of it, every bit of it, is in the hands of a God who makes no mistakes. Let me also tell you this. The key to staying positive in hard times is learning to lift your voice. Words carry power. What you speak shapes what you believe, and what you believe shapes how you live. If all you do is complain, your spirit will collapse. If all you do is speak despair, your heart will sink deeper. But if you lift your voice and declare the greatness of God, if you remind yourself daily of His faithfulness, If you speak hope even when you do not feel it, then your heart will rise to match your words. Speak life over your soul. Speak faith over your future. Speak courage over your circumstances. For there is power in declaring the truth of God even in the darkest night. And do not underestimate the strength of prayer in those times. Prayer is not a ritual. It is a lifeline. It is the cry of a child to the Almighty Father. It is the pouring out of your heart to the one who knows it best. And when you pray, you are not just releasing words into the air. You are entering into the presence of the one who holds the universe. You are placing your burden into hands that never tire. You are calling upon wisdom that never fails. You are leaning upon strength that never weakens. And though the answer may not come immediately, prayer itself sustains you. Prayer itself reminds you that you are not alone, that you are heard, that you are seen, that you are loved. That very certainty is what keeps your soul ablaze with hope, even when everything around you seems swallowed by despair. My friends, I need you to recognize this. Your hardships are not only about you, they are about what God intends to reveal through you. Your suffering can become a stage for His glory. Your perseverance can breathe strength into others. Your breakthrough can cast a vision for those still walking in the valley. Another person's faith might hinge on how you weather your storm. Another person's courage might awaken by watching you stand firm when quitting seemed easier. Another person's hope might spark alive when they hear you declare how God carried you through. So never bury your struggle. Never feel shame for your tears. Never hide the scars that tell your story. For scars are not signs of defeat. They are proof of survival, evidence of God's sustaining power, testimonies that inspire others to hold on. And let me speak now to those who feel their strength is gone, who feel they cannot take another step, who feel the night will never end. My friend, you may be at the end of your rope, but you are not at the end of God's rope. You may be out of options, but you are not out of His mercy. You may be empty, but He is the source that never runs dry. You may feel like giving up, but He has not given up on you. If you would but cling to Him, even with the faintest grip, He will carry you. Even if your faith feels as small as a whisper, He will honor it. Even if all you can do is cry, "God, help me," He will answer. For the power of God is not dependent on the size of your strength, but on the greatness of His own nature. My friends, let me speak to you of something the world often overlooks: the difference between happiness and joy. Happiness rises and falls with circumstances. It depends on what happens around you. But joy, the kind of joy that is born of God, is unshakable, untouchable, immovable. Joy does not ask, "How is my life today?" Joy declares, "God is with me today, and that is enough." Happiness trembles when the storm clouds gather, but joy stands firm, because joy is rooted not in what changes, but in the one who never changes. And when you learn to anchor your soul in joy, you can stay positive even when happiness has fled. But let me take you deeper. Staying positive during tough times requires you to remember the eternal perspective. You see, we are often consumed with the here and now, the pain of this moment, the sorrow of this hour, the challenge of this season. But God sees the end from the beginning. God holds eternity in His hands, and He is weaving your present pain into a future glory. What seems unbearable today will one day be revealed as the very thing that shaped you into who you were meant to become. What feels like a crushing weight today will one day be revealed as the very thing that elevated you into a place of strength, wisdom, and resilience. This life is not the whole story. It is only a part. And when you remember that God's purposes stretch beyond time, then even the darkest valley can be endured with hope. And let us not forget that God allows storms not to destroy us, but to direct us. Many times it is in the storm that you are pushed into a new path. It is in the fire that you discover hidden strength. It is in the breaking that you find the doorway to blessing. Too often we cling to comfort, to routine, to the familiar. But sometimes God allows a shaking to move us into a place we would never have gone otherwise. The storm that you thought would end you may in fact be the storm that launches you into your destiny. So instead of asking, "Why me?" begin asking God, "What are you showing me? What are you teaching me? Where are you leading me?" That shift of perspective transforms despair into discovery, pain into purpose, and hardship into holy direction. But let me warn you, beloved, there is an enemy to your positivity, and it is the voice of comparison. In tough times, it is easy to look at others and ask, "Why are they prospering while I am struggling? Why do they seem blessed while I am broken? Why do they walk in abundance while I walk in lack?" But comparison is poison to the soul. Comparison blinds you to what God is doing in your own life. Comparison steals your gratitude and replaces it with envy. Comparison convinces you that God has overlooked you when in truth, He is working uniquely in you. You must silence the voice of comparison and remember that God's plan for you is not God's plan for someone else. Your journey is your own. Your valley is shaping you for your mountain. Your storm is preparing you for your calm. And when God is finished with you, your story will be a masterpiece that could never have been written for another. And oh, how powerful it is to remember that the tough times you endure often strip away illusions and bring you back to the essentials. When life is easy, we clutter our hearts with distractions, with pride, with unnecessary noise. But when the fire comes, all that falls away, and what remains is only what is eternal. Your trust in God, your dependence on Him, your recognition that without Him, you are nothing, and with Him, you have everything. Struggles simplify us. They refine us. They remind us of what truly matters. And in that stripping away, you find a purity of faith, a clarity of soul that no comfort could ever give you. Now let me speak of courage. For without courage, positivity is impossible. Courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to move forward despite fear. Courage is not denying the storm. It is declaring that the storm will not define you. Courage is the child of faith. When you believe that God is with you, when you trust that He holds your tomorrow, courage rises up within you like a fire. And with courage comes positivity, because you know that nothing, not hardship, not loss, not fear, not failure, can overcome the God who is for you. Courage is faith in action, and it is courage that will carry you through the long nights and into the dawn of victory. And my friends, do not neglect the power of remembrance. In your tough times, recall the moments when God has carried you before. Remember the prayers He has answered, the storms He has calmed, the valleys He has led you through. Memory is a shield against despair. When your present feels uncertain, look back at the undeniable evidence of God's past faithfulness. And if He was faithful, then He will be faithful now. If He carried you before, He will carry you again. If He opened doors in the past, He will open doors once more. Do not let the present storm make you forget the past miracles. Let your memory feed your faith, and let your faith fuel your positivity. My friends, let me lift your spirit higher still. Tough times are not only meant to teach you endurance or to refine your character. They are also moments when God calls you closer. In the noise of everyday comfort, His voice is often drowned out. But in the silence of the night, when the laughter is gone, when the crowd has dispersed, when the comforts have vanished, that is when you hear Him most clearly. That is when His whisper cuts through the darkness and says, "I am here. I have not left you. Trust in me." And oh, how powerful it is to realize that the greatest gift of hardship is not the strength you gain, but the intimacy you find with God. When all else is stripped away, you discover that He alone is enough. Do you see, my beloved? Staying positive during tough times is not just about clinging to optimism. It is about clinging to God Himself. For optimism without God is fragile. It shatters when the storm grows fierce. But hope rooted in God is unbreakable because it is not built on circumstances, but on His eternal nature. And His nature does not change. He is as faithful in the valley as He is on the mountaintop. He is as present in the night as He is in the day. He is as powerful in your weakness as He is in your strength. To stay positive, therefore, is not to deny the reality of your pain, but to declare the greater reality of God's presence in the midst of it. And let us speak now of vision. In the thick of your trial, your vision narrows. You see only the pain, only the problem, only the obstacle before you. But God sees the whole picture. God sees not only where you are, but where you are going. He sees the end before the beginning. He sees the crown that lies beyond your cross of suffering, the victory that lies beyond your battle, the dawn that lies beyond your night. And if you could see with His eyes, if you could glimpse even for a moment the glory that awaits you on the other side, you would not only endure your present trial, you would rejoice in it, knowing that it is leading you to something greater. My dear friends, many of you believe that staying positive means suppressing your emotions, hiding your tears, burying your grief. But hear me, your tears are not signs of weakness. They are seeds of strength. Every tear cried in faith waters the soil of your soul from which new life will spring. God sees those tears. God counts those tears, and God will one day turn those tears into testimonies. So weep if you must, but weep with hope. Cry if you must, but cry with faith. Let your sorrow rise to the throne of God and let Him transform it into strength. For even your brokenness can be beautiful when it is placed in the hands of the Almighty. And do not overlook this truth. Tough times reveal your foundation. A house built on sand collapses when the flood comes. But a house built on solid rock endures, no matter how fierce the storm. So it is with your life. If your foundation is built on wealth, it will crumble when wealth is lost. If it is built on reputation, it will fall when reputation is tarnished. If it is built on human strength, it will fail when strength fades. But if your foundation is built on God, it will never collapse. For God cannot be shaken, and when you are rooted in Him, you cannot be shaken either. That is why staying positive is possible. Not because the storm is small, but because your foundation is unmovable. Now let me challenge you further. In tough times, many shrink back, withdraw, isolate themselves in despair. But God calls you not to retreat, but to rise. Do not allow your hardship to make you smaller. Let it make you greater. Do not allow it to silence your voice. Let it amplify your testimony. Do not allow it to crush your spirit. Let it propel you into new strength. For every step forward you take in faith during your trial is a declaration that the darkness has not won, that despair has not conquered, that fear has not triumphed. And every declaration of faith shakes the very foundations of hopelessness and proclaims to the world, "My God is alive and I will not be defeated." And here is another truth that will set you free. Tough times are often the soil in which compassion is born. When you have suffered, you learn to see the suffering of others. When you have wept, you learn to comfort the weeping. When you have felt the sting of loneliness, you learn to walk alongside the lonely. God uses your pain not only to strengthen you, but to soften you, to make your heart more tender, more compassionate, more attuned to the needs of those around you. And this too is part of the purpose of staying positive. Not so that you alone may survive, but so that through your testimony, through your kindness, through your endurance, others may find the courage to believe in God as well. And so I tell you now, do not despise the struggle, do not curse the valley, and do not resent the fire. For in them, God is working, shaping, refining, elevating. And when you come out, you will not only be positive, you will be powerful. You will not only be standing, you will be shining. You will not only be whole, you will be holy, set apart, refined by the fire, a living witness that God takes the worst this world can throw at you and turns it into a testimony of His glory. My friends, let me stir your soul with this undeniable truth. The measure of your faith is not revealed in the sunlight of prosperity, but in the midnight of adversity. Anybody can speak of hope when the skies are clear and the winds are calm. But when the storm rages, when the ground shakes, when everything around you threatens to collapse, that is when the true anchor of your heart is revealed. And if your anchor is set in God, then no storm, no flood, no fire, no darkness will ever sweep you away. For God is not only the giver of peace, He is the very foundation upon which peace stands. And here is something too often forgotten. Tough times do not diminish the power of God, they magnify it. When your strength runs out, you discover the endless well of His strength. When your wisdom fails, you encounter the perfection of His wisdom. When your resources dry up, you are drawn to the limitless abundance of His provision. Your lack becomes the canvas for His sufficiency. Your weakness becomes the stage for His might. Your struggle becomes the soil for His miracles. And when you finally realize that your life is not upheld by your own power, but by the eternal power of God, then and only then will your spirit walk in freedom. Do not allow your hardships to lie to you. Do not let them whisper that God is far. Do not let them deceive you into believing that your cries go unheard. The truth is this: God is closest when your heart is breaking. God is strongest when you are weakest. God is guiding you most carefully when the path seems most confusing. The tough time you are in is not evidence of His absence. It is the very place where His presence is working behind the veil. And though you may not see His hand, you can trust His heart. Let me speak of trust because trust is the bedrock of positivity. To trust God is to release control. To let go of the illusion that you can fix everything, manage everything, predict everything. Trust says, I may not know the outcome, but I know the one who holds it. Trust says, I may not see the way, but I know the one who carves the path. Trust says, I may not understand, but I will not despair because I know that God is faithful. Without trust, positivity collapses into shallow optimism. But with trust, positivity becomes a fortress that no storm can breach. And remember, beloved, that tough times are not merely endured, they are meant to be overcome. God did not create you to be a victim of circumstance, He created you to be victorious through Him. Victorious not because you avoid the fire, but because the fire refines you. Victorious not because you escape the valley, but because you walk through it and come out stronger. Victorious not because you never fall, but because when you do, God lifts you up again. Victory is not the absence of battle. Welo. It is the assurance of triumph through God who never fails. Let us now consider endurance in a new light. Endurance is not passive waiting. It is active resilience. It is standing tall with your face set like flint, declaring to the darkness, I will not bow. I will not break. I will not give up because my God sustains me. Endurance is the daily decision to rise when despair says stay down. It is the continual choice to believe when doubt screams it's over. It is the steady march of faith that refuses to be hurried by fear or slowed by pain. And endurance is the mark of those who will see the fulfillment of God's promises. Oh, how often we underestimate the power of hope. Hope is not a fragile wish. It is a lifeline that ties your heart to the throne of God. Hope is the fire that keeps you alive in the coldest nights. Hope is the voice that whispers, this is not the end. Hope is the seed that grows even in barren soil. And when your hope is in God, it cannot be killed. It cannot be stolen. It cannot be destroyed. For God Himself is the author of hope, and He will never allow His hope to be extinguished in those who cling to Him. Let me remind you, too, that tough times are temporary. The pain you feel today is not eternal. The sorrow you carry is not permanent. The night you walk through is not endless. Storms pass, valleys end, darkness lifts. But the lessons you learn, the strength you gain, the faith you develop, these endure forever. So do not measure your life by the weight of this moment. Lift your eyes higher. Look beyond the temporary struggle to the eternal glory. For the God who writes your story never allows the chapter of suffering to end in despair. It always leads to redemption, always leads to renewal, always leads to victory. And finally, my beloved friends, let us talk about perspective. Tough times will either break you or build you, depending on where you set your gaze. If you focus on the storm, you will sink in despair. But if you focus on God, you will rise in strength. If you dwell on what you have lost, you will be paralyzed by grief. But if you remember what God has promised, you will walk with courage. If you trust in yourself, you will falter. But if you trust in God, you will endure. A shift in perspective changes everything. And when you choose the lens of faith, you know that no storm, no matter how violent, is greater than your God. So rise with confidence, my friends. Do not yield to fear. Do not give in to despair. Do not be crushed beneath the weight of the present battle. Lift your spirit. Lift your gaze. Lift your song. Proclaim God's greatness even when shadows surround you. Hold firmly to hope even in the lowest valley. Step forward with courage even when the storm rages on. And remain steadfast, not because the road is smooth, but because your God cannot be shaken. He is your shelter, your strength, the constant help who never leaves you in trouble. And with Him, you will not only survive, you will prevail. My friend, let me start with a truth that can shake the very ground beneath you. Not every smile you see, not every hand that reaches for yours, not every word that sounds like love is genuine love. There are people who enter your life wearing the mask of care, but behind that mask lies deceit, selfish motives, and destruction. And when you cry out, God, why did they leave? Why did they betray me? Why did the one I trusted vanish like smoke carried by the wind? You need to see that sometimes the very absence you grieve is the proof that God's hand is moving. God clears away false love before He ushers in the real. Because what is fake must be dismantled before what is true can be built. God will not allow His children to remain bound to counterfeit affection forever. Hear me carefully. False love may appear like light, but it carries the weight of darkness. False love may feel like comfort for a moment, but it leaves you shattered and empty. Fake love is the trap of the enemy, designed to waste your time, weaken your spirit, and destroy your confidence. But God in His mercy never allows His chosen ones to remain trapped in what is false. He will pull it away. He will expose the lie. He will remove the one who pretends to care for you but has no intention of honoring you, respecting you, or walking with you in truth. That removal is not rejection. It is protection. That empty space in your life where someone once stood is not a punishment from God. It is preparation for something far greater. For God never subtracts without the intention to multiply. He never closes one door without preparing another. He never removes what is false unless He has something real, lasting, and divine waiting for you. So many of you have cried on your pillow at night wondering why the person who once held your hand suddenly let it go. You asked why the friend you trusted turned into the enemy you never expected. You asked why the love you thought was permanent ended in heartbreak and you thought God had abandoned you. No, He had not abandoned you. He was rescuing you. He was clearing your path. He was cutting away the weeds so that the flowers could bloom. He was removing fake love before sending real love. Because if you remain tied to what is fake, you would never have the room, the strength, or the clarity to receive what is real. Fake love cannot stand in the presence of God's plan. Fake love cannot endure the fire of testing. Fake love cannot hold up when storms come. It collapses under pressure. It disappears when sacrifice is required. It runs when trials appear. And God in His wisdom knows that if you build your future upon that foundation, it will crumble. So He tears it down before you waste years of your life. God will let people reveal themselves. He will let betrayal come forth. He will let dishonesty be uncovered, not to break you, but to free you. Because you cannot be bound to lies and still walk in truth. You cannot be tied to fakes and still receive the genuine. You cannot keep what is counterfeit and still hold what is pure. Let me tell you this. Sometimes God answers your prayers with removal. You prayed for love and someone left. You prayed for companionship and a friendship ended. You prayed for loyalty and betrayal showed up and you asked God why. God said, I am answering you. I am showing you what is not for you so I can bring you what is. Every tear you cried was not wasted. It was washing away the residue of the fate. Every sleepless night you endured was not meaningless. It was purging your heart, preparing it for what is true. Every painful ending was not the end of your story. It was the beginning of God's new chapter. Real love cannot be found while your hands are full of counterfeits. Real love cannot enter until fake love is gone. Real love cannot thrive in a heart poisoned by betrayal. That is why God removes first. That is why He takes away what you thought was love, but was only manipulation. That is why He removes what you thought was devotion, but was only convenience. That is why He strips away what you thought was loyalty, but was only self-interest. Because God's love for you is too great to let you settle for less. His plan for you is too powerful to let you remain tied to what is temporary. His destiny for you is too important to let you waste it on what was never meant for you. And when God sends real love, it does not break you, it builds you. It does not vanish in the night. It endures in the morning. It does not weaken your spirit. It strengthens your soul. Real love comes with peace, not chaos. Real love comes with respect, not manipulation. Real love comes with honor, not humiliation. Real love is patient, steadfast, and unshakable because it is rooted in God's timing and established by His hand. And when God sends it, you will not have to beg for it, chase it, or compromise for it. You will not have to wonder if it is true. You will know because it will carry the signature of God Himself. But first, God will test you with removal. He will test you with loss. He will test you with separation. He will test you by allowing the mask to fall off the one who pretended. He will test you by letting the words of love prove empty. He will test you with silence where once there was noise. Not to destroy you, but to refine you. Not to punish you, but to prepare you. Because God does not want you to simply receive love. He wants you to recognize real love. He does not want you to accept whatever comes your way. He wants you to discern what is true. He does not want you to mistake temporary attention for eternal commitment. He wants you to know the difference. And the only way to know is to see the counterfeit exposed. My friend, there is a reason why God allows the false to fall away before the true appears. God is not cruel when He lets someone walk out of your life. He is merciful. He is not silent when you wonder why things ended. He is speaking through circumstances. He is not punishing you by removing them. He is protecting you by guiding you. And you must see it with the eyes of faith, not the eyes of flesh. Because in the flesh you will cry for what you lost, but in the spirit you will rejoice for what you escaped. What looked like heartbreak was actually a rescue mission by God. What looked like rejection was divine redirection. What looked like the end of your story was the clearing of the stage for the entrance of something greater. Fake love, my friend, is dangerous because it distracts you from God's purpose. It consumes your time, your thoughts, your strength, and it blinds you from recognizing what God truly has for you. That is why God does not tolerate it in the lives of those He has called for higher things. He will break it even if you beg Him not to. He will strip it away even if you cling to it with all your strength. He will let it fall apart even if you built it with your own hands. Because He knows that if you keep it, it will corrupt you. If you hold on to it, it will drain you. If you cling to it, it will steal your destiny. God's love for you is so powerful that He will allow you to experience temporary pain so that you may avoid eternal damage. Do not be deceived by appearances. Fake love looks convincing on the outside. It says the right words. It smiles at the right moments. It pretends to care. But God sees beyond the surface. He searches the heart. He knows the motives hidden behind the smile. He knows the selfishness behind the compliments. He knows the betrayal lurking behind the promises. And when God reveals what you cannot see, when He exposes what was hidden, you may feel broken. But you are being saved because you cannot walk with lies and expect to arrive at truth. You cannot cling to darkness and expect to find light. You cannot accept fake love and still be ready for the real thing God wants to give you. And hear this truth. God does not just want you to experience love. He wants you to experience love that reflects His hand. Real love, the kind that God sends, will not pull you away from Him. It will push you closer to Him. Real love will not make you compromise who you are. It will confirm who God created you to be. Real love will not belittle you, manipulate you, or dishonor you. It will lift you, protect you, and strengthen you. Real love will stand in storms, endure trials, and grow stronger with time, because it was established by God and not by human deception. That is why God removes fake love first, because fake love has no roots in truth. It cannot survive the seasons of testing. It cannot endure the fire of purification. It collapses under the weight of trials. But when God builds something, it lasts. When God plants something, it grows. When God ordains something, it cannot be shaken. Some of you are still holding on to fake love because it felt good for a moment. But temporary pleasure is not worth permanent damage. God does not want you tied to what is temporary. He wants you anchored in what is eternal. That is why the removal hurts so deeply. It is God pulling your heart away from the illusion you thought was real. And the pain you feel is the tearing apart of what was never meant to be joined in the first place. You may call it heartbreak, but in the language of heaven, it is healing. You may call it loss, but in the wisdom of God, it is liberation. You may call it rejection, but in the vision of eternity, it is redirection. Do not despise the season of loneliness after God removes fake love. Loneliness is not emptiness. It is preparation. Loneliness is the place where God refines you, strengthens you, and teaches you how to stand without leaning on the wrong shoulders. Loneliness is where you learn to hear God's voice without the noise of manipulation. Loneliness is where you discover your own worth, independent of false validation. And when you emerge from that place, you are no longer desperate for just any love. You are ready for the right love. You are no longer deceived by appearances. You discern by truth. You are no longer weak and searching. You are strong and waiting. And then in the perfect time, God brings what is real. Not a counterfeit, not an imitation, not a temporary distraction, but the kind of love that carries His mark, His blessing, and His stability. Let me tell you, when God sends real love, you will not need to beg for consistency. You will not need to fight for attention. You will not need to question loyalty. Because real love speaks with actions, not just empty words. Real love does not vanish when tested. It grows stronger. Real love does not drain you. It fills you. Real love does not weaken your faith. It strengthens your walk with God. That is why He cannot allow fake love to stay. If He let it remain, it would block the blessing. It would poison your perception. It would make you unready for the real thing. God removes it because He loves you too much to let you remain bound to a lie. My friend, let me tell you something that the world does not want you to understand. Fake love often looks like a blessing at first. It comes wrapped in sweetness, but inside it carries poison. It arrives in your life like light, but its glow is only a reflection of the fire that will burn you later. Fake love makes promises it never intends to keep. It raises your expectations only to break them. It whispers loyalty while planning betrayal. And if you trust it too long, it will not just waste your time. It will wound your heart, shake your faith, and make you question your worth. But God, in His mercy, will not let His chosen ones stay deceived forever. He will tear away the disguise. He will reveal the heart behind the smile. He will let the lies unravel until you see the truth for yourself. Do you see the hand of God in this? Because it is not your wisdom that uncovers the fake. It is God's light. It is not your strength that breaks the chain. It is God's intervention. You may think you discovered the betrayal, but God orchestrated the moment for your protection. You may believe you uncovered the lie, but God exposed it so you could walk free. That is why you must not mourn when false love is removed. You must thank God that you were not left blinded. God could have let you stay deceived. He could have let you continue down the path of destruction. But His love for you is too great to let you waste your life on what was never meant to remain. And let me remind you, real love will never come until fake love is gone. If your heart is still clinging to the counterfeit, it has no room for what is true. If your eyes are still fixed on what God removed, you will not see what He is sending. If your hands are still holding the fragments of what was broken, you cannot receive the gift of what is whole. This is why God removes first. He tears away the false to prepare you for the genuine. He clears out the imitation to make space for the authentic. He empties your hands so He can fill them with something greater. You may say, but it hurts. Why does it hurt so much if it was never real? The answer is simple. Because you invested your heart, your time, your trust, your energy. Even if it was false, your heart was still involved. But listen, pain is not proof that it was real. Pain is proof that you cared. And God saw your care. God saw your tears. God saw your faithfulness, and He will not let that be wasted. Every tear you cried is counted. Every sleepless night you endured is remembered. Every cry of your heart is heard. And God will restore you not with the same thing you lost, but with something far greater. Fake love often teaches you the value of real love. God allows the counterfeit so you can recognize the genuine. Without betrayal, you would not recognize loyalty. Without dishonor, you would not appreciate respect. Without manipulation, you would not know the power of sincerity. That is why even in the pain there is purpose. Even in the loss, there is gain. Even in the ending, there is a beginning. For God does not remove without reason. He does not cut away without purpose. He does not end without preparing for a new start. And hear me clearly, the love that God sends is never rushed, never forced, never deceptive. It comes in His timing, not yours. It comes in His way, not the world's way. It comes with His peace, not with confusion. It comes with His blessing, not with hidden destruction. And when it comes, you will not have to beg for it, fight for it, or question it. It will stand firm because it was built by God Himself. This is why you must not go back to what God has ended. Do not dig up what He has buried. Do not chase after what He has removed. Do not try to rebuild what He has torn down. Because when God removes fake love, He is saving you from destruction. If you go back, you are running into the very fire He rescued you from. If you chase after it, you are fighting against His protection. If you try to restore it, you are opposing His will. And no blessing can come from disobedience. Trust God enough to let go. Trust Him enough to surrender. Trust Him enough to say, if you removed it, I will release it. If you ended it, I will not try to revive it. If you close the door, I will not force it open. Do you know why some people never find real love? It is not because God has not prepared it for them. It is because they are still chained to the counterfeit. They are still looking backward instead of forward. They are still feeding the past while starving their future. And God in His mercy waits for them to let go before He releases the greater. You cannot carry the weight of both. You cannot embrace the false and the true at the same time. You must choose. And when you choose to trust God, when you release what He has removed, when you surrender to His wisdom, then the path is clear for real love to enter. And understand this, real love is not perfect, but it is purified. It is not without challenges, but it is grounded in God. It is not without storms, but it stands because God holds it together. And when you have it, you will look back and thank God for every removal, every ending, every heartbreak. Because without the fake, you would not have found the real. Without the loss, you would not have received the gain. Without the pain, you would not have discovered the joy. God's plan is always bigger than your pain. His wisdom is always greater than your confusion. His purpose is always stronger than your emotions. Trust Him. My friend, many stumble into despair when God removes counterfeit love because they mistake waiting for rejection. They think, if God allowed this person to leave, maybe I will never be loved. Maybe I will spend my life in loneliness. Maybe what I longed for will never come. But those are lies whispered by fear, not the truth declared by faith. God does not take away to leave you empty. He removes to prepare you. God does not hold back to abandon you. He withholds to shape and refine you. He is never late, never careless, never blind to the ache of your heart. He knows every desire you carry. He hears the prayers you've whispered in the quiet. He understands the deep longing within you. And He will not forget you. He will not pass over you. But He cannot place the genuine in your hands while you're still holding on to the false. Counterfeit love is often the enemy's trap designed to derail you from the greater blessing God has prepared. It ensnares your heart, drains your strength, and keeps you bound to the wrong person at the wrong time. And while you are consumed with the counterfeit, the true blessing cannot arrive. That is why God cuts it off. He knows that if you stayed bound, you would miss what was destined. He knows that if you kept walking with the wrong one, you would never cross paths with the right one. So He tears it away, not to punish you, but to align you. He breaks the tie, not to break your spirit, but to save your future. And you must see it for what it truly is, divine surgery. God is the great healer, and sometimes healing requires cutting. Sometimes restoration requires removal. Sometimes freedom requires separation. You cannot keep the infection and still be healthy. You cannot hold on to poison and still expect to thrive. You cannot cling to what corrupts and still receive what heals. So God cuts away even when you scream, even when you resist, even when you beg Him to let you hold on, because He sees what you cannot see. He knows what you cannot know. He understands what you cannot comprehend. He knows that fake love will not only hurt you now, it will destroy you later. Some of you are in the middle of this removal right now. You feel abandoned, but you are actually being guarded. You feel rejected, but you are actually being redirected. You feel broken, but you are actually being rebuilt. And the very thing you think is ending your story is the hand of God writing a new chapter. He is not closing the book. He is preparing the climax. He is not silencing your song. He is tuning your voice for a greater melody. He is not cutting you off from love. He is clearing the path for real love to arrive. And let me tell you this with all the fire of conviction in my soul. When real love arrives, you will understand why the fake had to go. You will look back and thank God for every tear, every heartbreak, every disappointment, because it all prepared you to recognize the genuine. You will see that if the fake had remained, it would have kept you blind, kept you trapped, kept you from ever seeing the beauty of what God truly had for you. What you thought was loss was protection. What you thought was rejection was mercy. What you thought was punishment was preparation. Fake love often comes first because the enemy tries to plant weeds before the harvest of God can grow. But do not be deceived. A weed cannot become wheat. A counterfeit cannot become authentic. A distraction cannot become destiny. And so God allows the fake to reveal itself. And then He removes it because the field must be clear before the harvest can come. If you cling to the weeds, you will miss the wheat. If you hold on to the false, you will never receive the true. This is why trust in God is the foundation of everything. Without trust, you will keep chasing what He has removed. Without trust, you will keep clinging to what He has ended. Without trust, you will keep crying over what He has delivered you from. But when you trust God, you stop fighting against His hand. You stop questioning His timing. You stop doubting His plan. You say, God, I may not understand, but I will trust. I may not see the full picture, but I believe you are painting it. I may not feel the blessing yet, but I know you are preparing it. That trust is the soil in which real love grows. And let us not forget, real love does not come from the world. It comes from God. The world offers you imitations, distractions, and illusions. The world tells you that love is just feeling, appearance, or convenience. But God's definition of love is deeper. It is rooted in faithfulness, sacrifice, patience, respect, and truth. Real love does not vanish when times are hard. It holds tighter. Real love does not wound you with lies. It shields you with honesty. Real love does not compete with God. It aligns with His will. Real love is not just about being loved. It is about being guided closer to the purpose God has for you. My friend, never forget that God's wisdom is far beyond your understanding. When He removes fake love from your life, it may feel like devastation, but in reality, it is divine construction. You see only the demolition of what you once cherished, but God sees the foundation being cleared for what will endure. You see only the ashes of what has burned away, but God sees the soil being prepared for seeds that will produce a harvest of joy, stability, and peace. God is not careless with your heart. God does not play games with your destiny. If He allowed something to end, it is because He has already prepared something greater. And what He has prepared will not slip through your hands like sand. For what God builds, no one can destroy. And what God blesses, no one can curse. Fake love often comes with noise, drama, and confusion. It keeps you up at night questioning, doubting, wondering if you're enough, wondering if they are true. That is not love. That is bondage. Real love, the kind that God sends, comes with clarity, not chaos. It comes with peace, not torment. It comes with security, not fear. And that is why God, in His infinite mercy, does not allow you to remain in what confuses your soul. He pulls you out even if you resist, because He knows that confusion is not from Him. God is not the author of disorder. He is the author of peace. There are some of you listening to these words right now who are still mourning the one God removed. You think you lost your future when they left. You think your worth diminished when they betrayed you. You think your life is empty because they are no longer in it. But let me tell you the truth. Your worth does not decrease because someone failed to see it. Your destiny does not vanish because someone walked away from it. Your value is not defined by the love that left. It is defined by the love of God that remains. And as long as God is with you, you are never empty. As long as God is guiding you, your story is never over. As long as God is working, your future is still alive. Stop mourning what God has already delivered you from. Stop chasing what God has already removed. Stop watering what God has already uprooted. For if you try to hold on to what He ended, you will block what He is sending. If you keep running back to the counterfeit, you will miss the arrival of the authentic. If you keep tying yourself to the fake, you will never embrace the real. Release it. Trust God. Let Him have His way. For when you finally surrender, when you finally let go, when you finally open your hands, that is when God can place the real blessing into your life. And hear this, God's timing is perfect. Real love cannot come too early or you will not be ready. It cannot come too late or you will despair. It comes exactly when God has prepared you and aligned your path. Do not rush Him. Do not demand what you are not ready to carry. Do not cry for a blessing while still clinging to the burden of the past. Trust that God knows when your heart is healed enough to receive, when your spirit is strong enough to embrace, when your path is clear enough to welcome. His timing is not designed to frustrate you. It is designed to protect you. Sometimes the delay is not because God has not prepared the blessing, but because He is still preparing you. He is building your patience. He is strengthening your faith. He is teaching you discernment so that when the real arrives, you will not confuse it with the counterfeit. He is refining your heart so that you will not sabotage what He gives you with the wounds of yesterday. He is healing you so that you will not bleed on the one He sends to love you. You may not see the process, but God is working in silence. While you are waiting, He is aligning. While you are praying, He is arranging. While you are crying, He is writing your testimony. Fake love often teaches us what not to accept. God allows it so you will never again fall for empty promises. So you will never again mistake flattery for sincerity. So you will never again settle for less than what He has ordained. When you finally meet what is real, you will recognize it because you will have tasted the bitterness of the fake, and you will cherish it, not take it for granted. That is why the pain had to come first. That is why the loss had to happen. That is why the separation had to take place, because without it, you would not be able to see the beauty of what is real. And let me tell you, when God finally sends what is real, you will not have to chase it. You will not have to beg for it. You will not have to question it day and night. It will be steady. It will be sure. It will be firm. Because God Himself will be the foundation. It will carry His peace. It will shine with His light. It will endure with His strength. And when storms come, it will not collapse because what God builds cannot be shaken. My beloved, when the weight of life presses down on your chest, and when your mind is clouded by the whispers of doubt, remember this eternal truth. God is closer to you than your very breath. He has never abandoned you. He has never turned His face away from you. You may feel the sting of betrayal, the loneliness of being misunderstood, or the crushing pressure of burdens you cannot explain. But in that very moment, God is watching. God is listening. And God is preparing to lift you higher than you have ever been before. Do not think for a moment that the trials you face are meaningless. No, they are divinely measured, carefully allowed, and purposefully designed to sharpen your faith, to strengthen your endurance, and to cleanse your heart of reliance on anything other than God. What seems like a storm meant to destroy you is actually the wind that will carry you to new horizons. When people turn their backs, when friends vanish, when support collapses, it is God teaching you that He alone is your rock. He alone is your refuge, and He alone is your deliverer. Beloved, you must learn this sacred discipline to keep your eyes fixed on God when the world is trying to distract you. The whispers of gossip, the sting of insults, the cruelty of jealous hearts, these are but tests. Do not allow them to enter your soul. Rise above them, for when you remain silent before ignorance and keep your heart connected to God, you are not weak. You are powerful. You are showing the world that your trust is not in human opinion, but in the divine judgment of God, who sees what no one else sees and knows what no one else knows. And hear this truth with every beat of your heart. God's timing is never late. You may be wondering why you have waited so long for justice, why doors remain closed, why answers seem delayed. But God's delay is not denial. It is preparation. It is protection. It is the unseen hand of mercy, ensuring that when the door finally opens, no man will be able to shut it. When the blessing descends, no enemy will be able to block it. When the truth shines, every lie spoken against you will crumble into dust. My beloved, hear this truth. The presence of God in your life will always expose the schemes of the wicked. When evil people surround you, it is not a sign of your weakness. It is a sign of your strength. For the devil never wastes his weapons on empty vessels. He only attacks those carrying treasure within. The very pressure you feel from those who envy, slander, and betray you is evidence that God has placed something precious inside you. The attacks are proof that you are chosen, that your destiny carries weight, that your light is too bright for the darkness to ignore. But do not let the noise of the wicked trouble your heart. God does not need the approval of men to elevate you. He does not require their permission to bless you. Even if the whole world turns against you, the decree of God will still stand. Remember, when God commands a blessing upon your life, no enemy can cancel it, no whisper can erase it, no lie can undo it. Their words are like smoke in the wind, loud for a moment, but gone without a trace. Yet the word of God is eternal, firm, and unshakable. When you are surrounded by evil, learn to be still and let God fight for you. Do not waste your energy trying to prove yourself to those who have already made up their minds against you. Do not lower yourself to wrestle in the mud with those who are determined to misunderstand you. Instead, lift your head high, anchor your heart in God, and walk in dignity. For silence before the wicked is louder than 1,000 arguments. The calmness of your spirit under attack is itself a weapon forged by God. Do not be deceived into thinking that evil people have the upper hand. Their plots may be clever, but they are not greater than the wisdom of God. Their numbers may be many, but they cannot outnumber the armies of heaven. Their voices may be loud, but they cannot silence the command of the Almighty. Even in the dens of lions, God will shut the mouths of those who rise against His servant. Even in the furnace of fire, God will preserve those who trust in Him. And even in the valley of the shadow of death, His light will guide and protect His chosen ones. Therefore, when evil surrounds you, remember this: God surrounds you more. The enemies may circle you, but God encircles them. They may plan in secret, but God sees in secret and exposes every hidden snare. They may rise in hatred, but God rises in justice. And when God arises, who can stand against Him? The world itself trembles, mountains melt, and nations bow when He stretches forth His hand. So take courage, walk boldly, live unshaken. Let them talk, let them conspire, let them gather. None of it can undo what God has written for you. When you remain steadfast, when you refuse to bend under their pressure, you are testifying to the greatness of God within you. and in due time he will lift you higher than the very people who sought your downfall. Their jealousy will turn to shame, their laughter to silence, their hatred to defeat. For no weapon formed against you shall prosper when God is your defender. My beloved, when you feel pressed on every side by the schemes of those who plot against you, do not despair. For God has already written the end of your story before your enemies ever began their plans. What they think is a trap will become the very platform upon which God lifts you higher. Every insult, every betrayal, every whisper spoken in the shadows will be turned into a testimony of God's unfailing protection over your life. The words of men are temporary, but the decree of God is eternal. Do not waste your strength fighting with those who cannot see the light in you, for their blindness is not your burden. Instead, anchor yourself in God's wisdom. When they mock you, be silent. When they provoke you, remain calm. When they attempt to pull you down, rise above by keeping your trust firm in God. For silence in the face of evil is not weakness, it is strength. It is the quiet roar of a soul that knows the Almighty is fighting unseen battles on its behalf. Remember, God has promised that no weapon formed against you shall prosper. This means weapons will be formed, arrows will be released, storms will come, but none will prevail when God is your shield. Your enemies may gather together, but if God does not permit, not a single plan of theirs can take root. Their tongues will tire, their efforts will crumble, and their schemes will collapse under the weight of God's justice. So walk boldly, walk fearlessly, and walk with dignity, for you are not alone. The presence of God surrounds you like a fortress. He has placed His hand over you, and no force in the heavens or the earth can overturn what God has decreed for you. Those who rise against you will stumble. Those who curse you will find their curses returned upon themselves. And those who dig a pit for you will fall into it by their own doing. Lift your head high, for your life is not in the hands of men, it is in the hands of God. He knows every tear you have shed, every pain you have endured, and every injustice you have faced. And in His perfect timing, He will vindicate you. When God raises you, no one can bring you down. When God favors you, no one can deny you. When God protects you, no one can harm you. My friend, hold this truth deep within your heart. Your defense does not come from your words, your strength, or your plan. It comes from God alone. And when God defends you, the entire universe will bear witness that His power is unmatched and His will cannot be overturned. My beloved, there is a sacred strength that rises within the soul when it learns to rest fully in God's control. The storms may rage. The whispers of enemies may echo around you. The world may try to weigh you down with burdens. But when your heart is anchored in God, nothing can uproot you. Do you not see? Every hardship is but a test, every obstacle a divine lesson, every delay a preparation. God does not abandon those who put their trust in Him. He lifts them higher, refines them deeper, and strengthens them for battles they did not even know were ahead. When evil surrounds you, it is not the sign of your weakness. It is the evidence of your strength. For why would the enemy gather against someone who is powerless? They gather because they see God's hand upon your life, and they tremble at what you are becoming. So stand firm. Do not let fear seize your heart, for fear is a thief of faith. God has not written your destiny for defeat. He has written it for triumph, for honor, for glory that comes only from Him. The night may seem long, but the dawn of God's deliverance is always closer than you think. Lift your eyes from what men plot in secret and fix your gaze on what God declares in the open. People may slander your name, but God will honor your character. They may block your path, but God will part the sea before you. They may rejoice at your pain, but God will turn that very pain into the foundation of your greatness. Every tear you shed before Him is seen. Every prayer you whisper is heard. And every struggle you endure is shaping you into someone far stronger than you were yesterday. So walk boldly. Speak truth with conviction. Live with the unshakable assurance that the one who formed the heavens and the earth is guiding your steps. Let them watch. Let them whisper. Let them conspire. It does not matter. For when God is with you, no hand raised against you will prosper. The voices of falsehood will fade. The schemes of the wicked will crumble. But the power of God will stand forever. Hold on to Him, for He alone is your refuge, your shield, and your unbreakable fortress. Beloved, as we bring this message to a close, I want you to remember this one truth. No matter who rises against you, no matter how many voices whisper lies behind your back, no matter how dark the schemes of evil become, God remains your shield, your defender, and your refuge. You are not abandoned. You are not forgotten. And you are not weak. You are upheld by the hand of the Almighty, and no weapon formed against you shall prosper. When gossip spreads, let your silence speak of your trust in God. When envy surrounds you, let your peace reveal your confidence in His plan. When lies are thrown like arrows, let your faith be the shield that blocks them. The tongues of men cannot cancel the destiny God has written for you. Their voices may roar like crashing seas, yet at the word of the Lord every wave is hushed. Their schemes may reach the depths, but the wisdom of God reaches further still. So step forward with boldness. Do not exhaust yourself replying to every false word, for it is God who defends His own. Do not let the clamor of people drown out the voice of the one who has chosen you. Lift your eyes with confidence, for the King of all creation surrounds you. Let this truth anchor your heart. I will not surrender to fear. I will not be moved by whispers. I will not falter in the midst of jealousy. I will remain steadfast in the promise that God is my shield, my defender, and my eternal guide. Step forward. With unwavering faith, live as one who knows the eyes of God watch over you, the hands of God strengthen you, and the favor of God will never leave you. For in Him and through Him alone, you are unshakable. My dear friend, listen closely today. The very thing you have been praying over, the very one your heart has been yearning for, the very person shaped by God's own hand to walk beside you in this life, is about to move with urgency. Yes, your soulmate is on the verge of taking bold, decisive steps to be with you. When God decrees something, nothing on earth or in heaven can stop it from coming to pass. There is a stirring in the unseen, a movement orchestrated by God Himself. It is aligning hearts, shifting circumstances, and preparing the path for a divine union. Many of you hearing this right now have wept in secret. You have asked God, why must I wait so long? Why does my heart ache with emptiness? Why has loneliness been my portion when I have tried to walk faithfully before you? Yet deep inside your spirit there is a whisper, a stirring, an unshakable knowing that you were not created to journey through life alone. God Himself placed in your heart the longing for companionship, for covenant, for that one person formed before time began to mirror your soul. Do not think for a moment that God has forgotten you. Do not think for a moment that your prayers have been ignored. God is never late, and He is never careless. His timing is not like our timing. His ways are not like our ways. While you have been waiting, God has been preparing. While you have been praying, God has been shaping. While you have been weeping, God has been writing a story so beautiful, so unexpected, so beyond anything you could have imagined, that when it unfolds, you will fall to your knees in awe of His faithfulness. The person whom God has chosen for you is not just anyone. They are not a counterfeit. They are not a distraction. They are not a fleeting desire. They are your God-ordained soulmate. And when God stirs a soulmate to move, He does not stir them with timidity. He does not stir them with hesitation. He stirs them with urgency. He places in their heart a fire that cannot be quenched, a restlessness that will not let them go until they take the drastic step of coming into alignment with His will for their life and for yours. Oh, my dear friend, do you know what that means? It means you do not need to chase. You do not need to beg. You do not need to scheme. You do not need to manipulate. God Himself is the author of this connection, and He is the one who will cause the hearts to align. Your soulmate is not going to remain silent forever. They are not going to stay complacent. They are not going to ignore the tugging of God's Spirit. They will move. And when they will move with boldness, with certainty, with conviction, and with determination to be with you. And perhaps you are wondering, but why now? Why after so long? Because God is a God of appointed times. He is a God of seasons. And just as the farmer waits for the rain, just as the seed waits for its time to break through the soil, just as the sun rises at the appointed hour, so to your union has an appointed moment. That moment is drawing near. You can feel it in the atmosphere. You can sense it in your spirit. You can perceive the shift, even if you cannot yet see it with your eyes. Do not mistake delays for denial. Do not mistake silence for absence. God has been working in the hidden places. Your soulmate has been tested. They have walked through valleys. They have faced battles. They have been refined in the fire. They have been shaped in the wilderness. And now God is placing a holy urgency upon them. They are realizing that life without you is incomplete, that their destiny is tied to yours, that their future cannot unfold fully without aligning with you. This urgency is not born of human desire alone. It is born of divine orchestration. It is the hand of God pressing upon their heart, reminding them, convicting them, urging them that the time has come. They will not sleep peacefully until they take action. They will not rest contentedly until they pursue what God has ordained. They will move mountains. They will break barriers. They will cross distances. They will defy opinions. They will risk everything to stand by your side. Because when God decrees a union, no force of darkness, no voice of doubt, no chain of circumstance can hold it back. Hear me carefully. This is not about a fairy tale. This is not about human fantasy. This is about divine purpose. When your soulmate comes, they are not coming to simply hold your hand. They are coming to walk with you in God's calling. They are coming to stand beside you in your assignment. They are coming to pray with you, to build with you, to dream with you, to labor with you, to worship with you. They are coming because your souls are intertwined in destiny, and together you will fulfill what alone you could not. You must prepare your heart. You must be ready for the drastic action that is coming, because when they come, it may shake your world. It may require you to leave behind old doubts, old wounds, old fears. It may require you to step into courage, to embrace vulnerability, to accept the blessing God is placing before you. Do not sabotage what God is sending with suspicion or hesitation. When the door opens, walk through it with faith. When the opportunity arises, seize it with boldness. When the person stands before you, recognize them for who they are. Not just a companion, but the answer to your prayer, the fulfillment of God's promise, the embodiment of His faithfulness. I want you to understand something profound. Your soulmate is not simply choosing you. God has already chosen them for you. The drastic action they are about to take is not just their own decision. It is obedience to God's prompting. And when someone obeys God, blessings follow, protection follows, favor follows. A divine covering surrounds that union. And what God blesses, no man can curse. Perhaps you feel unworthy. Perhaps you think, why would anyone take drastic action for me? I am flawed, I am broken, I am scarred. But let me remind you, God does not see you as the world sees you. He sees you as His beloved. He sees you as valuable. He sees you as chosen. And the one He has prepared for you will see you through the same lens. They will not see you as a burden. They will see you as a blessing. They will not see your scars as disqualifications. They will see them as testimonies. They will not see your brokenness as a reason to walk away. They will see it as proof of God's sustaining power in your life. The drastic action your soulmate is about to take will astonish you. It will not be half-hearted. It will not be casual. It will be bold. It will be undeniable. It will carry the weight of conviction and the seal of God's authority. You will know, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is not by chance. This is God's hand. This is God's timing. This is God's will. And so I tell you today, be expectant. Live in anticipation. Carry yourself with dignity. Keep your faith strong. Do not let discouragement poison your hope. Do not let past betrayals blind you to present blessings. Do not let fear hold you back from receiving love. What is coming is bigger than your fears, stronger than your doubts, greater than your imagination. My friend, your soulmate is about to move. They are about to step out of hesitation and into destiny. They are about to silence the voices of doubt and follow the whisper of God. They are about to rearrange their life, their priorities, their path to align with the will of God for both of you. And when they do, you will witness firsthand the power of God to orchestrate lives, to align hearts, to weave destinies, and to fulfill promises. This is your appointed time. This is your answered prayer. This is your testimony in the making. God is faithful, and He is about to prove it in the most breathtaking way. My friend, when God sets something in motion, no power on earth can stop it. The wind may blow against it. The enemy may try to resist it. Voices may rise to oppose it. But what God has decreed will stand firm. The soul that belongs with you is not wandering aimlessly. They are being guided step by step by the invisible hand of God. And in this very season, that guiding hand is pressing upon them with force, stirring their heart with urgency, and leading them to take bold steps toward you. There is a holy restlessness that God places upon a person when the appointed time comes. They will not be able to find peace in the things that once distracted them. They will not be able to settle for shallow connections or temporary comforts. God will strip away the illusions. He will remove the counterfeits. He will dry up every well that is not meant for them until they are thirsty enough to seek the living stream that flows only in the direction of His divine will. That stream is leading them to you. Do you not see how God works? He closes one door, so you will not be trapped in the wrong place. He allows disappointment so you will not waste your years in counterfeit promises. He permits heartbreak so that your heart can be purified and prepared for the one who will cherish it with reverence. God is not punishing you in the waiting. He is preserving you. He is guarding your soul until the one He has chosen is ready to step forward. And hear me well, drastic action is never comfortable. It is not safe. It is not predictable. It is a leap into the unknown. But when God compels a soul, they cannot resist. Your soulmate is about to reach a point where hesitation is no longer an option. They will break patterns that held them captive. They will silence the fears that once controlled them. They will rise with courage that only God could place in their spirit. They will look at the obstacles before them and say, no matter what stands in my way, I must move and I must act. I must go where God is leading me. That action will surprise even them. For years, perhaps, they thought they could manage without you. They believed they could ignore the pull, suppress the desire, bury the conviction. But God has a way of bringing things to the surface. He has a way of igniting fires that cannot be quenched. He has a way of pressing upon the human spirit until obedience becomes the only option. That is what is happening now. The one He has chosen for you is on the brink of surrender to that holy prompting. And once they do, you will see them step forward with a determination that nothing can shake. Some of you are wondering if this is too good to be true. You have been deceived before. You have been disappointed before. You have opened your heart only to see it crushed under the weight of broken promises. But God does not repeat the wounds of the past when He brings forth His true gift. The past was preparation. The pain was training. The tears watered the soil of your spirit. So that now, when the right one arrives, you will recognize them not by charm, not by words, not by fleeting emotions, but by the undeniable witness of God's presence surrounding the union. Let me tell you something important. When this drastic action comes, it will not be hidden in shadows. It will not be whispered in secrecy. It will not be half-hearted. It will be clear. It will be decisive. It will be bold. You will not have to chase it, question it, or force it. It will come to you with the unmistakable mark of God's hand. That is how you will know it is real. Do not be surprised if this action defies logic. Do not be surprised if it goes against human reasoning. God does not always work according to human logic. He does not bow to the opinions of others. When He commands a heart to move, that heart will obey regardless of cost. Your soulmate may leave behind comfort zones. They may walk away from familiar places. They may abandon old plans, but they will do it gladly because the conviction of God's will is stronger than the pull of worldly security. And I say to you, prepare yourself. Prepare your heart to receive. Prepare your spirit to embrace. Prepare your mind to adjust. Because what God is bringing will not fit into the small box of your expectations. It will stretch you. It will call you higher. It will demand that you grow, that you heal, that you step into greater faith. God does not bring ordinary unions to His chosen ones. He brings unions that carry weight, purpose, and destiny. And when such a union arrives, it will elevate both souls into realms of blessing they could never reach alone. There will be voices that question. There will be people who doubt. There will be whispers that say, "This cannot be from God," but ignore them. They do not know what God has spoken in the quiet chambers of your spirit. They have not heard the whispers in the night when you poured out your heart to Him. They have not seen the visions that stirred in your dreams. They have not felt the confirmation that floods your soul when you pray. They cannot see what God has destined, for His ways are hidden from the proud, but revealed to the faithful. Your soulmate is about to do what others thought they never would. They are about to take risks others will not understand. They are about to walk paths others would fear. But they will do it because God has written your name upon their heart. No one else will satisfy. No one else will complete. No one else will bring that deep God-given peace. And until they move toward you, they will not find rest. I must remind you, do not mistake their drastic action as their strength alone. It is not by human will that this will happen, and it is by God's power. If God had not stirred them, they would remain in place. If God had not placed fire in their soul, they would remain passive. But because God has marked this time, because He has declared this season, they cannot stay where they are. They must come. They must act. They must align with destiny. There is a truth you must hold tightly to in this moment. When God chooses to align two souls, He does it with precision, with purpose, and with power. This is not a random collision. It is not mere chance. It is the unfolding of a divine script written before you even understood the longing of your heart. And in this season, that script is coming alive. The one who belongs beside you is awakening to the call of God, and the urgency within them is no longer something they can ignore. Understand this. Drastic action is the language of divine urgency. When God presses upon a heart, He does not nudge it timidly. He ignites it with fire. That fire burns away excuses. It consumes fear. It overcomes hesitation. Your soulmate is about to step into that fire-driven obedience. They are about to make a move that will change both of your lives forever. But why drastic? Why so bold, so unshakable, so undeniable? Because anything less would not break through the barriers that have stood in the way. Anything less would not silence the voices of doubt, the weight of fear, the resistance of circumstance. Only drastic action can override the obstacles. And when God commands such action, it carries unstoppable force. Think of it this way. When the river is dammed up, it takes a mighty breaking for the waters to flow again. When the night is at its darkest, it takes the explosion of dawn to shatter the shadows. When chains have bound for too long, it takes the violent breaking of metal for freedom to come. Your soulmate's drastic action will be like that. It will break barriers, shatter delays, silence doubts, and release a flood of God's blessing. And you, child of God, must not only expect it, but prepare for it. You cannot meet this divine moment with fear. You cannot meet it with suspicion. You cannot let the wounds of yesterday blind you to the miracle of today. The drastic action that is coming is not like what you have known before. This is not manipulation, not counterfeit affection, not empty promises. This is God's hand moving upon the heart of another to fulfill His promise to you. God has a way of stirring the unseen. He works in the silence. He moves in the shadows. He orchestrates in the background what you cannot yet see in the foreground. While you were weeping, He was aligning. While you were waiting, He was preparing. While you were praying, He was shaping. And now, the fruit of that hidden work is about to emerge. Do not underestimate the power of divine timing. If this had come earlier, you might not have been ready. If it had come before, your soulmate may not have been prepared. But now, after the shaping, after the testing, after the refining fire, the time has come. And when God says the time has come, no delay can remain. No obstacle can stand. No enemy can hinder. Let me speak to the waiting heart right now. You have been faithful in the season of loneliness. You have walked through the valley of silence. You have endured the whispers of doubt. You have carried the weight of questions that seemed unanswered. But know this, every tear watered the soil. Every prayer built the foundation. Every lonely night carved the capacity within you to receive the blessing that is now at your door. Your soulmate is about to awaken to this same realization. They too have carried burdens. They too have wrestled with doubts. They too have wandered in deserts that left them thirsty for something real, something eternal, something ordained by God. And now God is pressing upon them with a holy urgency, saying, move, act, do not delay, step into destiny. You see, my friend, when God ordains a connection, He does not only prepare one heart, He prepares both. He works on both ends. He shapes you and He shapes them. He purifies you and He purifies them. He removes your distractions and He removes theirs. And when the time is ripe, He brings the two together with a force that no human reasoning can explain. That force is about to move in your life. But here is the key. You must walk in faith, not fear. You must open your spirit, not close it. You must trust God's hand, not lean on your own understanding. Because when this drastic action comes, it may look unfamiliar. It may feel overwhelming. It may seem sudden. But sudden to you is not sudden to God. It is the culmination of years of preparation, the unfolding of a plan written long before you could see it. Consider how God works. He took Joseph from prison to palace in a single day. He split the sea for a nation in a single night. He brought rain to parched land in a single moment. God works suddenly, drastically, and powerfully when the appointed time comes. So too, your soulmate's action will come suddenly, drastically, and powerfully. And you will know it is God because it will not come wrapped in confusion, but in clarity. It will not come with hesitation, but with conviction. It will not come with chaos, but with peace. The peace of God will surround it, confirming in your spirit that this is His doing and not man's. I must speak this truth boldly. Some of you have been tempted to settle. The waiting has made you wary. The silence has made you restless. You have thought to yourself, maybe I should just accept whoever comes. Maybe I should just force something to work. But hear me, do not settle. Do not compromise. Do not accept what is less than what God has promised. Because if you settle for less, you will miss the drastic, destiny-filled action of the one God has ordained. Your soulmate is not ordinary, and neither is the union God has prepared. This union carries weight. It carries purpose. It carries destiny. It is not just about companionship. It is about assignment. It is not just about affection. It is about alignment. It is not just about love. It is about legacy. Together you will build, you will rise, you will conquer. You will glorify God in ways that neither of you could have done alone. My beloved friend, let me remind you of this unshakable truth. God is not a God of confusion. He is a God of clarity, of order, of divine alignment. When He sets two souls on a collision course toward destiny, He does not allow the connection to remain hidden forever. There comes a time when the veil is lifted, when the silence breaks, when the appointed season dawns, and the one whom God has chosen for you can no longer remain still. That time is now. That season is here. The one designed for you is awakening, and within them burns a fire that cannot be quenched. That fire will move them to take decisive action, not out of recklessness, but out of obedience to the voice of God. Consider how God has moved throughout history. When he parts the sea, it is never a mere stream. It is a towering wall of water breaking open to uncover dry land. When he sends rain upon a thirsty earth, it is not a light sprinkle. It is a downpour that soaks the fields in abundance. When he rescues his people, it is never small or hidden. It is powerful, unmistakable, undeniable. In the same way, the actions of your soulmate will unfold. They will not be concealed. They will not be hesitant. They will be courageous. They will bear the imprint of God's authority. Some of you have been asking, how will I know it is truly from God? How will I know this drastic action is the answer to my prayer and not just another disappointment? You will know because it will bear the fruit of God's Spirit. It will not come clothed in confusion. It will not be birthed out of desperation. It will not lead you into chaos. It will come with peace, with clarity, with strength. It will align with the prayers you have whispered in the night, the visions you have carried in your heart, and the longings you could never quite explain to others. Your soulmate's drastic action will also demand courage from you. For when they arrive, they will challenge the walls you have built around your heart. They will ask you to trust again, to love again, to believe again. And that, my dear friend, is why God has allowed the long season of preparation. Every tear, every heartbreak, every season of solitude was not wasted. It was God strengthening you, stretching you, enlarging your capacity to receive a love that is pure, that is purposeful, that is divine. Without the refining, you might have rejected what is coming. But now, after all you have endured, you will recognize it for what it truly is, a gift from God. Do not underestimate how drastic this action may look to others. People may question it. They may shake their heads. They may say it is too sudden, too bold, too risky. But understand this, when God speaks to a heart, He speaks louder than the opinions of man. Your soulmate will no longer be controlled by what others think. They will not be hindered by the fear of judgment. They will not be held back by the chains of comfort. They will rise up, propelled by the voice of God, and they will move towards you with a conviction that silences every critic. God often works in ways that shock human reasoning. He does not follow the patterns of the world. He does not wait for human approval. He does not bend to cultural expectations. When He decides to join two lives together, He will move mountains, reroute rivers, and bend time itself to make it happen. That is why you must keep your faith anchored in Him and not in what you see around you. What looks impossible to man is possible with God. What looks far away in the natural is close in the spiritual. What looks delayed in the eyes of people is right on time in the calendar of heaven. I want you to see this with your spirit's eye. Somewhere right now your soulmate is restless. They cannot explain it fully. They cannot shake it off. They cannot silence the voice in their heart. God is stirring them. He is reminding them of the emptiness they feel when they are apart from you. He is impressing upon them that their destiny is tied to yours, that their peace is linked to obedience, that their future is incomplete without the step they are about to take. And so they are preparing to move fast, boldly, drastically, because they know deep within that to delay is to disobey God Himself. And you, my friend, must be ready to recognize the hand of God when it manifests. This is not a season to live distracted. This is not a time to dwell on what was lost. This is not a moment to bury yourself in fear. This is the time to lift your eyes, to raise your faith, to stand with expectation. When God moves, He looks for those who are awake, alert, and prepared. Be one of them. Do not sleep spiritually while your answer is knocking at the door. Think of the farmer who plants in faith, He does not see the harvest immediately. He waits through long nights, through seasons of rain, through moments of doubt. Yet at the appointed time, the field bursts forth with life, and all the waiting is redeemed in one powerful moment of reaping. That is how this drastic action will feel. It will redeem the waiting. It will make sense of the pain. It will turn your mourning into joy, your loneliness into companionship, your prayers into testimony. Your soulmate is not coming to you half-hearted. They are not approaching you casually. They are not playing with destiny. They are coming with full surrender to the will of God. That is why their action will seem drastic, because it will cost them something. It may cost them comfort. It may cost them the approval of others. It may cost them their old plans, but they will gladly pay the price because they know that obedience to God is more valuable than the applause of man. And you must also be willing to pay a price. You may have to let go of fear. You may have to release old disappointments. You may have to forgive those who hurt you so that your heart is free to embrace what is new. You may have to step into an unknown that feels terrifying at first. But know this, when God leads you, He does not lead you into destruction. He leads you into blessing. When He joins you to your soulmate, He does not do it to harm you. He does it to fulfill you. My beloved, hear me with the ears of your heart. When gossip arises against you, it is not always an attack on your weakness, but often a testimony of your strength in God. Those who whisper behind your back cannot reach the heights where God is taking you. Their voices are bound to the dust, but your destiny is bound to the heavens. Do not allow their small talk to derail your great purpose. For the one who holds your breath, who measures the seas in his hand, and who commands the sun to rise, is the same one who will silence the noise of false tongues. Understand this truth. People gossip because they cannot comprehend the favor of God resting upon you. They speak what their hearts cannot carry because God has placed upon you a light too heavy for their eyes. The whispers in dark corners are nothing compared to the proclamation of God's will over your life. If the Almighty says you are chosen, who can unchoose you? If He says you are lifted, who can drag you down? Their words are like smoke, visible for a moment, then gone. But the Word of God over your life is like a mountain, unshackable, immovable, eternal. When gossip surrounds you, remember, God is the revealer of truth. He brings to light what is hidden in shadows. He exposes hearts and intentions that pretend to be pure, but are poisoned with envy. Sometimes God allows the gossip to spread so that you may see who is for you and who is against you. Do not be distressed. This is divine separation. This is purification of your circle. For God does not want rotten fruit to contaminate your harvest. He removes what is false so that what is true may remain. Lift your head high when they speak falsely of you. You do not need to defend yourself, for your defender is God. Let Him fight your battles. Let Him answer your critics. Let Him scatter those who rise against you. The same God who divided the seas can divide you from the reach of your enemies. The same God who brought down the arrogant Pharaoh can humble the proud hearts that slander your name. And the same God who lifts the oppressed can lift you above the noise of every lie. So I say to you, walk boldly, walk faithfully, and walk silently when needed. Do not waste your strength wrestling with gossipers, for their words are weightless. Instead, anchor your soul in God, the source of all strength. Let your heart rest in His promise, and let your spirit rise on the wings of His protection. Gossip may follow you, but God goes before you. Gossip may try to stain your name, but God has already written it in His book of remembrance. And what God remembers, no tongue can erase. Let me tell you this with all the fire of truth burning in my spirit. When you anchor your life in God, when you refuse to bend to the winds of gossip, slander, or deceit, you rise to a level where no voice of man can touch you. People may conspire, they may whisper, they may spread lies in hidden corners, but the moment God decides to lift you, no force on earth and no scheme of darkness can pull you down. The blessing of God is not dependent on human approval, and the honor that God places upon you cannot be canceled by the tongues of those who envy you. Every trial you face, every wound inflicted by the betrayal of others is shaping you into someone unshakable, someone refined in the furnace of God's wisdom. Stop worrying about who dislikes you. Stop wasting your nights thinking about those who plot against you. Instead, ask yourself this: what is God teaching me in this season? Because often God allows you to see the darkness in others, not to make you bitter, but to make you wiser, stronger, and more discerning. Remember this: when people try to bury your name, God plants it deeper into the soil so it can grow into a tree that bears fruit. When they try to isolate you, God is creating space for your elevation. When they try to shame you, God covers you with dignity and honor that no man can strip away. Do not let their gossip stain your heart. Do not let their rejection poison your soul. Rise above, because you were never meant to be held down by human opinion. You were created to walk in the freedom of God's purpose. And let me declare this truth into your spirit: those who speak against you are not greater than the one who defends you. God hears every insult, every false word, every hidden scheme, and God is not silent. At the appointed time, the very tongues that spoke against you will be silenced. And the same people who tried to dim your light will have no choice but to witness it shine brighter than ever. That is the justice of God. That is the protection of God. That is the victory that comes from placing your trust fully in Him. So do not let gossip break you. Let it remind you that you are chosen. Do not let slander shake you. Let it remind you that God's plan for you is bigger than their opinion. Do not let betrayal destroy you. Let it remind you that your trust was never meant to rest in people, but in God alone. For if God is for you, no one, absolutely no one, can stand against you. My beloved, when people rise against you with gossip, with falsehoods, with whispered words meant to break your spirit, remember this truth: their words cannot define you, because God has already written your worth in the eternal scroll of His decree. The slander of people fades like smoke in the wind, but the word of God stands forever. Do not waste your tears on those who speak behind your back, for if their courage was strong enough, they would stand before you. Instead, their whispers reveal the weakness of their hearts and the strength of your calling. When you hear that others conspire in secret, let your heart not be troubled. It is not you they resist. It is the hand of God upon you that unsettles them. Their gossip is nothing but proof that you are walking a path that threatens their comfort and exposes their hidden darkness. Many times the opposition you face is not about your faults, but about the light of God within you that blinds those who refuse to see truth. God Himself says that He defends the believer, that He is the guardian of the righteous. So why should you fear the noise of people when the voice of God is on your side? Instead of responding to their words with anger, rise above with silence rooted in faith. Silence is not weakness when it is for God. It is strength wrapped in dignity. Your silence will echo louder than their gossip, because God will be your defender. Every word they speak against you unjustly is recorded, and every tear you shed is seen. Do not think that God is unaware. He is the all-knowing, the all-seeing, and He will repay every injustice in its time. My dear one, let this sink deep into your soul. Gossip is the tool of the insecure. When people cannot attack your actions, they attack your reputation. But remember, your reputation is in the hands of people. Your character is in the sight of God, and it is your character that God rewards. Let them talk, let them scheme, let them mock, for in the end their words will collapse like dust. But God will raise you like a tower upon a firm foundation. Do not chase after their approval, for you were never created to please people. You were created to please God. The moment you stop trying to silence every tongue and instead trust the silence of God's wisdom, you will find peace that no gossip can destroy. Let them spread their lies, for God spreads His truth. Let them speak against you, for God speaks for you. And when God speaks, no voice on earth can drown Him out. Beloved, do not forget that even betrayal, slander, and gossip can be used by God to elevate you. Sometimes He allows people to speak against you so He can expose who truly belongs in your circle. Sometimes He allows false words to circulate so that you are pushed closer to Him, finding your strength not in people but in His presence. Gossip may break your heart for a season, but it strengthens your soul for eternity. So walk forward boldly knowing this. Every time they whisper, God hears. Every time they mock, God records. And every time they plot, God responds. The one who guards you neither sleeps nor forgets. Their gossip may travel, but it will not prevail. For God Himself is your shield and your honor. My beloved, there is a moment in every soul's journey when the whispers of doubt try to drown out the truth of God's presence. There will be days when fear rises like a giant standing before you, mocking your faith. But hear this. Fear is nothing more than an illusion that thrives when the heart forgets the nearness of God. When you anchor yourself in the truth that the Almighty is closer to you than your very breath, fear begins to melt away like shadows fleeing from the morning sun. God has not called you to walk in weakness, but in strength. He has not placed His hand upon your life so you would live trembling before trials, but so you would rise above them, declaring, God is with me, and that is enough. When you believe this truth, no weapon formed against you can prosper. No scheme, no slander, no betrayal can overthrow what God has already ordained. And understand this, your enemies may gather, but they cannot prevail if God does not permit it. They may plot in secret, but their whispers cannot touch you unless God allows it for your elevation. Sometimes He allows storms not to break you, but to reveal how unshakable you are when you trust Him. Sometimes He allows pain not to destroy you, but to strip away what was never meant to stay in your life. Do not fear when people walk away from you, for if they could leave, it is because God released them. Do not tremble when doors close, for a closed door is often God's way of directing you towards something greater. And do not panic when you feel surrounded, because the very walls that seem to cage you in are often the same walls God will use to protect you from unseen harm. When your strength feels small, remember that God's strength never diminishes. When your vision seems blurred, remember that God sees the end from the beginning. When your path looks uncertain, know that God already knows the way. Your task is not to figure out every detail, it is to trust Him with every detail. Lift your head, beloved, and let the world know that your hope is not in man, not in wealth, not in fleeting moments of comfort, but in the eternal God who governs all things. He has written your story with wisdom beyond comprehension, and even when you cannot trace His hand, you can trust His plan. So walk boldly, Speak with faith. Stand firm in the knowledge that God is your defender, your sustainer, your provider, your guide. Let nothing shake you, for you are held by the one who cannot be shaken. And when you walk in that confidence, fear will bow, doubt will crumble, and the light of God's power will shine through you for all to see. Beloved, as we draw this message to a close, let this truth take root deep in your heart. When people rise against you, when they whisper in secret corners, when they attempt to break your spirit with their gossip, it is not you they are truly fighting. It is the favor of God upon your life. Do not be shaken. Do not bend. Do not lose your peace. For what is spoken behind your back cannot cancel what God has written over your life. God does not need the approval of people to elevate you. He does not need their applause to establish you. His decree is final. His word is supreme, and His plan cannot be undone by the tongues of the bitter or the schemes of the jealous. While some conspire in the shadows, God is setting a feast for you in the light. As they waste their voices speaking against you, God is filling your soul with fresh strength. So lift your head not in arrogance, but in confidence that the Almighty stands as your defender. Let their words fall to the ground while your eyes stay fixed on the light of God ahead. For every lie spoken about you, He will return a blessing. For every trap laid to push you down, He will lift you higher. The whispers of people may linger for a moment, but the command of God resounds for all eternity. Do not tremble at the voices of men, cling to the word of God. When you do, you will rise, you will conquer, and you will stand as undeniable proof that no tongue, no scheme, no adversary can triumph over the one who dwells beneath God's mighty covering. So step forward with courage, with steady peace, and with the certainty that God Himself is your shield. What He has begun in you cannot be stopped. Place your trust in Him, and you will witness His glory in ways that silence every voice raised against you. My beloved friend, hear me with the full weight of your heart. Have you ever felt utterly alone in this vast world? Have you walked through life questioning if anyone truly notices you, truly values you, truly treasures you, not for what you give, not for what you achieve, not for how you appear, but simply for who you are? There is a truth meant to stir your soul today. God is already guiding you towards someone who loves you. Not at some distant point, not someday far off, but even now, He is aligning the steps of your journey to bring you face to face with the one prepared to embrace you as you are. Do not think for a moment that love happens by accident. Do not accept the lie that you must pursue people, plead for affection, or push yourself into relationships that drain your spirit. When God is the author of your story, the pages turn with His timing. The connections you need are never the result of chance. They are orchestrated by the unseen hand of God. And take this deeply to heart. If God is leading you, He is not leading you toward rejection, toward betrayal, or toward heartache. God is leading you to someone who already loves you, someone who by His design recognizes your worth before the world ever did. Many of you have wasted your strength on people who never cared for your soul. You poured your heart into those who only took from you. You gave loyalty to those who repaid you with dishonor. But God does not abandon His children to live in cycles of emptiness. God's love is not expressed by leaving you bound to those who despise your light. No, my friend, God intervenes. He removes the counterfeit so that He may bring the genuine. He closes doors so that you will not keep knocking where no love resides. He shuts down conversations so you will not waste another breath pleading for affection where none exists. And instead, He begins to guide your feet toward a divine appointment, a meeting with someone who already values the very essence of who you are. Think about this. Before you were ever aware of your own longing, before you even whispered your prayers for companionship, God already planted love for you in the heart of another. God already designed the intersection of your lives. This is not imagination. This is the reality of divine preparation. The world will tell you to chase love, to compromise for acceptance, to sell your worth cheap just to be chosen. But God says, stand still and watch how I lead you. For when God leads, He leads with precision, and the one He is leading you to already carries within them a love for you, not a love that must be earned, not a love that must be begged for, but a love that simply is. And hear me, child of God. This truth is not only about romance, it stretches far beyond. It may be a friend who will hold you up when you are weary. It may be a mentor who will see your potential when others overlooked it. It may be a partner in life who will walk beside you with unwavering faithfulness. Whoever it is, the principle stands. God is leading you to someone who already loves you. This love is not selfish. It is not shallow. It is not temporary. It is deep. It is pure. It is steady, because it has been authored by the hand of the Almighty. But let me warn you, the reason so many miss this blessing is because they refuse to trust the timing of God. You grow impatient. You want to see everything now. You settle for less because waiting feels too long. You compromise because loneliness feels too heavy. And in doing so, you trade the eternal plan of God for a temporary fix. Do not do it. Do not ruin what God has been preparing for you simply because you refuse to wait. The one God has for you is not hidden because they do not exist. They are hidden because the right time has not yet arrived. Just as the sun rises not a moment too early and not a moment too late, so too will God's timing bring forth the person who already carries love for you in their heart. Lift your head and walk with dignity. Stop crying over those who left you. Stop chasing after those who ignored you. Stop mourning over those who despise the gift you are. If they walked away, let them go. If they rejected you, thank God, for He was saving you from false love. If they betrayed you, rejoice, for God was exposing their true heart before you gave them more of yourself. The rejection you faced was not the end of your story. It was the clearing of the path for someone who already loves you to step in. God never removes without replacing. God never allows loss without preparing gain. And the one He has for you, mark my words, they will not need to be convinced to love you. They already do. Oh, how freeing it is when you finally understand that you do not need to beg for what God has already prepared. When you grasp this, your soul rests. You stop striving. You stop lowering yourself. You stop entertaining counterfeits. Instead, you stand in holy confidence, knowing that the same God who formed you, who numbered your days, who clothed you in worth, is the same God leading you step by step toward a soul that honors you. And this love, because it is from God, will not waver when storms come. It will not fade when trials arise. It will not vanish when difficulties appear. For what God authors cannot be erased by the world. Some of you listening right now have prayed for years, asking God, when will it be my turn? When will I see love that is true, love that does not hurt, love that does not abandon? And I am here to tell you, God has heard every word of your prayer. He has seen every tear you cried in secret. He has watched the nights you lay awake in silence, wondering if anyone would ever truly care for you. And God has not been blind to your pain. No, He has been working in the unseen, aligning circumstances, shaping hearts, preparing the right moment when your paths will cross. Do not think that God has forgotten you. He has been orchestrating something greater than you could imagine. The love God is leading you to is not noisy. It is not a performance. It does not need to announce itself with grand displays. It simply is. And you will know it not because it screams loudly, but because it feels like peace. You will recognize it not because it forces itself, but because it flows naturally. You will see it not because you had to demand it, but because it was freely given. The soul God is preparing for you already holds this love. And when you meet them, you will not need to fight to be valued. They will see you and they will know. Do not underestimate the power of God's leading. Sometimes He will shut down opportunities you thought were good because He knows they would destroy you. Sometimes He will delay because He knows you are not ready yet. Sometimes He will test your patience because He wants to refine your faith. But through it all, the destination remains the same, and He is leading you to someone who already loves you. Listen closely, my friend, because this message is not a coincidence for you today. This is not just another moment scrolling through life. This is a divine interruption. God has brought these words before you because He wants to shake the doubt from your heart and awaken your faith once again. God is leading you to someone who already loves you. Not tomorrow, not in some vague hope, but in the living reality of His plan unfolding step by step. And if God has declared it, no force in this world can undo it. So many walk through life hungry for love, begging for crumbs of attention, chasing after people who do not value them. But God never intended for His children to live begging. God never intended for you to bow before rejection and call it love. Love in its purest form is a gift that flows from Him. And when God is the one leading, the person He brings into your life is not coming to use you, not coming to harm you, not coming to test your worth. They are coming because the love in their heart was planted there by the hand of God Himself. No, me. Do you understand what this means? It means you do not have to twist yourself into someone you are not. You do not have to beg to be chosen. You do not have to sacrifice your dignity to earn what is already written in your destiny. The one God has prepared for you is not blind to your worth. They already see it. They already feel it. They already love you. Not because you performed for it, not because you begged for it, but because God has aligned their heart with yours. Oh, how often we settle for less than this. How often we chase after people who never had the capacity to love us in the first place. And then when they leave, we cry out to God as though He has failed us. But hear me well, every person who walked away was part of God's protection. Every closed door was God's mercy. Every heartbreak was God saving you from counterfeit love so that your heart would be free to receive the one who already carries true love for you within their soul. And this love, the one God is guiding you to, is not ordinary. It is not shallow. It is not temporary. It will not fade like the love of this world. It will not collapse under pressure. It will not disappear when the storm comes. Why? Because it is not man-made. It is God-given. And what God gives, no hand can take away. What God ordains, no force can destroy. What God plants, no storm can uproot. You may not see it now, but God is arranging things behind the scenes. That is why certain relationships ended suddenly. That is why certain friendships dried up. That is why certain people lost interest in you without explanation. It was not your fault. It was God's hand removing the wrong ones so you would not be distracted when the right one appeared. God is too wise to let you waste years in the arms of someone who does not truly love you. And God is too faithful to leave you empty. But I must remind you, God's leading requires your trust. You cannot receive this blessing if you are still holding on to bitterness from the past. You cannot see where God is taking you if your eyes are still fixed on what He already removed. Do not cling to dead branches when God has prepared a tree that bears living fruit. Do not cry for what left when what is coming is ordained with eternal purpose. The one God is preparing for you will not need convincing. They already love you. And let me tell you something else. When this person enters your life, you will know. You will not need to force it. You will not need to chase it. You will not need to prove yourself. Their love will feel like rest, not like striving. Their presence will feel like peace, not confusion. For God is not the author of chaos, but of clarity. When He leads you to someone who already loves you, everything about it will carry the fingerprint of His divine peace. But do not mistake God's peace for the absence of trials. Yes, challenges may come. Yes, life may still test you. But the love God has prepared will withstand it. Why? Because real love, love planted by God, is tested but not broken, shaken but not destroyed, pressed but not crushed. It is a love that endures because it does not come from selfish desire, but from the eternal will of God. Let this truth liberate you. You do not need to chase people anymore. You do not need to compete for attention anymore. You do not need to diminish your worth just to feel wanted. God has already written love into your story, and the one He is leading you to is already carrying it for you. The burden you feel now is only the weight of transition, the shifting of your life as God removes what was false and makes room for what is true. My friend, I want you to open the eyes of your heart and hear this with all the weight of truth. When God is guiding you, He is not guiding you aimlessly. He is not pushing you in circles. He is not leaving you to stumble in confusion. Every step you take, every turn you make, every door that opens and every door that shuts is part of a divine choreography. And within that design, there is a destination. God is leading you to someone who already loves you. This is not mere comfort for your loneliness. It is a truth that carries the authority of God's promise. Think of how God works in creation. He sets the stars in the heavens, not one out of place. He orders the seas, not one drop wasted. He designs every season, every sunrise, every sunset with precision. If God takes such care in the details of creation, how much more care does He take in guiding the relationships that will shape your destiny? You are not forgotten. You are not unseen. God's hand is on your life, and His plan is to lead you into a love that already exists for you. A love that has been waiting for you before you even knew how to ask for it. Now here's a truth that many overlook. Before God brings the right person into your life, He will allow the wrong ones to reveal themselves. He will let counterfeits walk across your path so that you will recognize the difference when the genuine arrives. Every heartbreak was not punishment. It was preparation. Every betrayal was not a curse. It was education. Every rejection was not abandonment. It was God's redirection. The very pain you thought was breaking you was shaping you to discern real love when it finally appears. And the one God is leading you to already carries that love in their soul, waiting for the appointed moment to meet you. But understand this, God does not prepare only the one you are meant to meet. He prepares you too. Many people cry out for love but are not yet ready to receive it. They want loyalty while living in compromise. They want depth while dwelling in shallowness. They want commitment while entertaining distraction. God's love cannot be planted in unprepared soil. That is why He has been refining you, stripping away your pride, cleansing your heart, teaching you patience, and strengthening your faith. He has been pruning you so that when the one who already loves you appears, you will not sabotage the blessing by carrying the wounds of your past. This is why you cannot cling to bitterness. Bitterness poisons love. Resentment blinds your vision. Anger shuts down your ability to see God's hand at work. Release it. Let go of the grudges against those who failed to love you. Do not carry the shadows of yesterday into the sunrise of tomorrow. God cannot lead you forward while you are chained to the past. Free yourself because the one He is guiding you to deserves the healed version of you. The version that knows how to love without fear and receive love without suspicion. And mark this in your spirit. The love God is leading you to is not love that drains you, but love that fills you. It is not love that breaks you, but love that builds you. It is not love that hides, but love that is open, honest, steady, and strong. It does not disguise itself. It does not manipulate. It does not disappear when tested. Why? Because it is anchored in God's will, not in human convenience. And when something is anchored in God's will, no storm can uproot it. Too many have confused infatuation with love, attention with affection, flattery with devotion. These counterfeits glitter on the surface, but carry no depth in the soul. But the one God has for you, the one who already loves you, will see through to your spirit. They will honor your worth even when the world ignores it. They will support your growth even when it demands sacrifice. They will stand by you not for what you can give, but for who you are. And they will love you not because of their own strength, but because God Himself placed that love in their heart. Do not think it's strange then when God delays. Do not think it's strange when you watch others find companionship while you're still waiting. Your path is different. Your timing is sacred. Your journey is unique. God is not measuring you against others. He is preparing something specifically for you. And while others may settle quickly, you are called to wait for the extraordinary. Their story may be rushed, but yours will be refined. Their connection may be shallow, but yours will be divine. And when God finally unveils it, you will see why the wait was worth every tear, every lonely night, every unanswered question. Here is a vision I want you to hold in your heart one day. You will look back at the people who rejected you and thank God they did. You will look back at the doors that closed and bless God they shut. You will look back at the nights you cried and realize those tears were watering the soil for your harvest. And standing before you will be the one God prepared, the one who already loves you. And in that moment you will understand nothing was wasted, nothing was delayed, nothing was in vain. It was all the hand of God leading you step by step into the embrace of a love that was destined for you. So rise in faith and walk with confidence. Stop lowering your standards to fit into spaces that God never called you to. Stop begging for love where there is none. Stop forcing connections that God has already broken. If you must beg for attention, it is not love. If you must compromise your dignity, it is not love. If you must silence your truth, it is not love. The one God has prepared already carries love for you freely without condition. And when you encounter it, you will finally understand the difference between what the world calls love and what God has prepared as love. And let me say this boldly, God's plan for you is not just to be loved, but to be cherished. God's plan is not just for you to be accepted, but to be celebrated. God's plan is not just for you to be tolerated, but to be embraced fully, wholly, joyfully. And the one He is leading you to will not see you as an option. They will see you as destiny. They will not treat you as temporary. They will treat you as irreplaceable because their love for you will not be born out of convenience, but out of God's eternal design. This is why I tell you, trust God. Trust Him when it hurts. Trust Him when it delays. Trust Him when it makes no sense. Trust Him when you feel overlooked. Trust Him when you are tired of waiting. For what He has planned is greater than what you imagine. And the one He is leading you to will make you forget the pain of those who failed you, because their love will prove that every rejection was worth it. God is not leading you toward heartbreak. God is not leading you toward betrayal. God is not leading you toward emptiness. God is leading you toward someone who already loves you. Someone who at this very moment may be praying for you, may be longing for you, may be preparing their heart for you just as you are being prepared for them. And when the paths of your lives finally meet, you will not call it luck. You will not call it chance. You will know deep in your soul it was God. My beloved friend, let me drive this truth even deeper into your spirit. When God leads, He leads with purpose. He does not send people into your life by accident. He does not arrange meetings without intention. Every encounter, every moment, every crossing of paths is part of a design greater than your understanding. And the highest proof of His care is this: God is leading you to someone who already loves you. Before you even knew how to cry out for love, before your lips ever formed the prayer, God had already placed love for you in another heart. That love is not forming. It already exists. That love is not conditional. It is eternal because God Himself authored it. Now hear me, because this is where many fail to grasp the wisdom of God. Love, the kind that comes from Him, does not begin when you meet someone. It is planted before you ever arrive. Just as a seed is buried in the ground long before the harvest is seen, so has God buried love for you in the heart of another, waiting for the season when it will bloom before your eyes. This is why you cannot rush. You cannot demand the fruit before the seed has matured. If you pull too early, you ruin the harvest. But if you trust God's timing, you will taste love at its ripest, purest, most perfect form. The love He has been nurturing for you all along. Some of you feel weary because the waiting has stretched too long. You watch others walking hand in hand while you still journey alone. And in the quiet, the questions rise. Has God forgotten me? Has He passed me by? The answer is no. God has not forgotten you. He is guarding you. He is keeping you from false love so that when the real one arrives, you will recognize it without confusion. The silence you feel is not abandonment. It is preparation. The waiting you endure is not rejection. It is refinement. For what God is shaping for you is too valuable to be rushed. And now, let me speak to the tender places of your heart. Do not mistake the rejections of your past as proof of your lack of worth. They were never about your value. They revealed something about those who left, that they were not strong enough to carry the weight of your love. And so, in His mercy, God removed them, not because you were undeserving, but because you were deserving of something greater. A love that already sees you, already respects you, already treasures you. A love that has been chosen for you by the hand of God Himself. This is why you must stop looking backward. You cannot drive forward while staring in the rearview mirror. You cannot step into the love God has prepared while holding on to the ashes of what He has burned away. Release it. Let go of the bitterness. Forgive the ones who could not stay. Bless the ones who betrayed you. Because every departure was a doorway to destiny. Every goodbye was making room for a hello from the one God has chosen. And that one even now already carries love for you in their heart. Understand this. When God leads you to them, it will not be forced. It will not be confusing. It will not leave you doubting whether it is real. God is not the author of chaos. He is the author of clarity. His love is not noisy. It is steady. His guidance is not frantic. It is peaceful. When you meet the one He has prepared, you will feel the calm assurance that you are exactly where you belong. Their love will not demand you to prove your worth. It will recognize your worth. Their love will not drain you. It will strengthen you. Their love will not fade when challenges come. It will endure because its root is in God. But here is the warning. You must be willing to follow God's leading even when it takes you through seasons of loneliness. Sometimes God will isolate you not to punish you, but to purify you. He will separate you from distractions so you can hear His voice more clearly. He will strip away counterfeits so you can stop confusing noise for truth. The wilderness is not the end of your story. It is the preparation ground for your promise. And while you walk through it, trust that God is also preparing someone else who already loves you. Someone who is walking through their own journey so that at the right moment your paths will collide like rivers flowing into one stream. And let me say something that will set many free. The love God is leading you to will not require you to compromise your faith, your values, or your dignity. If you must bend what you believe to keep them, they are not from God. If you must lower your standards to hold on to them, they are not from God. The one God has prepared will honor your faith, respect your values, and celebrate your dignity. They will love you in alignment with God's truth, not in rebellion against it. Because God does not join you to someone who will lead you away from Him. God only leads you to someone who will help anchor you in Him. And oh, the beauty of this divine love, it will not feel like a burden, but like a blessing. It will not exhaust you, but will refresh your soul. It will not weaken you, but will strengthen your faith. Together you will walk in unity, not because you are identical, but because God has aligned your hearts. And when challenges come, and they will, you will not crumble. Because the love that holds you together is not dependent on convenience, but on the eternal will of God. My beloved, understand this truth. When people turn against you without reason, when hearts that once smiled at you suddenly turn cold, it is not always a reflection of your character, but a revelation of theirs. Do not waste your energy trying to explain yourself to those who are blinded by envy or hardened by pride. For the hatred that suddenly rises against you is not born in the light of truth, but in the shadows of insecurity. And God in His infinite wisdom allows it so you may learn not to depend on the fragile approval of people, but to stand firmly on His eternal foundation. Do not be shaken when their whispers grow louder. Do not tremble when their rejection pierces your soul. For God does not measure you by their words. He measures you by your heart. The same God who raised prophets above the insults of their nations is the same God who will carry you through the storms of slander and betrayal. Those who hate you are not your enemies. They are your teachers sent by God to strip away your need for human applause, so that you may walk clothed only in the approval of heaven. Remember this: the hatred of people is often the evidence of God's favor upon your life. Why? Because light will always disturb darkness. Purity will always expose corruption. And truth will always agitate lies. So when people rise against you without cause, it is a sign that your presence carries weight, that your spirit carries fire, and that your destiny carries greatness. God is sharpening you through their rejection, molding you through their envy, and preparing to exalt you above the reach of their schemes. Do not fight back with bitterness, for bitterness chains the soul. Do not curse them in anger, for anger blinds the heart. Instead, rise above. Trust God to be your defender, your shield, and your judge. For the one who sees in secret knows every plot, every lie, and every act of hatred launched against you. And when God decides to act, no hand can stop His justice. Hear me. Sometimes God allows the hate of others to push you out of places you were never meant to stay. Their rejection becomes the divine wind that propels you into a higher calling. Their betrayal becomes the very key that unlocks the next door of your destiny. So instead of asking, "Why do they hate me?" lift your eyes and ask God, "What are you teaching me through this?" For every attack carries within it a hidden lesson, and every storm conceals a greater blessing. Beloved, stay steadfast. Let your heart remain anchored in the truth that God is your portion, your protector, and your sustainer. The hatred of people may surround you, but the love of God will shield you. Their words may cut, but God's hand will heal. Their rejection may sting, but God's acceptance will lift you higher than you ever imagined. Walk with courage, for the hatred of men cannot undo the favor of God. My beloved, when people rise up against you, when envy poisons their hearts and their words drip with malice, do not be shaken. Do not waste your days trying to understand why hatred suddenly appeared where there was once peace. Understand this truth. The closer you move toward the light of God, the more the darkness within others is exposed. Their hostility is not truly against you. It is against the reflection of God's presence shining through you. Hatred is often the reaction of weak spirits who cannot bear the weight of truth or the glow of divine favor resting on your life. God does not allow hatred to touch you without purpose. He allows it to awaken your strength, sharpen your faith, and test your endurance. Hatred is not a sign of your downfall. It is a signal of your elevation. The storms people create around you are often God's way of pushing you higher. Like the eagle that soars above the storm, you too are being called to rise above the noise of bitterness and resentment. Let their hatred become the wind beneath your wings, carrying you to the heights God has prepared for you. When they speak against you, remember God hears. When they plot against you, remember God sees. When they try to destroy you, remember God protects. Nothing reaches you except by God's will. And if God allows it, then it will only serve as a tool to refine you. Hatred cannot stop a soul chosen by God. Malice cannot erase a destiny sealed by His decree. You are not defined by their words. You are defined by God's plan, and His plan is always greater than the schemes of man. So walk with dignity. Hold your head high. Do not waste your energy fighting shadows. The truth is this: those who hate you are often revealing the greatness God has placed inside you. If you were insignificant, no one would waste their breath on you. The jealousy of others is a silent confirmation of your value. Their rejection is often God's redirection. Their opposition is often the stage upon which God displays His protection. Therefore, let no hatred disturb your peace. Anchor your soul in God alone. For hatred may roar like thunder, but the calm of God will always outlast the storm. Those who despise you today may watch in awe tomorrow when God exalts you before their very eyes. Be patient, for the hand of God is steady, and His timing is perfect. My beloved, when God raises you up, there is nothing on earth or in the heavens that can pull you down. But you must understand this truth. The higher God lifts you, the stronger the winds of opposition will blow. When God places His light upon you, do not be surprised when darkness tries to surround you. People will begin to whisper, criticize, and even hate you, not because of who you are, but because of the God who works mightily through you. Hatred is often not about you at all. It is about the reflection of God's glory shining through your life. Do not be shaken when those who once praised you suddenly turn against you. Do not lose heart when the ones you help the most become the ones who betray you. This is not a sign of your weakness. It is a sign of your divine calling. The hatred of people is often the confirmation that you are walking in the will of God. If you were doing nothing, if you were standing for nothing, if you carried no truth, no power, and no purpose, then no one would bother opposing you. But because you carry the presence of God, the enemy cannot remain silent. Hatred is a strange thing. It is fueled not always by your faults, but by your favor. Some people see what God has given you, and instead of rejoicing, they burn with envy. They see the peace you have and the strength you walk with, the blessings over your life, and deep within their hearts. They cannot bear it. Yet, my friend, their hatred is powerless against the hand of God. When God has chosen to protect you, no evil plot can succeed. When God has decreed your rise, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. So lift your head high and do not be discouraged. Remember that the greatest men and women chosen by God throughout history faced opposition. They were mocked, rejected, and hated. But God sustained them, God uplifted them, and God vindicated them. Do not waste your energy fighting back with bitterness. Do not lower yourself to the level of those who despise you. Instead, stand firm, rooted in the strength of God, and let Him be your defender. For the hatred of people cannot stop the love of God, and the rejection of man cannot cancel the acceptance of the Almighty. Hold on to this truth. The very people who speak against you today will one day witness how God has blessed you. Those who doubted you will be silenced by the evidence of God's hand on your life. And while they may hate you, they cannot deny that the power of God surrounds you. Their hatred is only a shadow, but you walk in the light of the One who created all things. My beloved, let me remind you again, when people turn against you without reason, when hearts that once smiled at you suddenly burn with bitterness, it is not always a reflection of who you are. It is often a revelation of what God has placed within you. Hatred is sometimes a reaction not to your actions, but to your very existence. Because your presence carries the light of God, and light will always disturb the darkness. Do not be shaken by their words. Do not bow beneath the weight of their rejection. For what they see in you is the evidence of God's favor upon your life. And favor always provokes envy. Understand this truth. God allows the hidden intentions of people to be revealed through their sudden hatred. What was concealed in their hearts comes to the surface, so you may see clearly who is truly for you and who only pretended to be. This is not a punishment. It is protection. God removes the mask from the faces of those who wish you harm, not to break you, but to save you from walking with the wrong ones. He separates you so that His purpose can be fulfilled without interference. When their voices rise against you, do not answer with bitterness. Answer with silence and trust. For God Himself is your defender. When God chooses to elevate you, understand that not everyone will rejoice. Some will smile in your face, but tremble in their hearts, because the same God who lifts you reminds them of their own emptiness. But do not let their hatred pull you down. Keep your eyes fixed on God, for His hand is not moved by the opinions of men. Their rejection cannot cancel God's plan. Their whispers cannot undo His decree. He who called you will sustain you, and He who sustains you will vindicate you. Let me tell you, my brothers and sisters, hatred can be a signal. It is a signpost that you are moving in the direction God has set for you. If no one ever opposed you, if no one ever spoke against you, it may be a sign that you are standing still. But when God propels you forward, when He shifts you into new territory, resistance will come. And that resistance is not there to stop you. It is there to prove you. It is in the face of opposition that your faith must stand tall, declaring, God is enough for me. God is my protector. God is my witness. Do not allow their hatred to turn into hatred within you. That is the trap of the enemy. The moment you allow bitterness to enter your heart, you lose sight of God's peace. Let their hatred be fuel for your closeness to God. Let their rejection push you deeper into prayer. Let their betrayal teach you to rely not on human approval, but on the approval of the Almighty. For God's love is greater than every insult. His presence is richer than every friendship you lost. His promise is stronger than every lie spoken against you. My beloved, let me tell you this truth with the fire of conviction. When people rise against you without cause, when whispers turn into storms of slander, when hands that once applauded you suddenly point in accusation, do not be shaken, for these storms are not always born from your failures, but from the greatness that God has placed inside you. Darkness despises light. Mediocrity despises excellence. Weakness despises strength. And when the hand of God is upon you, when His favor rests on your life, the envy of others will rise like waves crashing against a rock. But the rock does not move. It stands because its foundation is God Himself. Do not seek to defend yourself endlessly before men, for your defender is the Lord. Do not waste your breath trying to explain your calling to those who are blind to it. For sight is a gift that only God can give. Instead, keep your eyes fixed on the one who lifts you above the hatred of men. For the truth is, their hatred is often the very confirmation of your anointing. If you were insignificant, no one would care. But because God has marked you for a higher purpose, the adversary stirs hearts against you to distract and discourage you. But listen to me. When God has decreed your rise, no slander can block it. When God has opened your door, no enemy can close it. When God has chosen to honor you, no crowd of haters can stop His hand. Their hatred will not break you. It will make you. Their jealousy will not kill you. It will push you closer to your destiny. Just as fire refines gold, so too does opposition refine the soul that trusts in God. So take this as your strength. Every attack against you is secretly an announcement that God is doing something great in your life. The louder the hatred, the greater the destiny. The fiercer the resistance, the closer the breakthrough. God is not silent. He is preparing you to stand where others cannot stand, to shine where others cannot shine, to endure what others cannot endure. Do not fear their word. Do not bend under their pressure. Do not surrender to their schemes. Instead, stand tall, walk boldly, and keep moving in faith. For the shield of God is upon you. He will make your enemies stumble in their own traps. He will cause their weapons to return to their own hands. He will turn their hatred into your elevation. And when it is all said and done, the same mouths that cursed you will have no choice but to witness your blessing. Lift your head, chosen soul. The hate you face is not your destruction. It is your announcement. God is revealing to you that your light cannot be hidden, and no darkness can overcome what He has ordained. Trust Him, for His plan is greater than their plots, and His power is stronger than their poison. Beloved, remember this truth. When people suddenly hate you, it is not always about who you are, but about what God has placed within you. Their rejection is not your downfall. It is your confirmation that you are chosen, set apart, and divinely guided. Do not chase after those who walk away, for if they could leave, they were never meant to stay. Do not waste your tears on those who turn cold, for God Himself has removed them, so your destiny may unfold. Raise your spirit with courage and hold on to this truth. Every word of hatred will transform into a story of resilience. Every act of betrayal will become a step that lifts you higher. Every door that shuts will open the path to a greater one that only God Himself can unlock. What people intend for harm, God will turn into good. So move forward with boldness, live without fear, and anchor your trust in God alone. Let them despise, let them gossip, let them ridicule, for their voices will eventually fade, but the voice of God endures forever. And when His hand rests upon you, no power in heaven or earth can hinder the blessing, the covering, and the destiny He has set for your life. That is why you must not waver, you must not crumble, you must not bow beneath the weight of human opinion, because at the end of all things, it is not the verdict of man that defines you. It is the strength, the mercy, and the favor of the Almighty God. Stand unwavering, stand unshaken, and walk with confidence knowing God is by your side. And that, my friend, is more than enough. Have you ever been cut so deeply by someone's words or actions that it felt like the very center of your soul had been pierced? Have you ever lain awake through the long silence of the night, replaying the betrayal, the rejection, the cruelty, the lies, wondering how those who hurt you could rest so peacefully while you wept into your pillow? My friend, listen closely to me today. God sees, God hears, God knows, and He will not let the pain you've carried remain unanswered. A day will come when those who mocked you, those who cast you aside, those who despised you, will look back and regret every word and every action they raised against you. For when a child of God is mistreated, heaven itself takes note. The world may believe it can trample over you, but the one who reigns from the throne never forgets. The same God who wrapped Joseph in a robe of favor even after his brothers threw him into a pit is the same God who watches over you now. Those who sold Joseph into slavery lived to witness him rise above them, clothed in authority and forced to confront the weight of their own betrayal. That is the God you serve. He turns the evil intended against you into a stage for His glory. And those who thought they buried you will live to regret it when they see you standing in the light of God's deliverance. Never forget this truth. God is a defender of the weak, a shield for the broken, and a righteous judge over the affairs of men. When others humiliate you, when they laugh at your downfall, when they whisper behind your back, they are not mocking you. They are mocking the hand of God upon your life. And God will not remain silent forever. He will act. He will vindicate. He will cause their own deeds to rise up against them. What they sowed in cruelty, they will reap in regret. What they cast upon you in hatred, they will gather again in shame. So many people live under the shadow of wounds. They think the hurt done to them has gone unnoticed, as if heaven has closed its eyes. But I tell you today, God is not blind. He is not deaf. He is not weak. He is mighty in power, and His timing is perfect. He is storing up justice for you. And when His hand moves, every plot, every scheme, every weapon raised against you will crumble. And those who thought they triumphed will bow their heads in regret, because God Himself will turn the tables. You see, when people hurt you, they often underestimate who you belong to. They think they are dealing with you in your weakness, but they forget you are under the covering of the Almighty. When they curse you, they curse the one God has chosen. When they strike at you, they strike at the very apple of God's eye. And God will not allow His chosen ones to be trampled forever. The tears you have cried are not wasted. They are seeds. And those who made you weep will one day regret the day they planted cruelty in your life. For God will make them watch the harvest of blessing He brings to you. Think of Hannah, mocked by those who ridiculed her barrenness. They laughed. They sneered. They thought her prayers were in vain. But when God opened her womb, when the answer came, the ones who mocked could do nothing but look in regret. The laughter of your enemies is only temporary, my friend. The sneers of those who despise you are but for a moment. For God's answer, God's blessing, God's breakthrough, these will silence them and fill their hearts with regret, forever doubting the power of God upon your life. So do not waste your energy trying to defend yourself. Do not let bitterness poison your heart. You do not need to fight with the weapons of man. Your defender is greater. Your judge is higher. Your deliverer is stronger. Let God fight your battles. Let God write the story. For when God lifts you up, no one can deny it. And when He does, those who hurt you will see it and regret the cruelty they unleashed against you. Perhaps right now you feel forgotten, pushed aside, treated as though you are nothing. But the very people who thought they could dismiss you will live to regret it when they see how far God carries you. He does not leave His children in the dust. He raises the poor out of the ash heap and sets them among princes. He exalts the humble and brings low the proud. Those who rejected you today may one day need your hand tomorrow. And when they come, they will know regret, for they will see the hand of God that they once ignored. Let me tell you, my friend, life has a way of exposing hearts. People reveal their true character not in how they treat the powerful, but in how they treat the vulnerable. Those who think they can trample you because of your weakness forget that God delights in raising the weak. He delights in choosing the unlikely. He delights in lifting the rejected. So when they regret hurting you, it will not simply be because of your success. It will be because of God's undeniable hand upon you. And this is why you must keep your heart clean. Do not lower yourself to their level. Do not fight with bitterness. Do not let the venom of others become your own. Leave it in the hands of God. For if you try to repay evil with evil, you rob God of the chance to show Himself as your defender. Let Him act. Let Him reveal. Let Him vindicate. And when He does, your enemies will regret their actions in ways you could never orchestrate on your own. Nay, God knows how to prepare a table before you in the presence of those who despise you. He knows how to lift you so high that those who once looked down on you will have no choice but to look up. They may not admit it out loud, but deep within their hearts will burn with regret. They will remember the words they spoke, the deeds they did, the harm they inflicted, and they will wish they had never touched you. For God will show them that His hand is stronger than their hate. Never underestimate what God can do with your pain. Pain is not wasted in His hands. Betrayal is not ignored in His sight. Wounds are not forgotten in His presence. Every tear you have shed has been seen. Every injustice you have endured has been recorded. And every act of cruelty against you is a seed of regret waiting to sprout in the lives of those who hurt you. God's justice is not always immediate, but it is always certain. And when it comes, it will be undeniable. When people hurt you, they believe they have the final word over your destiny. They think their betrayal has sealed your fate. They believe their gossip, their rejection, their lies have written the last chapter of your story. But they do not hold the pen. God does. And when God writes, no man can erase. When God opens a door, no enemy can close it. When God chooses to raise you up, no betrayal, no jealousy, no conspiracy of hell can stop it. That is why those who wounded you will live to regret it, because God Himself will show them that their cruelty was powerless against His purpose for your life. You must understand this, my friend. Every injustice against you is already accounted for by God. Nothing escapes His sight. Nothing slips past His judgment. Even when it feels like the wicked prosper, even when it appears that the liars and deceivers succeed, their triumph is only for a season. It is a mirage in the desert. God's justice may move slowly in the eyes of men, but it is swift in its certainty. And when it comes with a force so undeniable that those who once laughed at you are silenced by their own shame. Do not envy those who mistreat you. Do not wish for their life, no matter how glittering it may seem. For their joy is fleeting, their prosperity temporary, their comfort hollow. When God arises, when His justice rolls forth like thunder, those who mocked you will bow their heads, their laughter choked with regret. The same lips that cursed you will stammer in shame. The same hands that struck you will tremble in fear. The same hearts that despised you will be crushed under the weight of their own guilt, because God Himself will confront them. Remember Pharaoh, who hardened his heart against the oppressed, thinking he could trample them without consequence. He had armies. He had wealth. He had power. But when God lifted His hand, all Pharaoh's strength collapsed into ruin. The oppressor always looks invincible until God decides otherwise. And when God moves, the mighty fall, and those who inflicted pain are drowned in the sea of their own arrogance. Those who rise against you will regret it, for they will face the living God who defends the cause of the wounded and lifts the head of the brokenhearted. Do not let bitterness consume you, for bitterness chains you to the pain of yesterday. Release it to God. Place your wounds in His hands. Let Him be your avenger, for His vengeance is not petty. It is perfect. He knows how to turn the very schemes of your enemies into their undoing. He knows how to expose the secret plots whispered in dark rooms. He knows how to bring hidden wickedness into the light until those who schemed against you are forced to regret ever laying a hand upon your life. There will come a time when those who dismissed you, who said you would never succeed, will stand in awe as God lifts you higher than their words ever imagined. They will see that the very stones they threw became the foundation God used to elevate you. And in that moment, their hearts will burn with regret. For the one they thought was nothing will stand tall, not because of human power, but because of the hand of God. Do not think for a moment that your tears were unseen. Every tear shed in silence is stored in the heart of God. Every sigh of pain is heard in the courts of heaven. And God does not waste the cries of His children. The very tears they caused you to shed will become evidence against them when God moves to vindicate you. The same ones who thought your weeping was weakness will regret it. For God will show them that your tears watered the soil of your future blessing. Consider this. Many times the people who hurt you are blind to the treasure God placed within you. They thought they were wounding an ordinary person, not realizing they were striking someone chosen, someone set apart, someone protected by the Almighty. And when God reveals your true worth, when the hidden treasure of your life shines forth, those same people will regret their blindness. They will realize too late that in despising you, they despised what God had ordained. That is why you must walk with dignity. Do not lower yourself to revenge. Do not fight with the weapons of hate. Stand still and see the salvation of God. Stand firm and watch Him unfold His justice. Because when He does, it will not only silence your enemies, it will make them regret the very moment they decided to harm you. God knows how to orchestrate regret so deep that it pierces the conscience of those who thought they were untouchable. When God elevates you, He does not do it in secret. He does it openly so that those who once belittled you are forced to watch. It is not to satisfy your pride, but to prove His power. It is to show the world that He alone lifts up and brings down. And those who hurt you will stand as unwilling witnesses of the greatness God places upon your life. Their regret will not simply be personal. It will be public. Everyone will see it. Everyone will know it. And the very ones who thought they were breaking you will regret they ever tried. My friend, let me speak with urgency to your heart. Never confuse silence with absence. Just because God has not acted yet does not mean He has overlooked the wrongs committed against you. Silence is often the stage upon which God builds the greatest revelations. He allows the proud to strut for a season. He allows the arrogant to parade for a time, but make no mistake, when the silence breaks, it will break with thunder. And those who once hurt you, those who thought there would be no consequences, will be overwhelmed with regret as the hand of God moves swiftly and decisively. When people rise against you, they rarely understand the depth of their actions. They may think they are only wounding your feelings, only damaging your reputation, only taking from you what they can. But in truth, they are sowing seeds before the throne of God. And the harvest of those seeds will not be joy, but bitter regret. For God is not mocked. Whatever a man bows, that shall he also reap. The cruelty they sowed into your life will one day sprout in their own. And they will remember the moments they despised you and wish they had chosen differently. Understand this clearly. Your pain is not in vain. The very hurt you endure becomes the material God uses to elevate you. Every insult becomes a stepping stone, every rejection a platform, every betrayal a ladder to higher ground. This is why the regret of your enemies is inevitable. Because while they thought they were burying you, they were in truth planting you. And when the seed that is your life begins to grow, when the branches stretch out and bear fruit, those who cast you aside will regret they ever touched you. God has a way of flipping the script in ways the human mind cannot comprehend. Look at the stories written throughout time, how often the rejected one became the cornerstone, how often the despised one became the exalted, how often the wounded one became the healer. The fingerprints of God are always on the side of the broken. He delights in turning ashes into beauty, mourning into joy, sorrow into strength. And when he does, those who mocked your ashes will regret their laughter when they behold the crown of beauty upon your head. Do not be deceived by appearances. Those who hurt you may look strong, but their strength is fragile. They may look successful, but their success is hollow. They may look untouchable, but without the covering of God, they are vulnerable. The moment God lifts his hand, their foundation crumbles. The same people who boasted against you will one day stumble under the weight of regret, not because of your power, but because they challenged the authority of God by touching one whom he loves. And here is a mystery. Sometimes God allows the wound so that his justice can be revealed more gloriously. If no one had hurt you, there would be no need for vindication. If no one had betrayed you, there would be no stage for God's reversal. It is often through the cruelty of others that God displays his greatest acts of justice. Those who pierce you become instruments in his hand, not for your destruction, but for your elevation. And when their purpose is fulfilled, they will look back and regret that they ever allowed themselves to be used in such a way. Let us not forget God is the master of timing. He knows when to remain silent and when to act. He knows how to build pressure until the moment of release. He knows how to let the story unfold until the very last moment when regret will strike the hearts of your enemies like lightning from heaven. They will not be able to undo what they did. They will not be able to take back their words. They will not be able to erase their actions. They will only be left with the bitter taste of regret, because the God who defends you will make sure they remember the harm they caused. That is why you must walk in confidence even in the midst of pain. Do not hang your head as if you have been defeated. Do not walk as though the cruelty of others has the final word. Lift your eyes to the heavens and know that God is your portion, your shield, your defender. Those who rise against you are not stronger than him. And if God has allowed the hurt, it is only because he is preparing the stage for his justice. When that justice comes, your enemies will regret that they ever underestimated the one who walks with God. Consider this as well. Sometimes the regret will not come in a dramatic downfall. Sometimes it will come quietly in the stillness of their conscience. A word spoken against you may echo in their hearts for years. A deed done in cruelty may haunt them in the midnight hours. The very people who hurt you may smile in public, but behind closed doors they are tormented by regret. For God knows how to awaken the conscience, and he knows how to make the memory of their actions burn within them until they are forced to face what they have done. But as for you, remain steadfast. Do not let the poison of vengeance touch your spirit. Do not waste your energy plotting their downfall. Leave it all in the hands of God, for his justice is far more powerful than yours could ever be. If you fight for yourself, your victory will be small. But if God fights for you, the victory will be undeniable, and the regret in the hearts of your enemies will be deep and unshakable. Trust him. Wait on him. Stand in faith. And know that the one who promised justice will not fail you. And remember this truth above all. The same people who hurt you may one day need you. Life has a way of circling back. God has a way of positioning you so that those who despise you must reach out for your help. When that moment comes, their regret will be greater than their pride. For they will see with their own eyes that the one they rejected was the very one God chose to bless. My beloved friend, I must speak to you with fire and urgency. Do not measure your worth by the way others have treated you. Do not allow the wounds inflicted by their jealousy, their gossip, their betrayal to convince you that you are less than who God says you are. When people hurt you, they reveal more about the darkness of their own heart than they do about you. Their cruelty is a mirror of their emptiness. And while they may laugh in the moment, while they may celebrate your pain, a day will come when they will bow under the weight of regret. Because God will lift you in ways they never imagined possible. Never think for a moment that the cruelty of others can erase the purpose God has written for your life. Your destiny is not in the hands of your enemies, nor in the whispers of those who despise you. Your destiny is sealed in the hand of the Almighty. He alone writes the story. He alone opens and closes the doors. He alone determines the heights to which you will rise. And when He raises you, He will raise you so high that those who once hurt you will tremble with regret, wondering why they ever opposed you in the first place. The truth is this: God allows certain people to wound you because their betrayal becomes the very soil where His justice takes root. If no one ever harmed you, there would be no stage for Him to display His power. If no one ever rejected you, there would be no opportunity for Him to reveal His vindication. The pain they inflicted upon you will become their testimony of regret when God turns it into your victory. Think of this carefully. Those who hurt you often believe they silenced you, that they buried you under shame, but they did not realize you are a seed in the hand of God. Seeds are buried, yes, but not to die, to grow. What they meant as burial was in truth a planting. And when God waters that seed, when He shines His light upon it, when He causes it to sprout forth in power, they will regret they ever placed you in the ground. For what they thought was your end will be the beginning of a harvest they cannot deny. Do not waste your time explaining yourself to those who mistreat you. You do not need their validation. You do not need their approval. You do not need their acceptance. What you need is the hand of God upon your life. And when God places His hand upon you, He Himself will speak on your behalf. He will speak through your blessing, through your rise, through your survival. He will cause the very people who tried to silence you to sit in silence, overwhelmed by regret at the power of God revealed in you. You see, the regret of your enemies is not something you must force. It is not something you must demand. It is something God Himself orchestrates. He knows how to expose the hidden plans. He knows how to bring the whispers of the dark into the light. He knows how to reverse the trap and make those who built it fall into it themselves. And when it happens, their regret will be so heavy they will not be able to escape it. God Himself will make them look back and realize that the one they despised was the one He had chosen. Do not envy their momentary triumph. Do not be discouraged by their temporary success, for everything built apart from God collapses in time. And when it collapses, those who laughed at you will regret their arrogance. They will regret the way they spoke about you, the way they treated you, the way they looked down on you, because God will show them that He alone is the author of honor and shame, of rise and fall. And hear me well. Sometimes the regret will not come through outward downfall, but inward emptiness. Some of the very people who hurt you will appear successful to the world. But inside they will be tormented by guilt, by shame, by the haunting memory of their cruelty. They will carry regret like a shadow they cannot escape, because God knows how to awaken the conscience, to pierce the heart, to remind them of every wound they caused. Their regret will echo within them until they face the reality that they raised their hand against one whom God was protecting all along. But as for you, you must rise above the trap of bitterness. Do not let hatred poison your soul. The moment you allow revenge to control you, you rob God of His chance to vindicate you. Your task is to trust, to endure, to remain faithful. God will handle the rest. His vengeance is not small, it is perfect. And when His hand moves, your enemies will regret with a regret so deep that no words can comfort them. Know this as well. Regret is not merely about punishment. It is about realization. Those who wounded you will one day come to see that God was with you from the very beginning. They will witness the unmistakable evidence of His blessing over your life. They will behold the fruit of His hand guiding your steps. And in that moment of recognition, their pride will shatter. Their arrogance will collapse. And they will regret ever imagining they could touch what God Himself has set apart to protect. My friend, let me share a truth with you. The very hands that tried to push you down will one day wish they had lifted you higher. The very lips that mocked and slandered you will one day wish they had spoken words of blessing instead. The very eyes that once looked upon you with scorn will one day wish they had gazed upon you with honor. For God has a way of rewriting the story so that those who sought to shame you will end up shamed themselves. This is the justice of the Lord. It is not partial. It is not delayed forever. It is not uncertain. It is sure. It is strong. It is final. The hurt that others inflicted upon you is not the end of your story. It is only a chapter and not the final one. God always reserves the last word. And when He speaks, His word silences every critic, every accuser, every liar, every betrayer. When He declares you blessed, no curse can stand. When He declares you lifted, no hand can pull you down. When He declares you chosen, no rejection can cancel it. And those who hurt you will regret it, not because of what you did to them, but because of what God has done for you. There is a deep truth I want you to hold in your spirit. God never wastes pain. Every drop of sorrow you have endured, every sting of betrayal you have felt, every humiliation you have suffered has been collected by God and stored for a purpose. The very things that were meant to destroy you are the things God uses to build you. And when He displays the beauty that comes from your ashes, when He unveils the strength that rose from your suffering, those who caused your pain will be forced to watch. And in their watching, they will regret their cruelty, because God will make your life a testimony they cannot ignore. Do not underestimate the power of divine reversal. The story of your life is not written in straight lines. It is filled with turns, with valleys, with storms. But each valley, each storm, each wound becomes an avenue for God's glory to shine brighter. And the brighter it shines, the deeper the regret for those who mocked you in the darkness. They will look back and remember the moments they laughed at you, the times they dismissed you, the words they hurled against you, and they will wish they had done differently. For God will show them that they were not mocking you, but the plan He had for you. Hear me well. There is nothing hidden from God. Every insult, every act of betrayal, every secret plot against you is fully exposed before Him. People may think their words vanished into the air, their deeds buried in silence, but before God, nothing is forgotten. And in His perfect time, He will bring it all back before them. Not through your revenge, but through His justice. And when it is brought back, they will regret deeply that they ever allowed pride and cruelty to guide their actions. Sometimes God will allow you to rise in front of those who despised you, not because He needs to prove anything to them, but because He delights in proving His faithfulness to you. When you stand in places they said you would never reach, when you achieve victories they swore you would never have, when you walk in peace they thought they had stolen from you, Their regret will be undeniable. They will realize they were not fighting you. They were fighting God. And no one who fights against God ever wins. Do not miss this. Your role is not to chase after their regret. Your role is to trust God, to keep your heart pure, to keep walking forward. If you keep looking back, demanding revenge, you will lose sight of the path God is calling you to. Let God handle them. He is more than capable. He knows how to bring them face to face with their actions in a way that penetrates deeper than anything you could ever say. He knows how to let life unfold in such a way that regret finds them at every turn. Leave it to Him, and you will see that His justice is far greater than anything your hands could build. Sometimes the greatest regret God places upon those who hurt you is not through their downfall, but through your rise. Nothing pierces the heart of your enemies like watching you thrive after they tried to destroy you. Nothing stings like seeing you walk in peace after they tried to disturb you. Nothing cuts deeper than seeing you shine with the blessing of God after they tried to bury you in darkness. This is why you must not shrink back. You must not give up. You must not surrender. Your very survival, your very progress, your very faithfulness will become a testimony that fills their hearts with regret. And let us not forget, God works in generations. Sometimes the regret will not only fall upon those who hurt you, but upon their children, upon their descendants, upon their legacy. Because when people touch the chosen of God, they are not only harming an individual, they are setting themselves against the plan of heaven. And the ripple effects of that choice can echo for years. Your enemies may smile today, but the future is in God's hands. And He knows how to write regret into the legacy of those who thought they could stand against you. But as for you, take comfort in this. Your story is safe in God's hand. He is not done with you yet. The pain of today will become the platform of tomorrow. The tears of this season will water the joy of the next. The rejection you feel now will become the testimony of acceptance you walk in later. And when it happens, those who hurt you will regret every word, every action, every deed, because they will see that nothing they did could stop the hand of God on your life. My beloved, let me remind you today that when God places His hand upon your life, no force on earth can stop what He has ordained. The winds may blow, the waves may rise, and enemies may conspire. But the command of God is greater than every storm, every voice, and every obstacle in your path. What He decrees will come to pass, and what He blesses, no one can curse. Many times you feel like life is against you, but remember, life does not control you. God does. He holds the keys to every door, the solution to every burden, and the answer to every cry of your heart. When you begin to trust that God's plan is far wiser than your own, peace will flood your soul. The disappointments you face will no longer break you because you will see them as divine redirection. The delays you encounter will no longer discourage you because you will know they are preparation. And the trials that once made you question your worth will now make you stronger because you will understand that God never allows pain without purpose. Every struggle, every sleepless night, every tear is shaping you into a vessel that can hold the greatness He is preparing to pour into your life. Do not measure your future by what you see today. Do not let the opinions of others define your destiny. People may doubt you. People may abandon you. People may even try to destroy you. But their power is nothing compared to the will of God. The one who raised you up is the same one who will protect you, guide you, and promote you at the appointed time. What is written for you will reach you. What God has set aside for you will not be taken by another. No matter how hard the enemy tries, he cannot steal what belongs to you when you remain steadfast under God's covering. Lift your eyes beyond the immediate. Look higher than your circumstance. For God has promised that those who place their trust in Him will never be left in shame. Even when you walk through the fire, His presence is your shield. Even when you pass through the waters, His hand is your anchor. Even when the darkness seems to cover you, His light will break through and lead you into dawn. This is not the end for you. It is the beginning of a greater story written by the hand of God Himself. When God is preparing to elevate you, He often first teaches you how to endure storms without breaking. A tree that grows tall and unshaken must first drive its roots deep into the soil. Likewise, God allows certain winds to blow against you, not to destroy you, but to make you unmovable. The trials you face are not punishments, but preparations. The moments when you feel pressed on every side are the very moments when God is forming within you the strength to carry the blessing He has ordained. If your struggle seems heavy, it is only because the weight of your future blessing is greater than you imagine. Do not mistake delay for denial. What looks like silence from God is often His greatest work in the unseen. A seed buried beneath the soil does not appear to be growing, but under the darkness, its roots are spreading. Its foundation is forming soon. It will break forth into the light. So it is with your life. God is working beneath the surface. You may not see it now, but in the appointed time, you will see that His delay was your protection. His silence was your preparation, and His timing was your perfection. When people rise against you, when friends betray you, when enemies mock you, remember this: no one can cancel what God has written. His decree is final, and His plan cannot be overturned. If God has chosen to bless you, no opposition can stop it. Their words may sting, but God's word will stand. Their schemes may rise, but God's hand will scatter them. Do not waste your energy fighting battles that belong to God. Stand firm, be still, and trust that the one who holds the heavens also holds your destiny. And hear this truth: sometimes God removes certain people from your path, not because they were bad to you, but because they were too small for where He is taking you. Not everyone can carry the weight of your blessing. Not everyone can walk with you into your new season. God is selective with who He allows in your life, because the blessing He is about to release is sacred, and He will not allow it to be contaminated by wrong company. Let go of what God has removed. For if it was meant to stay, it would have stayed. Your breakthrough is not just about you. It is about the testimony that will inspire others. When God blesses you, He blesses you so that others may see His greatness through your life. Your story of struggle to strength, of pain to purpose, will become a light for someone lost in darkness. This is why your battle is so fierce. The enemy fears the impact of your testimony. But fear not, for God has already declared your victory. Beloved, lift your head, wipe your tears, straighten your shoulders. You are not forgotten. You are not forsaken. God's hand is upon you, and His plan for you cannot fail. The night may seem endless, but the dawn is already breaking. Hold on. For God is about to give you something so big, so powerful, so undeniable, that all who doubted you will have no choice but to say, "This is the work of God." My beloved, there comes a time in every soul's journey when the weight of life feels unbearable. The darkness of uncertainty presses in, and you wonder if the light of dawn will ever shine again. But I tell you with every fiber of conviction, God does not abandon those who call upon Him. When you feel stripped, when you feel empty, when you feel forgotten by the world, that is often the very moment when God is closest. For it is in the silence of brokenness that the voice of God speaks loudest. Do not mistake your waiting as God's neglect. Waiting is God's workshop. It is in the waiting that He reshapes your heart, strengthens your faith, and prepares you for blessings beyond what you can even imagine. You see, if blessings came too early, they might destroy you. If doors opened too soon, you might walk unprepared. But when God in His infinite wisdom holds you back, it is not to harm you. It is to protect you until the right season arrives. And hear me on this. When God decides to elevate you, no hand can hold you down. When God declares increase over your life, no enemy can block it. When God opens a door, no human being can shut it. The rise that comes from God is unstoppable, unshakable, and undeniable. And if you have been through storms, if you have been betrayed, if you have been overlooked, then lift up your head, because all that pain was not punishment. It was preparation. Do not envy the quick success of others, for not every elevation comes from God. Some rise like a firework, fast, loud, and bright. But then they fall into darkness just as quickly. But when God raises you, He builds you like a mountain, firm, immovable, and everlasting. A rise from God cannot be reversed. A blessing from God cannot be stolen. A destiny written by God cannot be erased. So I tell you today, stop worrying about who left you. Stop stressing over what you lost. Stop crying over closed doors. What left your life was never meant to carry you to where God is taking you. And what is coming into your life is far greater than anything you left behind. God is not a God of decrease. He is a God of abundance, a God of multiplication, a God of restorations. He takes what the enemy meant for harm and turns it into good. Therefore, walk with courage. Do not tremble before challenges, for every challenge is proof that God trusts you with a greater future. Do not shrink back in fear, for fear is a thief of faith. Stand tall, speak boldly, and keep declaring in your heart, God is with me. God is guiding me, and God is preparing me. Even if the path looks rough, even if the nights feel long, remember, God does His finest work in the unseen, in the hidden places, in the silence where no one applauds. And soon, very soon, the same people who doubted you will watch God's hand lift you higher than they ever imagined. The same lips that mocked you will be silenced. The same doors that were slammed shut will open wide. Not because of your power, but because of the unmatched, unstoppable, unshakable power of Almighty God. My beloved, let this truth settle deep within your soul. God has never abandoned you, and He never will. Every tear you have shed, every sleepless night you have endured, every battle you thought would break you, God has seen it all. And He has written your victory long before your struggle began. What you think is the end is only the doorway into something far greater. For when God shuts one path, He is already shaping another. One that is higher, richer, and filled with purpose for those who put their trust in Him. So step forward with faith. Lift your gaze with confidence. Do not yield to fear, to doubt, or to the lies whispered by the enemy. God has placed strength within you, surrounded you with His protection, and laid out His plan before you. The climb may be steep, the night may feel endless, but morning is on its way, bringing with it the favor of God that no one can take from you. Live boldly, live with unshakable conviction. Live assured that the hand of God is leading your every step. When the storm roars, proclaim that your God is mightier. When trials rise up, proclaim that your God is stronger. When people question you, proclaim that your God is faithful. Hold your ground, for your story is not finished. The greatest chapter is still ahead. Place your trust in the one who never fails. For God is preparing a blessing so overwhelming that when it comes, you will look back at every tear and say, it was all worth it. Stand strong, beloved. God is beside you. God is on your side, and He will carry you all the way to victory. This is not your ending. This is the unfolding of the glory God has destined for your life. When God is preparing to entrust you with something great, He often stirs your heart in ways beyond explanation. The nights may feel longer, the days heavier, and even the air around you may seem thick with unseen pressure. Yet that weight is not judgment. That pressure is not meant to break you. The fire you sense is not there to destroy you. It is refining you. Because when God prepares to place something powerful in your hands, He first stretches your faith to carry the weight of that blessing. He does not set heavy crowns upon fragile heads. He fortifies the vessel before He pours the oil. And to someone listening right now, you are in that season where everything feels like it's shifting, tightening, and demanding more from you. Do not confuse this with being forsaken. This is holy preparation. When God is ready to release something extraordinary, He doesn't whisper it softly. He shakes your very being until you cannot remain the same. You will find yourself restless, not satisfied with the things that once comforted you. You will feel a stirring, a longing, a hunger that cannot be explained by earthly desires. That is God enlarging your capacity. Because if He gave it to you while you were still small in spirit, you would miss me shandle it. If He poured it into your life when you were still tied to old ways, you would lose it. God does not bless where faith is absent. He blesses when you are aligned with His will. And when you are ready to carry what He places on you, think about it. Before the rain comes, the sky grows dark. Before the harvest, the farmer feels the ache of waiting. Before the breakthrough, the wall looks taller than ever. That is exactly how God works. He lets you feel the weight of waiting, so that when His hand moves, you will know without a shadow of a doubt. It was God and God alone who gave you that blessing. He does not give little when He has promised much. And if the wait has been long, it is only because the blessing is greater than what you imagine. Many of you listening are standing at the edge of something you cannot yet see. You feel it, you sense it, you cannot explain it to your friends because they do not understand. They look at your struggles and they say, "Why don't you quit?" They see the closed doors and they whisper, "Maybe this is not for you." But deep in your spirit, you know, God has not brought you this far to leave you empty-handed. He has not allowed the battles, the sleepless nights, the tears, and the confusion for nothing. Every tear was watering the ground for your harvest. Every disappointment was chiseling your heart for greater faith. Every setback was shaping your spirit to carry something bigger than you ever thought possible. When God is about to give you something big, you will notice that the enemy begins to fight you harder. The attacks will intensify. The resistance will multiply, and you will feel as though everything is collapsing around you. But that is not a sign of defeat. It is a sign of coming breakthrough. The enemy does not fight empty vessels. He fights the ones carrying divine assignment. If hell is shaking in your direction, it is only because heaven is preparing to open in your favor. That battle you are in right now is confirmation. God is about to place something in your life so powerful, so transforming, that it will silence every lie spoken against you. Do not be deceived. God does not operate on your timeline. He does not rush because you are anxious. He does not delay because He is uncertain. He moves at the exact moment when your faith and His purpose collide. If He gave it to you too early, you would not know how to sustain it. If He gave it too late, you would think your efforts produced it. But when He gives it right on time, you will fall to your knees and say, "God, only You could have done this." And I want to tell you today, you are closer than you think. That pressure you feel is not the end. It is the signal that something is about to be born. A woman in labor does not cry because she is dying. She cries because something is about to come forth. You are in the labor pains of destiny. You are in the stretching season of faith. And the bigger the pain, the bigger the promise. God would not let you feel this level of fire if the blessing was small. He is refining you for something monumental. So lift up your head, wipe the tears from your eyes, refuse to let discouragement speak louder than faith. Stand in the middle of the storm and declare, God, I trust you. Even when I do not understand, I trust you. Even when it hurts, I trust you. Even when the doors remain shut, I trust you. Because I know when you move in ways that no man can stop, no devil can block, and no circumstance can reverse. When God is about to give you something big, He demands that you release the small. He cannot fill a hand that is still clinging to crumbs. He cannot pour new wine into old wineskins. And many of you, the reason you feel loss, the reason people are walking away, the reason old opportunities are shutting down is not because God is punishing you. It is because He is making space. He cannot give you the great if you are still holding on to the good. He cannot give you the abundance if you are still satisfied with survival. He cannot give you destiny if you are still stuck in comfort. And that is why this season feels lonely. That is why doors are closing. That is why some friendships have ended. God is not subtracting from your life. He is clearing the ground for an overflow. He is pulling out the weeds before He plants the harvest. He is cutting away the shallow so He can build the deep. And though it hurts now, one day you will look back and say, God, thank you for every no, because it made room for your greater yes. When God is about to give you something big, He often allows you to walk through a season of silence. You cry out, and it seems as though no answer comes. You pray, and the heavens feel like brass. You look for signs, but all you see is stillness. Yet that silence is not God ignoring you. It is God working behind the veil. Just because you do not hear His voice does not mean His hand is not moving. A farmer does not hear the seed while it is underground. Yet in silence it is breaking, sprouting, and preparing to rise. And so it is with you. God is breaking open your life in hidden places, preparing you for a sudden rise you cannot yet see. When God is about to give you something big, He allows opposition to test you. Why? Because blessing without testing produces arrogance, but blessing after testing produces humility. He allows resistance to shape your strength. Diamonds are not formed in comfort. They are formed under pressure. Gold is not purified by soft winds. It is refined in fire. And so the pressure you feel, the fire that burns around you, is not there to destroy you. It is there to prove you. It is there to show that you can carry what He is about to give you. For if God allowed you to step into greatness without being tested, that greatness would crush you. But when you are refined through difficulty, you are not only ready to receive, you are ready to sustain. Think of it. When the storm rages, trees grow deeper root. When the river overflows, the rocks remain unmoved. When the furnace is hottest, metals are shaped. God uses the very challenges that frighten you to prepare you. Do not curse the storm. Do not despise the fire. Do not run from the pressure. For these are the very signs that you are standing on the threshold of something extraordinary. God is shaping you to carry the weight of glory. He is enlarging your capacity to hold the blessing. When God is about to give you something big, He often strips away the false supports in your life. Those people you thought you needed, He removes them. Those opportunities you leaned on, He closes them. Those habits you clung to, He cuts them off. Why? Because He wants you to know that when the blessing comes, it was not by their hand, not by their favor, not by your own cleverness, but by God alone. He desires no competition for His glory. He wants the testimony of your life to be one that points only to Him. That is why the path feels lonely. That is why certain voices are silent. That is why certain doors no longer open. Because God is weaning you off dependency on man so that your faith is anchored in Him alone. And I say to you with all boldness, do not mourn what God has removed. Do not cling to what He has taken. Do not chase after what He has closed, because the very thing you think you lost was too small for what He is about to give. If it could contain your destiny, God would have let it remain. But because He is preparing something bigger, He had to pull it away. Let go of the ashes so that you can receive the crown. Release the broken so you can hold the whole. Trust that every subtraction was making room for multiplication. When God is about to give you something big, He magnifies your faith through delay. Delay is not denial. Delay is discipline. Delay stretches your patience, enlarges your trust, and deepens your dependence on God. Too often we want immediate answers, instant doors, quick success. But what comes quickly often leaves quickly. What is birthed through waiting is sustained through endurance. And so God trains you to wait. He teaches you to walk by faith, not by sight. He shows you that the unseen hand is more powerful than the visible world. Do not despise the delay. It is the womb of destiny. And hear me, the longer the delay, the greater the manifestation. If God is taking His time with you, it is only because what He is preparing is greater than what you imagine. You may have thought He would give you a little, but He intends to give you overflow. You may have thought the door would be small, but He is building a gate. You may have thought the blessing would touch you, but He is preparing it to overflow to generations after you. This is why you must not faint in the waiting. Do not measure your future by the silence of the present. God is never late, never early, always on time. When God is about to give you something big, He deposits visions in your heart that scare you. He shows you dreams too large for your resources, callings too high for your strength, assignments too heavy for your ability. Why? Because He wants you to know that this is not a man-made dream. It is a God-sized vision. If you could achieve it on your own, it would not require His power. But when you look at it and say, God, I cannot do this without you, then you are in the right place, because the blessing He is preparing for you is not to glorify your name, but to magnify His. And so do not shrink when the vision looks bigger than you. Do not run when the calling looks heavier than you. That is exactly the evidence that it is God ordained. He never gives small assignments to those who trust Him. He calls you higher than your ability so that His power can carry you. He stretches you beyond your strength so that His strength can be revealed. If you feel weak, then you are in the perfect place for God to show Himself strong. When God is about to give you something big, He shakes everything around you that is not rooted in Him. The ground will tremble, the structures will sway, the false foundations will crumble, It feels terrifying. It feels unstable. But it is necessary, because if He built your blessing on unstable ground, it would collapse. And so He shakes everything until only what is unshakable remains. And when He finally places the blessing in your hands, you will stand secure, unmoved, unbroken, because your foundation is God alone. This is why you must not panic in the shaking. Do not cry, God, why is everything falling apart? Say instead, God, I trust that you are securing my foundation, because the greater the building, the deeper the foundation. The higher the tower, the stronger the base. And if God is preparing to build high in your life, He will dig deep first. Let Him dig. Let Him shake. Let Him remove what is unstable. For when He is finished, nothing will be able to topple what He places in your life. When God is about to give you something big, He will make you walk by faith into unfamiliar territory. He will call you out of the familiar, away from the comfortable, beyond the predictable. You will find yourself in new places, meeting new people, facing new challenges. This is not to frighten you, it is to stretch you. God does not grow you in the shallow end. He teaches you to swim in deep waters. And though your feet cannot touch the bottom, His hand will never let you drown. So if you find yourself in places that feel strange, seasons that feel uncertain, situations that feel overwhelming, rejoice. It is a sign that God is enlarging you for something big. Growth never feels easy. Destiny never feels safe. But it is in the deep that faith is proven, and if He has led you here, He will sustain you here. He did not bring you this far to abandon you. He brought you here to show you His power. When God is about to give you something big, He often allows you to stand in places where your own strength fails. He will bring you to the edge of the Red Sea in your life, where behind you the enemy presses hard, and before you the waters seem impossible to cross. Why does He do this? Because it is in the impossible that His power is revealed. If the way was easy, you would have thought it was your own wisdom. If the door opened by the hand of man, you would have given man the credit. But when God places you in a place where no one else can help you, where no solution can be found, where only His hand can make a way, then when the waters part, you will lift your hands and declare, "It was God alone." This is why you must not fear the impossible places in your life. Do not panic when you see no way forward. Do not despair when your back is against the wall. These are the very signs that you are in position for a miracle. For when God is about to give you something big, He often lets the situation look hopeless, so that when He moves, there will be no doubt who was in control. You may not know how, you may not know when, but you can be certain of this: God has not led you here to leave you. He has not brought you into the storm to let you drown. He has placed you here to show you His glory in a way that will leave you speechless. When God is about to give you something big, He refines your words and your thoughts. Suddenly, you cannot speak like you used to. You cannot entertain the same negative conversations. You cannot allow doubt to take root in your mind, because the size of your blessing requires the discipline of your tongue and the purity of your thoughts. God will nudge your spirit when you complain. He will correct you when you speak defeat. He will convict you when you allow fear to dominate your heart. Why? Because He knows the power of life and death is in the tongue. He knows that the way you think will shape the way you live. And if you are to carry something great, you must learn to speak with faith and think with clarity. This is why you will notice in this season that your spirit grows restless with negativity. What once entertained you now burdens you. What once seemed harmless now disturbs you. That is God sanctifying your inner life for the magnitude of what He is about to place in your hands. He cannot pour great blessing into a vessel filled with toxic thoughts. He cannot release abundant favor into a life filled with careless words. He must clean the inside before He fills it. And so if you feel that tug, if you sense that conviction, do not resist. It is the evidence that you are being prepared for something higher. When God is about to give you something big, He stirs up courage in your spirit. He will not allow you to remain timid, weak, or passive. He will demand that you stand strong, that you refuse to bow to fear, that you declare boldly what He has promised. Because greatness is not given to those who shrink back. It is given to those who step forward in faith. You may tremble, but you will not fall. You may feel fear, but courage is not the absence of fear. It is the decision to trust God more than you trust your feelings. And so God will put you in situations that require boldness. He will call you to speak when you want to stay silent, to move when you want to stand still, to act when you want to retreat. For this is how He builds courage in you. Do not despise those moments of trembling. Do not despise those times you are pushed beyond your comfort zone. That is God pulling out the warrior inside of you. That is God teaching you to fight with faith. And understand this, the greater the blessing, the stronger the courage required to sustain it. For when you step into something big, opposition will come. Critics will rise. Envy will grow. But when God has trained your courage, you will stand firm, unmoved, unshaken, declaring, "I will not fear, for my trust is in God." When God is about to give you something big, He sharpens your discernment. Suddenly, you see through people's masks. You notice the deception behind the smile, the hidden agenda behind the kindness, the jealousy behind the words. This is not to make you suspicious of everyone, but to guard you from the traps of the enemy. For big blessings attract big opposition, and the enemy often works through those closest to you, those you least expect. But God in His mercy begins to sharpen your sight. He opens your eyes to see what others cannot. He whispers to your spirit when to step forward and when to step back, when to embrace and when to release. This is His protection, ensuring that what He places in your hands is not stolen by wrong associations. So if you feel distance growing between you and certain people, do not fight it. If God is pulling you away from circles that no longer feed your spirit, do not resist. If He is showing you the truth about someone's heart, do not ignore it. This is not cruelty. It is mercy. It is God shielding you from the wrong voices so you can walk in alignment with His purpose. The bigger the blessing, the more focused the circle must be. And sometimes that means walking alone for a season until God connects you with the right voices for your next level. When God is about to give you something big, He demands obedience in the small thing. Do not think that greatness is only built in grand stages. No, it is proven in the secret acts of obedience. The quiet, yes, when no one is watching. The small steps of faith when no one applauds. The discipline to pray when it feels dry, to believe when it looks dark, to sow when it feels costly. God watches the small acts. He measures your faithfulness in the hidden moments. Because if you cannot obey in the small, you cannot be trusted with the great. Do not despise the little tasks God places before you. Do not grow weary in the hidden service, for every act of obedience is a seed in the ground. And when the time comes, the harvest will overwhelm you. Big blessings are never random. They are the result of consistent obedience. What you do in secret, God will reward openly. What you give in silence, God will multiply in public. What you sacrifice in private, God will honor in ways that will shock even your enemies. When God is about to give you something big, He births perseverance in your soul. He teaches you not to quit. He strengthens your heart to endure, because the path to greatness is never straight. It is filled with turns, delays, setbacks, and trials. Without endurance, you would surrender before the promise ever comes. Yet, in His wisdom, God allows the road to be long enough to shape you, challenging enough to strengthen you, and uncertain enough to keep you leaning on Him. This is how He makes sure that when the blessing arrives, you are not weak, but unshakable. Listen closely. The enemy cannot cancel what God has already destined, but he will try to wear you down so you abandon it. That is why persistence is your weapon. That is why endurance is your protection. The promise is guaranteed. The real question is, will you stand firm long enough to witness it? Will you hold on until the moment you can grasp it? Will you choose not to quit, even when everything screams at you to stop? If you can endure, the midnight morning will break through. If you can stand through the storm, the rainbow will shine. If you can walk through the valley, you will rise into the mountain of promise. Perseverance is the bridge between prophecy and manifestation. When God is about to give you something big, He places in your spirit a peace that does not make sense. The storm may rage, but deep inside there is calm. The winds may blow, but within there is stillness. The world may shake, but your heart rests secure. This peace is not the absence of trouble, and it is the presence of God in the midst of trouble. It is His way of telling you, I am with you. Do not fear. Keep walking. And this peace is your anchor. When doubt rises, it steadies you. When fear whispers, it silences you. When chaos surrounds, it guards you. Do not ignore this peace. It is God's confirmation. It is His assurance that no matter how it looks, His plan is unfolding. Trust that peace. Follow that peace. It is the compass that will lead you into your blessing. When God is about to give you something big, He will require you to release your grip on control. One of the hardest lessons a believer must learn is that you cannot manipulate the timing of God. You cannot force His hand, nor can you bend His will to suit your impatience. God is not moved by your calendar. He is moved by your trust. And so He allows seasons where every plan you have built crumbles. Every strategy you thought would succeed fails, and every safety net you once relied upon disappears. Why? Because He wants you to know that when His blessing comes, it is not because of your control. It is because of His sovereignty. This surrender is not weakness. It is the highest strength. To say, God, I release my plans for yours, is not defeat. It is victory. Because your plan may be good, but His plan is perfect. Your strategy may open a small door, but His strategy unlocks an entire future. Your wisdom may carry you for a season, but His wisdom establishes you for eternity. Let go of the illusion that you must orchestrate everything. Trust that God has already written the script of your blessing. He knows the beginning from the end. He knows which doors to close and which to open, which voices to silence and which to amplify. Stop wrestling for control and start resting in His control. When God is about to give you something big, He cultivates patience in the deepest part of your soul. Patience is not simply waiting. It is waiting without complaint, waiting without doubt, waiting with trust. It is holding on with peace in your spirit, even when the visible evidence looks contrary. And understand this, the size of your patience is often a mirror of the size of your blessing. If God is asking you to wait longer than others, it is only because He is preparing something greater than others. Do not despise the waiting room. It is sacred ground where faith matures, where hope strengthens, where character is forged. Look around you. Those who rush into blessings often see them vanish. But those who wait on God walk into blessings that cannot be shaken. God will never allow patience to be wasted. Every second of your waiting is building endurance for the weight of what is coming. And one day soon you will realize the wait was not a delay. It was a preparation. The longer the roots grow underground, the stronger the tree stands above. So if God is stretching your patience, rejoice. Something mighty is about to break forth. When God is about to give you something big, He ignites in you a hunger for more of Him. Suddenly, the shallow no longer satisfies. The distractions that once filled your time lose their grip. You find yourself longing for His presence, desiring His voice, craving His guidance. That hunger is not accidental. It is divine. Because the blessing you are about to receive cannot be carried by talent, money, or connections alone. It can only be carried by intimacy with God. And so He draws you closer. He pulls you into prayer. He awakens you in the midnight hours to whisper into your spirit. He increases your thirst so that when the blessing comes, you will not worship the blessing. You will worship the giver. Do not ignore that hunger. Do not drown it with noise. Do not distract it with temporary pleasures. That longing is holy preparation. Feed it with prayer. Strengthen it with meditation. Guard it with obedience. Because the more you seek God, the more capacity you have to carry His blessing. And the more you desire Him, the less the blessing itself can corrupt you. For blessings are dangerous when they take God's place. But when your hunger is fixed on Him, the blessing only multiplies your worship. When God is about to give you something big, He positions you in the presence of opposition to sharpen your spirit. You may wonder, why are so many against me? Why do I face so much resistance? Why does it feel like people are rising to block me at every turn? Do not be discouraged or God uses opposition as a chisel to shape you. He allows resistance to build resilience. He places you before enemies, not to destroy you, but to display His power in you. Without enemies, there can be no victory. Without resistance, there can be no breakthrough. Without opposition, there can be no testimony. And so lift your head in the face of opposition. Say, God, I will not fear. For if you have allowed this, you will use it for my good. Understand, this opposition is not a sign that you are forgotten. It is proof that you are chosen. The enemy does not fight those who are empty. He only fights those who carry something worth stealing. The greater the blessing, the fiercer the battle. But the fiercer the battle, the louder the victory. And soon those who rose against you will see with their own eyes that God was on your side. When God is about to give you something big, He refines your priorities. Suddenly, you can no longer waste time on meaningless pursuits. You cannot live carelessly, distracted by the trivial, consumed by the temporary. God awakens you to the value of time, the weight of purpose, the urgency of destiny. He teaches you to walk wisely, to choose carefully, to invest your energy in what truly matters. Because blessings require stewardship, Abundance requires focus. And if you are careless with your time, you will be careless with your blessing. This is why in this season, you may feel pulled away from old habits, old patterns, old distractions. Do not resist this shift. It is God's way of clearing your path. He is teaching you to number your days, to value your hours, to walk with purpose. Because when the blessing comes, you cannot afford to be entangled in what does not matter. The higher He lifts you, the more disciplined your life must become. And if you embrace that discipline now, you will be ready when the doors open. When God is about to give you something big, He increases the fire of adversity to expose what cannot go with you. The heat of trials reveals the cracks in your foundation, the impurities in your character, the weaknesses in your spirit. He does this not to shame you, but to cleanse you. Because if He gave you the blessing without exposing these flaws, they would later destroy what He gave. And so He uses the fire to purge. He uses the trial to refine. He uses the adversity to burn away the unnecessary. Rejoice in the fire, for it is not your enemy. It is your purifier. Do not curse the flames. Thank God for them. For though they burn, they do not consume. Though they hurt, they heal. Though they strip, they strengthen. And when you emerge from the fire, you will not only be ready to carry the blessing, you will shine with a glory that can only come from having walked through the furnace with God's hand upon you. When God is about to give you something big, He instills in you a vision of the future that contradicts your present. You may be surrounded by lack, but He shows you abundance. You may be living in obscurity, but He whispers of influence. You may be pressed by weakness, but He reveals strength. This vision is not a fantasy. It is prophecy. It is God planting in your heart the picture of what He is preparing. Hold on to that vision no matter how impossible it looks, because the vision is the seed of your blessing. Guard it fiercely. Do not let doubt steal it. Do not let mockers shame it. Do not let fear bury it. For the vision is your lifeline in the storm. It is the rope that pulls you forward when all else says quit. And in time, that vision will speak. Though it tarry, wait for it, it will surely come. God does not tease with empty dreams. If He placed it in your heart, He intends to fulfill it. When God is about to give you something big, He surrounds you with signs in your spirit, signs in your circumstances, signs in the whispers of prayer. You begin to sense alignment, as though pieces are falling together in ways you could not have arranged. These are not coincidences, they are confirmations. God often signals His movement with patterns that echo in your life. Watch carefully, listen closely. The signs are there not to give you control, but to give you assurance. Assurance that though you cannot see the whole picture, He is guiding every step. And when the day finally comes, when the blessing manifests, when the door swings wide, you will realize it was worth every tear, every weight, every trial. You will look back and understand why God had to strip, why He had to delay, why He had to refine. Because without those seasons, you would not have been ready. But now, because you endured, you are prepared to receive. And not only receive, but to sustain. Beloved, when God declares that He is making all things new, it is not a poetic whisper. It is a divine decree that carries the full weight of His power. God does not speak in vain. His words are creative forces. They shape destinies, overturn curses, dismantle chains, and open doors that no man can shut. When He says, "Your past is over," He means that every mistake, every wound, every regret, and every sin that once tried to bury you is no longer your identity. God has severed the ties of yesterday and called you into the promise of tomorrow. Too often we drag yesterday's ashes into today's fire, forgetting that God has already burned away what once bound us. The enemy thrives on your memory of failure, but God thrives on your faith in His renewal. He wants you to stop gazing at the ruins of what once was and start walking toward the city He is building for you. The old has been buried. God has planted you in new soil. Do not let the shadow of yesterday block the sunrise God has placed before you. Understand this. When God makes something new, He does not patch up the old. He does not remodel brokenness. He resurrects purpose. He does not simply polish what is worn out. He breathes life where death had claimed victory. God's renewal is not partial. It is complete, overflowing, transformative. He will give you new strength, a new vision, a new spirit, and a new song to sing. But you must be willing to release the old. You cannot hold on to the weight of your past and expect to run into your future. Beloved soul, God is calling you higher. He is calling you to let go of the bitterness, the unforgiveness, the fear, and the doubt that cling to your heart. Do not let the chains of the past define your freedom. God has already opened the prison gate. Why linger in the cell when the light of His renewal is waiting outside? When God says your past is over, He is not just canceling what hurt you. He is rewriting your story. Think of the storms you have endured. Think of the tears that have watered the soil of your nights. Do you not know that God has seen every drop? Do you not know that every trial was preparing you for a greater glory? What felt like loss was often protection. What felt like delay was divine preparation. God was not silent. He was shaping. He was not absent. He was near carrying you when your own strength collapsed. And now He whispers, "Rise, for I am making all things new. Do not fear stepping into the unknown, for the unknown is only unknown to you." To God it is already written, already prepared, already blessed. He has gone before you. He has smoothed the path. He has ordered your steps. Your responsibility is not to worry about what tomorrow holds, but to trust the one who holds tomorrow in His hands. The past may have scarred you, but God will use those scars as signs of His deliverance. They will not be marks of shame, but testimonies of His power. The pain you endured will become the wisdom you carry. The betrayals you faced will become the discernment that protects you. The losses you mourned will become the blessings you thank Him for tomorrow. This is the beauty of God's renewal. He wastes nothing. Every valley you walked, every mountain you climbed, every desert you endured, God folds it into the masterpiece of your life. So lift your head. Do not bow to yesterday. Stand firm, knowing that God has declared you free. Your past is not a chain. It is a classroom. Your failures are not a prison. They are stepping stones. Your wounds are not curses. They are evidence of survival. And survival under the hand of God is not mere existence. It is victory. Yes, God is making all things new. He is restoring, redeeming, refreshing, and rebuilding. Let the old die. Let the past fade. Let yesterday be buried. Step into the dawn with faith, for the God who spoke the universe into being is speaking into your life now. Behold, I am making all things new. My beloved brothers and sisters, listen closely, for the hand of God is not short that it cannot reach you, nor is his mercy scarce that it cannot cover you. Every trial, every storm, every wound of your past is not the end of your story. It is the soil in which God plants the seeds of your future. Do not look back at what has been broken as though it cannot be restored. God, the one who breathes life into dust, can take what was shattered in your life and make it whole again. Do not allow regret to chain your spirit. Do not allow bitterness to poison your heart. Do not allow fear to dim the fire of your soul. For the same God who lifted his servants out of the darkest pits will lift you too. He turns ashes into beauty, sorrow into strength, and weakness into power. He is the one who says to the weary, "Do not despair of my mercy, for I forgive all sins." That means nothing from your past has the authority to cancel your future when God himself has chosen to make all things new for you. You may feel unseen, but God sees you. You may feel forgotten, but God remembers you. You may feel like the doors are closed, but the keys are in the hand of the Almighty. And when he wills, no power on earth or in the heavens can keep the door shut. You may have stumbled, but falling is not the end. Rising with God's help is the beginning. Understand this truth. When God renews, he does not simply patch the broken pieces. He creates something greater than what was before. He molds your pain into wisdom, and your loss into compassion, and your struggle into unshakable strength. What you thought was the end of you was actually the preparation for the new you God is forming. So walk boldly into tomorrow with your trust anchored in the Almighty. Leave the weight of yesterday behind, for the God who split the sea for his servants can split your troubles wide open. The one who provides for the bird in the sky and the fish in the sea will not abandon you. If he watches over the smallest of his creation, will he not watch over your destiny? Lift your head high, child of God, for your past is over. A new season is unfolding. The author of your life has turned the page, and what is written ahead carries blessings, strength, and divine favor. Do not fear what lies before you, for the one who holds tomorrow is the same one who carries you today. My beloved, let us go even deeper into this truth. When God declares that he is making all things new, it is not a suggestion, it is not a possibility. It is a divine decree. God's word does not return empty. It accomplishes what he sends it out to do. That means when he speaks renewal over your life, no force in this world can stop it. No enemy, no betrayal, no failure, and no wound can stand in the way of God's power to make things new. He is the creator of beginnings, the author of destiny, and the one who brings beauty out of ashes. Some of you have lived so long with the memory of your mistakes, with the heaviness of your regrets, that you have begun to believe your past has the final say. But hear this clearly. Your past is over when God steps in. God is not holding you hostage to the things you did or the things done against you. His mercy is greater than your shame. His wisdom is deeper than your confusion. And his power is stronger than every chain that once bound you. When God forgives, he doesn't just erase the record. He gives you a fresh page, a new life, a redeemed purpose. Do not let the shadows of yesterday block the light of what God is doing today. Too often people carry burdens they were never meant to carry. They replay old conversations, revisit old wounds, and relive old failures. But God is calling you to rise up and step forward, because he is not dwelling in the ruins of your past. He is working in the promise of your future. He is already planting seeds of blessing in places where you only saw barrenness. He is already opening doors you thought were forever closed. He is already shifting things in the unseen, preparing you for a new chapter that you could not write on your own. Understand this. God makes all things new, not only to free you from what was, but to prepare you for what will be. Every ending is a setup for a greater beginning. Every closed door is God's hand guiding you to a better one. Every trial is shaping your strength, purifying your spirit, and positioning you for the very things you once prayed for. Do not fear the unknown, because what is unknown to you is already known by God. He has seen the path ahead, and He is leading you step by step into a future filled with His goodness. And let me say this with boldness: stop identifying yourself by what you lost, and start identifying yourself by what God is restoring. You are not your pain. You are God's beloved. You are not your past. You are God's chosen. You are not defined by what broke you. You are defined by the God who heals you. When you look in the mirror, don't see the scars of yesterday. See the evidence that God preserved you, carried you, and is preparing you for something greater than you ever imagined. My friend, the God who spoke light into darkness, the God who split the sea, the God who raised nations and humbled empires, is the same God who is speaking into your life today. Behold, I am making all things new. Believe it, receive it, walk in it, for your past is over and your future belongs to God. Beloved, as we come to the conclusion of this message, remember this eternal truth. God is the one who holds your past, your present, and your future in His mighty hands. Your past mistakes, your failures, your regrets do not define you. They were chapters in your journey, but they are not the final word of your story. The final word belongs to God. And when He speaks life, renewal, and restoration. Do not dwell on what has been lost, for God is preparing what will be gained. Do not weep over doors that have closed, for God is opening doors that no one can shut. Do not fear the unknown, for God has already written a future for you filled with wisdom, strength, and blessings beyond what you can imagine. Step forward with boldness. Hold your head high, for you are walking with the one who restores and renews all things. You have not been abandoned, you are not overlooked, and you are certainly not defeated. God's work in your life is not finished. What's behind you is closed, but what stands before you is overflowing with hope, promise, and divine intention. Step into this moment with faith. Trust the Lord fully and leave yesterday where it belongs behind you. For the Almighty has spoken, "Behold, I am making everything new." And when God begins a new work, no force on earth or power in the heavens can hinder it. Your past is finished. Your new chapter has already begun. Walk in it, embrace it, and give all glory to God. Can you hear me right now? One, your past is finished. It is over. It is buried. It no longer holds the authority over your future. God is creating everything anew, and nothing, absolutely nothing, can stop His hand from transforming your life. For too long you have allowed yesterday to define you. For too long you have let the shadows of what was block the light of what can be. But listen to me, God does not live in your past. He is the God of new beginnings, of fresh starts, of restoration. When He speaks, creation listens. When He acts, doors swing open and chains fall off, and what was dead rises again. And right now, God is declaring over you, "Behold, I am making all things new." You've cried over what happened. You've replayed the mistakes, the losses, the betrayals in your mind 1,000 times. You've let your heart sink under the weight of guilt and regret. But today, I tell you with authority, that chapter is finished. God has already turned the page. You are the one still staring at what He has already closed. The pain you went through is not your prison. It is your preparation. God did not bring you this far to abandon you in a pit of yesterday's memories. He is pulling you into a future where His mercy writes the story, not your mistakes. Your past may explain you, but it does not define you. Too many people are chained not by what others have done to them, but by what they have done to themselves. They think, I failed, so I am a failure. They believe I was broken, so I am unworthy. But God does not label you according to your flaws. God calls you according to His purpose, and His purpose is never canceled by your past. If you woke up today, it means He still has a reason for you to be here. It means He still sees value in you. It means He is not done. God's mercy renews with every sunrise, and His power is not diminished by your yesterday. You are not the sum of your sins. You are the product of His mercy. Stop digging up graves God has already sealed. Stop rehearsing conversations you can't change. Stop letting the opinions of people hold more weight than the promise of God. People may remember what you did, but God remembers what He put inside you. People may hold on to your failures, but God holds on to your destiny, and His hand is stronger. When God says new, He doesn't just patch up the old. He creates something you have never seen before. He doesn't just clean the stains. He gives you a new garment. He doesn't just repair the cracks. He builds a whole new foundation. That is the God you serve. The God who can take ashes and turn them into beauty. Who can take your deepest wound and turn it into your greatest testimony. You must understand this. Your past has no authority unless you hand it the power. Regret is a thief. It steals your focus from what God is doing now and blinds you to what He is about to do next. Regret keeps you sitting in the ruins while God is building a palace. Regret convinces you that you can't move forward until you fix what's behind you. But the truth is, you can't fix the past. Only God can redeem it. And when He redeems it, He doesn't ask your permission. He doesn't need to consult your feelings. He moves because He has decided it is time. And when God decides it's time for something new, the past must bow, the enemy must flee, the chains must fall, the tears must dry. You may say, but I've lost too much. God says, I can restore it. You may say, but I've been too hurt. God says, I can heal it. You may say, but I've wasted too many years. God says, I can redeem the time. You may think you are starting over from nothing, but you are not starting with nothing. You are starting with God. And if you start with God, you are starting with everything. His power, His wisdom, His provision, His favor. They are all yours when you walk with Him. The same God who spoke light into darkness can speak a new future into your life in an instant. I know you have scars. I know you have nights you wish you could erase. I know there are names, faces, and memories that still sting, but your scars are not a sign of defeat. They are proof you survived. They are evidence that even when life tried to break you, God held you together. Your scars tell the enemy, you tried, but I'm still here. And if you're still here, it means there is still more for you to do. God didn't let the storm drown you because there's still a destiny ahead of you. He didn't let the fire consume you because there's still a promise waiting to unfold. You are still breathing, still standing, still hearing these words because your past is over and your future is about to begin. The enemy wants to keep you looking backwards so you never see the blessings that are right in front of you. But God is saying, today, lift your head, Look ahead. I have made a way in the wilderness. I have opened rivers in the desert. I have placed new doors before you, and no one can shut them. Your history is not stronger than His hand. Your mistakes are not stronger than His mercy. Your losses are not stronger than His provision. Every tear you cried, every heartbreak you endured, every betrayal you suffered, none of it will be wasted. God is the master of turning what was meant for harm into the very thing that lifts you into your calling. You may have been overlooked. You may have been lied about. You may have been rejected by the people you thought would always be there, but none of that disqualified you from what God is about to do. In fact, it prepared you for it. Every person who walked away made room for the people God is sending. Every door that's shut cleared the path for the one He will open. Every season of waiting was planting seeds you couldn't see. And now, in His perfect timing, He will cause those seeds to spring forth into something beautiful. He will do it in such a way that when it happens, you will know it was not your doing. It was His. Listen to me closely. There comes a point in life when you must stop carrying the weight of yesterday like a chain around your neck. You cannot run toward the destiny God has for you while dragging the corpses of your old life behind you. The burden will break you if you keep holding on. But God is saying, release it to me. Let me carry it. Let me bury it. Let me give you something new. You see, the human heart was not designed to live in the prison of what happened before. You were made for movement, for growth, for new beginnings. And when God steps into your story, He does not simply repair what was broken. He writes an entirely new chapter, one that would never exist if it weren't for His mercy. Some of you are standing in the ashes of what used to be, wondering why God took it away. But He did not take it to punish you. He took it to prepare you. Sometimes He must remove what you thought you couldn't live without so He can give you what you could never have imagined. If you keep clinging to the past, you will miss the beauty of the present. You will miss the opportunities He has placed before you. You will miss the relationships, the blessings, and the open doors that are waiting for your whys. God is making all things new, but He will not force you to receive it. You must be willing to let go. I tell you, there is no shame in having a past. We all do. There is only shame in letting that past decide the limits of your future. God never called you according to what you did. He called you according to what He placed inside you. The world may measure you by your mistakes, but God measures you by your potential. He sees beyond the rubble. He sees the masterpiece hidden in the mess. And when He sets His hand to work on you, He works until His vision is complete. He is the one who turns storms into stepping stones and trials into training grounds. Every tear, every setback, every dark night, it all becomes the raw material for the miracle He is preparing. And hear this, the same people who doubted you will be the ones to witness your renewal. The same voices that said you would never rise again will see you walking in a victory that only God could have given. Not because you proved them wrong, but because God proved Himself faithful. And when He lifts you in such a way that no one can take the credit. When He restores you, He does it so completely that even the scars become part of your beauty. When He opens the new chapter, it will be written with a grace so undeniable that all who see it will know it was God. There is a danger in keeping one foot in your future and one in your past. You become divided, torn, unstable, and instability will cost you opportunities. When God gives you the word new, you must put both feet into the path ahead. You must decide that what was behind you is truly behind you. You must choose to believe that God's hand is stronger than the enemy's lies, because the enemy will keep trying to remind you of where you came from. He will replay your failures. He will whisper about the people who left you. He will point at the times you fell short. But you must answer every one of those voices with this truth: my past has no power over me. God is making all things new. Let me tell you something. It is not enough to simply believe that God can do something new in general. You must believe that He can do it for you personally. Some of you believe in His power for others, but you doubt it for yourself. You think you are the exception to His mercy, that your mistakes were too great, your sins too deep, your story too messy. But God does not look at you and see the list of what you did wrong. He sees the possibility of what you can become in His hands. He does not consult your record before deciding your future. He consults His will. And if His will says renewal, then renewal is coming. And do not think for a moment that new means easy. When God makes things new, it often requires leaving behind the familiar. It often means walking into territory you have never seen before. It may mean breaking free from relationships, habits, or environments that feel comfortable but are killing your growth. It may mean trusting Him in ways you have never had to trust before. But that is the price of new life. You cannot stay where you are and step into what He has prepared. You cannot hold on to the old and fully embrace the new. You must release in order to receive. There is a holy courage that comes when you truly believe God has ended one season and begun another. You start walking differently. You start speaking differently. You stop apologizing for outgrowing the things that once fit you. You stop explaining yourself to people who were never meant to understand your calling. You stop lowering yourself to fit into places that God has already called you out of. Because you know deep in your soul that your past was only a prelude to the glory that is coming. And maybe you're still wondering, how do I step into this new God is making? You do it one decision at a time. You decide today that you will no longer speak of yourself as broken, but as becoming whole. You decide that you will no longer define yourself by your wounds, but by your healing. You decide that you will no longer measure your worth by the people who walked away, but by the God who stayed. You decide that you will stop living in reaction to what happened and start living in response to what God is doing now. Because God is not finished. Not with you, not with your story, not with your future. And if you can grasp that, if you can truly take hold of the truth that your past is over and your renewal is here, you will find that your strength rises, your hope awakens, and your faith becomes unshakable. And once that happens, nothing and no one can stop you from walking into the new life God has designed for you. There are moments when God will strip away what you thought was your security, not to harm you, but to show you that your true foundation was never in those things to begin with. You thought your stability came from that job, that relationship, that bank account, that reputation. But when it was gone, you discovered that the only reason you were still standing was because God held you up. That's the truth about renewal. It forces you to see where your strength really comes from. Renewal is not just about having something new in your hands. It's about having a new understanding in your heart. It's about seeing that God is the source and everything else is a channel. Channels may change. The source never does. God's renewal is not a surface change. It is a deep transformation. He does not just paint over cracks. He rebuilds the foundation. He does not just replace the leaves on a dying tree. He restores the roots. This is why sometimes He allows certain things in your life to collapse. Because if He were to build something new on a faulty base, it would eventually fall again. So He tears down not to leave you empty, but to rebuild you stronger, wiser, and more aligned with His purpose. It might feel like loss, but in reality it's preparation for something greater. And if you can trust Him through the breaking, you will see the beauty of His building. The past has a way of whispering its lies into your present. It tells you that because you failed before, you will fail again. It tells you that because you were hurt before, you will always be hurt. It tells you that because you once walked in darkness, you can never walk in light. But God's truth is louder than those lies if you will choose to listen. His truth says, I have already carried away your shame. I have already erased the record. I have already set your feet on a new path. Do not return to the chains I have broken. Do not look for the keys to a prison I have already opened. When God delivers you from the past, it is an insult to His power to keep living like you are still bound by it. Some of you keep asking for a sign that God is doing something new, but the sign is already in front of you. You're still here. You made it through things that should have destroyed you. You endured storms that were meant to drown you. You walked through fire and did not come out burned to ash. That's not luck. That's not coincidence. That's the hand of God. And if His hand kept you through that, do you think He brought you this far to drop you now? No. He brought you through it to bring you into something greater. The survival was the sign. The breath in your lungs is the proof. You don't need another confirmation. God's mercy is confirmation enough. And understand this: when God says all things new, He means all. Not some, not most, not everything, except that one thing you think is too far gone. All that means He can renew your mind when the enemy says it's too damaged. That means He can renew your joy when life has drained it dry. That means He can renew your hope when disappointment has buried it. That means He can renew your reputation when people have spoken against you. There is nothing too stained, too broken, too wasted for God to restore. If He can turn night into day and deserts into rivers, He can take your life, no matter where it's been, and turn it into something that radiates His glory. But here is the challenge. You must cooperate with the renewal. God can open the door, but you must walk through it. He can send the rain, but you must prepare the ground. He can bring the opportunity, but you must be willing to leave behind the comfort of where you've been. Too many people ask God for something new, but cling tightly to the very things He is trying to remove. You cannot receive with closed fists. You cannot move forward while holding on to what is behind you. Renewal requires release. It requires trust. It requires you to say, even if I don't understand, I will follow where you lead, God. And do not be surprised if your renewal offends people who knew the old you. Some will not understand how you changed. Some will try to remind you of the mistakes you made. Some will accuse you of pretending to be someone you're not. But you don't owe them an explanation. God is the one who defines you now, not them. And when He renews you, He will vindicate you. He will silence every false voice by the undeniable evidence of your transformation. Those who doubted will see. Those who mocked will witness. Those who left will watch from a distance as God lifts you higher than they ever thought possible. This is why you must fix your eyes on God and not on people. People change, but God remains. People forget, but God remembers His promises. People may try to limit you based on their memory of who you were, but God lifts you based on His vision of who you are becoming. And His vision is never small. His plans for you are never shallow. They are vast, deep, and beyond anything you could imagine. When God says He is making all things new, He is talking about a renewal that not only changes your circumstances, but changes you, your heart, your perspective, your courage, your faith. And I want to tell you something that may shake you. Sometimes God allows the past to hurt so deeply so you will never be tempted to go back. He allows certain seasons to end so decisively that you cannot reopen them. He allows certain people to leave so clearly that you will not run after them. This is not cruelty. This is mercy. Because if you truly knew what He was preparing ahead, you would not waste one more moment mourning what is behind. Your future is not waiting for your past to approve of it. It is waiting for your faith to step into it. And faith is not a feeling. It is a decision. It is the choice to believe God's promise more than you believe your pain. It is the choice to believe His voice above the noise of your regrets. It is the choice to step forward even when the ground feels unfamiliar. That's the path to renewal. That's the way to walk into the all things new He has promised. Some of you have been asking God to bless you while still holding on to things that poison your spirit. You pray for a new season, but you entertain the same habits, the same voices, the same places that kept you chained in the old one. Let me tell you, God is not going to build something new on a rotten foundation. He is not going to pour His blessing into a vessel that refuses to be cleaned. Renewal requires purification. It requires that you allow God to remove what does not belong before He adds what is meant for you. This is why some seasons feel like loss. It is not that God is taking from you to hurt you. He is taking from you to prepare you. When God decides to make all things new, He is not looking for your permission. He is looking for your cooperation. He will not force you into your destiny, but He will make it clear that staying where you are is no longer an option. He will dry up the wells you used to drink from, so you are compelled to seek the living water of His provision. He will close the doors you once depended on, so you will stop leaning on them as your security. He will rearrange your relationships so that only those aligned with your purpose will remain. It may feel like everything is falling apart, but in reality, everything is falling into place. And you must understand there is a holy discomfort that comes before divine renewal. If you are feeling unsettled, if you are restless in a place you used to feel comfortable, it is not by accident. That stirring in your spirit is God telling you it's time to move. It's time to release. It's time to step forward. The old environment can no longer contain the new you. He is shaping. You can't fit into spaces that are too small for your calling. You can't thrive in soil that has already given all it can give you. God will stretch you beyond the limits of your present season, so that you must step forward into the next one. This is why you cannot define your life only by what your eyes can see. He is orchestrating more behind the curtain than your mind could ever imagine. While you are tallying up what slipped from your hands, He is multiplying what is about to be placed into them. While you grieve those who walked away, He is preparing to send those destined to walk beside you into your future. While you replay old struggles in your memory, He is crafting victories you have not yet witnessed. God is never still. Every season of silence is a season of shaping. Every pause is the setup for a greater unveiling. Every quiet hour is His hand working in hidden spaces where transformation is born. But renewal is not only about receiving better things, it is about becoming a stronger version of yourself. God's concern is not merely improving your situation. His focus is on refining your character, deepening your faith, sharpening your discipline, and fortifying your resilience. He knows that if He gave you the new season without preparing your heart, you would lose it as quickly as you received it. That is why some of you have had to wait. That is why some doors did not open when you wanted them to. That is why certain prayers seemed unanswered. It was not denial, it was development. God was strengthening the foundation so that when the blessing comes, it will not crush you. It will sustain you. And let me warn you, the enemy will always try to drag the memory of your past into your present as you step into renewal. He will try to make you believe that nothing has changed, that you are still the same person you used to be. But here is the truth. When God makes all things new, even the parts of you the enemy thought he owned or reclaimed, he will take the very area where you once struggled and turn it into a place of strength. He will use the very wound that once weakened you to give healing to others. That is how complete his renewal is. It doesn't just touch the surface, it transforms the depths. And as you walk in this newness, you must guard it. Do not return to the environments that God delivered you from. Do not invite the same chaos back into your life and then wonder why your peace is gone. Renewal is a gift, but it is also a responsibility. God can give it, but you must protect it. This means setting boundaries. This means saying no when you used to say yes. This means choosing peace over drama, purpose over distraction, and obedience over convenience. You cannot carry the weight of the old world into the new season and expect to move freely. Hear me? God is not calling you into something small. He is not renewing you for a life of mediocrity. He is positioning you for influence, for purpose, for impact. Your renewal is not just for you. It is so that others will see what God has done in you and believe that He can do it for them too. That is why your story matters. That is why your past had to be overcome. Because there will be people who look at you and say, if God could bring them out of that, then He can bring me out too. Your testimony is a weapon, and your renewal is the proof of God's power. So stand up, lift your head, stop speaking about what was, and start declaring what will be. Stop rehearsing the pain and start proclaiming the promise. Stop questioning if you are worthy and start walking like you are chosen, because you are not the same. The old you is gone. The chains are broken. The season has shifted. God is making all things new. And that means your past is not just behind you. It is powerless over you. There comes a moment when you must decide that your past will no longer have the power to dictate the language of your heart. You cannot keep speaking as if your future will mirror your history. The words you choose carry weight, and God listens to what you declare over your life. If your mouth keeps agreeing with the pain of yesterday, your spirit will stay chained to it. But when you open your mouth and speak life, when you declare that God is leading you into better days, something shifts. The atmosphere changes. Your heart aligns with His promise, and your steps begin to follow the path He has prepared. Renewal begins with agreement. If you agree with your old wounds, you stay wounded. If you agree with God's word over your life, you step into healing. Some of you have prayed for change but continued to prepare for disappointment. You've asked God for open doors, but in your heart you still expect them to close. You've asked for blessings, but you've braced yourself for loss. That is not faith. That is fear wearing the disguise of caution. And fear will never walk you into the new season God has for you. God does not work through fear. He works through trust. If He says the old is gone, believe it is gone. If He says all things are new, believe they are new, even if you can't see it yet. The seeds of change often sprout in hidden soil long before they break through the surface. Trust that God is working in the unseen. And here is something you must understand. God's renewal is not always sudden. Sometimes it is a process. Sometimes He will peel away the layers of your past bit by bit, giving you time to adjust, to grow, to strengthen. You may not see the full picture yet, but each day you remain faithful is another step into your new life. Renewal can be quiet. It can be slow. It can happen in such a way that you look back one day and realize you are no longer the person you once were. Your thoughts have changed. Your habits have shifted. Your vision is clearer, and you know deep in your spirit God did this. Do not despise the process. Too many people want the promise without the preparation. They want the harvest without the planting season. But when God takes His time, it is because He is doing something that will last. Quick fixes fade. Shallow change crumbles. But when God rebuilds you from the inside out, that transformation is permanent. He is not trying to give you a temporary high. He is giving you a lasting foundation. And sometimes that means waiting while He strengthens what no one else can see. It means walking by faith when nothing in your circumstances yet matches what He has promised. And you must also know this: renewal often requires separation. There will be people who cannot walk into your next season with you. Not because they are evil, but because they are not assigned to the chapter God is writing now. Some people were meant to be in your life for a reason, some for a season, and very few for a lifetime. If God removes them, trust that it is for your good. He hears conversations you never heard. He sees motives you never saw. He knows the weight of influence they would have on your future. And if it's not aligned with His plan, He will not allow it to remain. Don't chase what God has released. Let go with gratitude and move forward with trust. There is a strength that comes when you truly believe God's hand is on your life. You stop living as if you are at the mercy of random events. You stop thinking that life is just happening to you. You begin to understand that everything, every setback, every delay, every closed door has been allowed by God for a purpose. And if He allowed it, then He will use it. Even the things the enemy intended to destroy you will become the very things that develop you. Even the nights you cried alone will become the oil that fuels your fire. Even the seasons of silence will become the foundation of your wisdom. This is what happens when God makes all things new. He redeems everything. And do not be surprised when renewal attracts opposition. The moment you start walking in your new season, there will be voices that try to pull you back. They will question your change. They will test your resolve. They will try to provoke you into acting like your old self. But do not engage. You do not have to prove your transformation to anyone. The greatest evidence of change is consistency. If you keep walking forward, the truth will speak for itself. God will defend your name. God will silence every false accusation. Your job is to keep moving and keep your eyes fixed on Him. The most dangerous thing you can do in a season of renewal is to keep glancing back at what God has already brought you through. Every time you look back, you lose sight of what's ahead. Every time you replay the pain, you weaken your hope. This is why God calls you to fix your eyes forward. The road ahead is full of blessings, opportunities, and divine alignments, but you cannot embrace them if your focus is trapped in yesterday. The past is over, not just forgiven, not just forgotten over. It has no more authority over your destiny unless you give it permission. So walk boldly. Walk with the confidence that comes from knowing the Creator of the heavens, and the earth has decided that your story is not finished. Walk with the awareness that every step forward is a step deeper into His purpose. Walk with the assurance that God is not just making some things new, He is making all things new. And when God makes something new, it is greater than anything you could have imagined. My beloved, when God writes your story, He does not write it in fear, defeat, or confusion. He writes it in victory, strength, and clarity. Even when your path winds through valleys and shadows, remember that God's plan is never delayed, never weakened, and never uncertain. What you see as a setback is often the very step forward that God has designed. What you think is a closed door may be a divine shield blocking you from harm you cannot yet see. God's wisdom is higher than the highest mountains and deeper than the deepest oceans. You cannot measure it with human reasoning, and you cannot compare it with worldly knowledge. The human mind may question why certain trials are allowed, but the believing heart knows God never allows anything without purpose. If He permits a storm, it is to cleanse, to strengthen, and to prepare you for the blessings that lie ahead. When God decides to elevate you, no hand can push you down. When He commands the season to change in your life, no power in the heavens or the earth can hold back the new dawn. This is why you must keep your trust anchored in Him, not in people, not in wealth, and not in fleeting moments of comfort. All these things can vanish, but God's power, protection, and mercy remain forever. Understand this truth. God's timing is not late. He moves at the exact moment that aligns with His perfect wisdom. Many lose faith because they want God's plan to match their schedule. But a true believer understands that every delay is part of a divine arrangement. An arrangement that keeps you from walking into traps, that positions you for greater victories, and that ensures you will be ready to carry the blessing without being crushed by it. If you truly want to see God's power in your life, stop fighting His will and start flowing with it. Stop questioning every twist in the road and start thanking Him for the journey. Even the detours carry divine purpose. The people who left you, the doors that closed, the opportunities that disappeared, these are not signs of abandonment, but of God's careful guidance. He knows what lies ahead, and He loves you too much to let you walk into harm unprotected. And when the moment comes when God says no, you will witness what human effort could never achieve. Paths will open that you didn't even know existed. Support will come from sources you never imagined. Your heart will find peace, not because the storm stopped, but because you will know the one who controls the storm is holding you in His hands. My dear brothers and sisters, when God chooses to bless you, there is no force in the heavens or the earth that can stop it. No enemy can stand in His way. No scheme can overthrow His decree. The plans of people may be many, but it is the plan of God that always prevails. And when His time comes, it will come like the dawn breaking after the longest night, unstoppable, undeniable, and full of light. You may be walking through a valley now, but remember, valleys are never the final destination for those who trust in God. They are simply the path to the mountain He has prepared for you. The reason you mustn't lose heart, because God sees every detail of your struggle. He has counted every tear you have cried. He knows the words you could not say out loud, and He is the one who holds the keys to every closed door in your life. Sometimes He delays so that you will not settle for less than what He has ordained. Sometimes He removes so that He can replace with what is far better. And sometimes He allows a storm so you will discover that the waves cannot drown the one whose anchor is in Him. Beloved, do not be deceived by the seeming power of the wicked. Their victories are short-lived and their strength is only for a season. God watches them, and in His perfect justice, He brings them down at the appointed time. That is why you must keep your heart pure before Him. Do not respond to betrayal with bitterness. Do not repay evil with evil. Instead, fix your eyes on the one who is the ultimate judge, for His scales never lie. When God is silent, it does not mean He is absent. His silence is often His strategy. He is working in ways you cannot yet see, aligning events, preparing people, and shifting circumstances so that the blessing, when it comes, will not be taken from you. If you could see what He is arranging behind the curtain of time, your heart would rest in complete peace. This is why faith is not just believing in what you hope for, but trusting the wisdom of God, even when you don't understand the path He has chosen for you. So walk with dignity, even when life tries to humiliate you. Stand with courage, even when fear whispers in your ear. Speak with truth, even when lies surround you. And hold tightly to the rope of God, for He never lets go of the one who truly trusts Him. The hand of God is above all hands, His will above all wills, and His mercy above all mercy. And when He decides to lift you, no one can pull you down. When God decides to bless you, no force on earth and no scheme of man can block it. You may see obstacles, but to God they are stepping stones. You may see enemies rise against you, but God turns their arrows into dust before they can reach you. You may hear whispers of doubt and fear, but God's voice in your spirit will thunder louder than every lie. God's plan for you is written by His hand, sealed by His power, and protected by His command. This is why you must not panic when life looks like it's falling apart, because sometimes God allows certain things to break so that He can rebuild you stronger, purer, and more aligned with His purpose. Do not mistake delay for denial. Do not mistake silence for absence. God is working in ways you cannot see, rearranging, removing, and realigning everything around you. The door you thought was closed forever may suddenly open, not because you pushed it, but because God Himself commanded it to swing wide. And hear me well, when God lifts you, He does it in such a way that no one can take credit for it. People will watch you rise and will not understand how you did it. They will think you had help from men, but your help came from the one who needs no helpers. This is why your trust must stay in Him alone. So keep walking, keep praying, keep your heart clean before God. For the moment is coming when He will turn your tears into testimony, your pain into power, and your struggles into signs of His greatness in your life. When you truly surrender your heart to God, you begin to see life through a different lens. The storms that once terrified you no longer shake you because you know that the one who created the heavens and the earth is also holding your life in His hands. You begin to realize that every delay is not a denial but a divine arrangement. Every closed door is not a punishment but protection. When you walk with God, even your enemies are unknowingly paving the way for your success. Do not let the noise of the world confuse you. People will try to tell you that you are unlucky, that your dreams are too big, that your time is over. But remember, they are not the ones who wrote your destiny. God is. And when God writes, no human hand can erase. When He commands, no earthly power can resist. That is why you must keep your faith strong, even when the night feels long and silent. For in the silence, God is arranging things in your favor. Understand this. The same God who brought you out of the problems you thought would destroy you is the same God who will take you to heights you never imagined. But you must trust His timing. We, in our human impatience, want blessings instantly. But God, in His wisdom, prepares the ground before planting the seed. He knows the exact season when your heart, your mind, and your surroundings will be ready to receive the blessing without losing it. And when God decides it is time, no force in the universe can hold it back. Opportunities will appear where you saw only walls. Helpers will arrive without you calling them. Paths will open in places you never thought to walk. That is the beauty of God's power. He works in ways that remind you that you are not in control, but you are deeply cared for by the one who is. Stay faithful. Stay patient. Stay rooted in obedience, because the day will come when you will look back at the struggle and say, "Now I understand why God made me wait." And that understanding will fill you with such peace that you will never doubt His plan again. My beloved, as we come to the end of this message, let your heart be steadfast in the truth that God never leaves His servants without guidance, protection, or purpose. The trials you face are not the end. They are a passageway, a bridge to the blessings He has already prepared for you. Every delay is a divine arrangement. Every tear is counted, and every prayer is heard by the one who sees the unseen and knows the depths of your soul. Do not measure your life by what is happening around you. Measure it by what God is doing within you. The storms may roar, but they are under His command. The enemies may plot, but they are under His control. The doors may seem closed, but when God chooses to open them, no power on earth or in the heavens can shut them. Step boldly into the path ahead. Do not allow fear to chain you down. Hold your head high, steady your heart, and declare words of faith over your journey. Speak to your soul, God walks beside me. God shows me the way. God shelters me. For when your life is yielded to His will, victory is not uncertain. It is guaranteed. And when the appointed day arrives, and it surely will, you will look back on this chapter and see the purpose in it all. You will realize the road was never accidental. Every step was designed by His wisdom. You will give thanks not only for the breakthroughs, but also for the pauses, the redirections, and even the closed doors, for they guided you to the very place you were meant to stand. Can you sense that gentle, quiet voice speaking into your spirit right now? The one whispering, "Don't look back. Something greater is on the way." That is not a fleeting idea, my friend. That is not a sweet phrase meant to be heard and forgotten. It is the very voice of God, drawing you toward a future your eyes have yet to witness. Your heart has not yet pictured it, but your soul is already sensing it. I need you to receive this with every part of your being. The life ahead of you is far greater than the one you're leaving behind. Yet too many of us linger in the middle of life's road. One foot anchored in the past, the other trying to step into the future. But our gaze is still fixed backward. And you cannot move forward while your heart remains tied to what's behind you. God has not called you to remain chained to yesterday's hurt, yesterday's failures, or yesterday's comfort. He has called you to stride boldly into the new that He has prepared for you. And that next is greater than you think. Listen to me. The past is a place of reference, not a place of residence. You may have walked through heartbreak, betrayal, loss, or disappointment, but that was not your destination. That was preparation. Every tear you cried, every lonely night, every moment when you thought you couldn't go on, it was shaping you, strengthening you, and refining you for the greater that is coming. If you keep staring in the rearview mirror, you will miss the road signs God is placing right in front of you. You see, the reason God says don't look back is because what's ahead requires your full attention. You cannot receive the new thing God wants to place in your hands while your grip is still tight around something He has already removed. Some of you are still holding on to relationships God has already ended, jobs God has already closed the door on, seasons God has already completed. You're asking God for direction, but you're still clinging to the very thing He told you to release. Let me tell you, when God says something greater is coming, He means it. And greater does not always mean bigger in the eyes of the world. Greater means more peace. Greater means more clarity. Greater means more purpose. Greater means living in alignment with the calling He has placed on your life. Greater means having a joy that nothing and no one can take away. And sometimes for God to give you greater, He must first take away what you thought you needed, but was only holding you back. I know it's hard. I know it hurts to walk away from what you thought was your forever. But hear me, if it was meant to be part of your future, God would have kept it there, Amon. The very fact that it's behind you is proof it was never meant to define you. You cannot drive into tomorrow if you keep slamming the brakes every time you think about yesterday. The only thing you owe your past is gratitude for the lessons it taught you, not permission to keep you bound. My friend, God has already written the next chapter of your life, but He will not turn the page for you if you are still gripping the old one, afraid to let go. You must trust Him enough to step into the unknown. You must believe that His plan is greater than your memories. And you must understand that every closed door is not rejection. It is redirection. God closes doors to keep you from walking into something that will harm you, distract you, or delay you. Some of you have been praying, God, show me something new, but your eyes are still fixed on what you've lost. You've been asking for fresh opportunities, but your heart is still tangled in what you left behind. God cannot fill a vessel that is already full of yesterday's oil. He wants to pour something new into you. But first, you must be emptied of what no longer serves your destiny. And hear me well, the enemy will always try to pull your attention backward because he knows that if you keep looking back, you will lose momentum. If he can keep you rehearsing the past, he can keep you from stepping into the promise. That's why you must guard your focus. You cannot give your energy to things that no longer exist. The past is over. You cannot change it. You cannot relive it. But you can learn from it, rise from it, and let it push you into the future. God has prepared. You think you've seen God's best? No, you've only seen the introduction. The greater is still on the way. You have not even scratched the surface of what He is about to do in your life. The blessings you've experienced so far are just a small preview. The breakthroughs you've seen are just the beginning. And the battles you've faced, oh, they were not sent to destroy you. They were allowed to position you for a victory that will silence every doubt, every critic, and every fear. Don't you dare settle here. Don't you dare set up camp in the wilderness when God is leading you to a promised land. The dry season is temporary. The waiting season is temporary. The confusion is temporary. But the glory that is coming is eternal. And once you taste it, once you see it, once you step into it, you will understand why God told you not to look back, because looking back would have cost you everything He was trying to give you. Think of the seeds a farmer plants. If he spends all his days staring at the field he harvested last season, he will miss the new soil that needs tending today. The past season's fruit was for that season. The new harvest requires fresh planting, fresh labor, fresh faith. God is saying to you, this is a new field, a new time, a new appointment with destiny. The rain that's coming is not for what you lost. It's for what you're about to gain. And you need to understand this. The greater that is coming is not always visible to human eyes in the beginning. God often conceals the greatest blessings behind seasons of silence. Seasons where nothing seems to be happening. Seasons where you feel stuck. But the silence does not mean absence. The waiting does not mean abandonment. God is working in ways you cannot see. He is preparing doors you didn't even know existed. He is aligning the right people, positioning the right opportunities, and moving obstacles out of your path. But here's the truth. If you keep looking back, you will miss your alignment. You will walk past your open doors because you were too busy knocking on doors that were already locked. You will miss divine appointments because you were too busy chasing expired connections. You will pass by new blessings because your mind was still stuck in old battles. That is why God speaks so strongly. Don't look back. Do you realize how much energy it takes to carry the weight of the past? Some of you are exhausted not because your life is too full, but because your heart is too heavy with what you refuse to release. You are replaying conversations that are over. You are nursing wounds that God already healed. You are trying to resurrect seasons that He buried for your protection. And the truth is, the weight you're carrying was never meant to be carried this far. God is saying, lay it down, leave it there. I have something greater ahead, but you cannot take that baggage with you. I want to remind you of something powerful. God never removes without replacing. When He takes, He gives. When He closes one chapter, He is already writing the next. When He pulls you out of one environment, it's because He has prepared another that is better for your growth. You may not see it yet, but every ending is the seed of a greater beginning. You see, when God calls you forward, He calls you higher. And to go higher, you must let go of what is weighing you down. You can't climb carrying every burden, every memory, every disappointment from the past. Even good things, if they belong to a past season, can become a hindrance if you try to drag them into the next. God wants you free, light, and ready for what's coming. Some of you are standing on the edge of a new season, but fear is holding you hostage. Fear whispers, what if the future isn't better? What if you lose more? What if you fail? But God is whispering something louder in your spirit. What if it's greater than you ever dreamed? What if the next season restores everything you thought was gone? What if I am about to do something so beautiful, so powerful, so beyond your imagination that you will forget the pain of the past? When you trust God fully, you understand that the same hands that carried you through your worst days are the same hands preparing your best days. That is why you can step forward with boldness. You can walk away from what was, even if you don't yet see what will be, because your faith is not in the evidence of your eyes. It is in the certainty of God's promise. And make no mistake, the enemy will try to tempt you with backward glances. He will remind you of comfort zones, familiar places, and old habits. He will try to lure you back into old mindsets, into old patterns, into relationships that kept you small. But you must be ruthless in your obedience. You must decide that nothing behind you is worth forfeiting what God has ahead of you. The greater that is coming will demand a different version of you. A stronger you, a wiser you, a more disciplined you, and that transformation cannot happen while you are clinging to the past. The old version of you may have survived back there, but the new version of you will thrive out here. And God is calling you to rise into that newness. Even now, there are unseen battles being fought on your behalf. There are blessings with your name on them that the enemy cannot touch. But your own backward focus could delay. That's why this is urgent. God is not just telling you not to look back for the sake of the command. He is protecting your destiny from unnecessary delay. Every time you look back, you pause your own progress. And right now, God is saying, you don't have time to pause. You don't have time to waste. The greater is coming, and you must be ready to receive it. Then hear this. with all the strength of your spirit. When God says, "Don't look back," He is not asking you to abandon your history. He is calling you to protect your destiny. He knows that the human heart is easily tempted to dwell on what was familiar, even if it was harmful. The mind will replay old victories to feel safe, or old pains to justify fear. But God is a God of movement. He never intended for you to be trapped in yesterday's chapter when He has already written a better one. You are not meant to be a prisoner of your memories. You are meant to be a steward of your future. And the truth is, some of you are still staring at the door that closed, wondering why, when all the while there is another door already open in front of you. You don't see it because your gaze is locked on the wrong direction. God is telling you to shift your focus, stop watering a dead tree, and start planting in fertile ground. Think about the path you've walked so far. You've had seasons where you felt stripped bare, where people walked out, where opportunities dried up, where prayers seemed unanswered. You thought those moments were losses, but in reality they were pruning. God cuts away what will not bear fruit in the next season. He removes branches that have grown too heavy with decay, not because He wants to diminish you, but because He wants you to grow stronger, to bear more, to reach higher. And sometimes the greater that is coming is hidden inside a season that feels like nothing is happening. It's easy to look back when the present feels empty. But God is the God who works in silence. Seeds grow underground where no one can see them, and only time reveals their strength. Right now, while you are waiting, God is working in ways you cannot comprehend. He is aligning your steps with divine timing. He is bringing the right voices into your life. He is positioning you for blessings that will come so suddenly you will forget how long you waited. But here's the danger. If you turn around before the seed sprouts, you will abandon the very field God asked you to tend. Many lose their harvest because they walk away in the final stretch, distracted by the echo of the past. Don't let that be you. The enemy will whisper, "Go back!" It was easier there. You knew what to expect. But ease is not the same as destiny. Comfort zones can be cages when God is calling you to soar. Some of you need to hear this clearly. Not everyone from your past is meant to walk into your future. God will not take them away to hurt you. He will take them away to help you. The people you thought you needed were sometimes the very ones who would have slowed you down. And in the moment, you might not understand why they left. But when you step into the greater God has prepared, you will look back only to thank Him for the separation. You must also understand that looking back can corrupt your vision. If your eyes are constantly filled with the shadows of yesterday, you cannot see the light breaking over tomorrow. The human spirit cannot fully embrace what's ahead while still mourning what's behind. This is why God calls you to release it, not because the past was worthless, but because the future is priceless. And greater does not always come in the way you expect. You might be waiting for something grand and visible, but sometimes greater begins in the smallest shift. A peace that settles in your soul, a clarity in your decisions, a strength you didn't have before. These are signs that God is already moving you forward. The visible blessing is simply the final evidence of what He has been doing within you all along. God's way is always forward. The ocean parts for those who step in faith and not for those who stand on the shore debating. Mountains move for those who climb, not for those who stand at the base wishing. The greater that is coming requires motion. It requires you to lift your foot. Take that next step even when you can't see the whole road. Trust that God's path will hold you. Trust that He has already gone ahead of you. And I tell you this, when the greater arrives, you will not have to force it. You will not have to chase it. God's blessings have a way of overtaking you when you walk in obedience. They will find you in the right place at the right time. But obedience is the key. You cannot walk into what's next if you refuse to leave what's past. God is not asking you to forget your story. He is asking you to let Him write the next chapter. Your past may explain you, but it does not define you. Your history may have shaped you, but it does not limit you. Every trial, every delay, every setback was a part of your preparation. And when you finally see what He was preparing you for, you will understand why the command was so urgent. Don't look back. Something greater is coming. When God says, "Don't look back," He is not only speaking about your past mistakes or your past pain, He is also speaking about your past successes, your past comfort, and your past identity. Sometimes the greatest hindrance to the future God has prepared is the satisfaction you felt in the last season. You can become so comfortable with where you were blessed that you resist moving toward where you will be transformed. God is not a God who repeats the same chapter forever. He is the author who writes your life in stages, each one higher, deeper, richer than the last. Some of you are standing in a place that others would envy. People look at your life and say, "You've made it." But God is whispering, "One, no, this is not the end. This is just a step." You see, the danger of looking back is not always longing for what was painful, but longing for what was pleasant when God has promised something even more extraordinary. If you hold on to what is good enough, you may miss what is divinely appointed. God's plan is not for you to circle the same mountain year after year. His plan is to take you from one height to another, from one victory to the next. The valleys you've walked through have not been wasted. They were passageways, not prisons. The mountaintops you've stood upon were not destinations. They were viewpoints so you could glimpse how much further He wants to take you. And if you keep looking back at one mountain while He is pointing you toward another, you will miss the climb that will change your life forever. Let me tell you something. God is a builder, and every builder knows that sometimes the old structure must be torn down completely before the new one can rise. The demolition can feel violent. It can feel like loss. But God is never in the business of destruction without purpose. If something has been removed from your life, it is because the foundation beneath it could not carry the weight of what He is about to give you. He is preparing a new structure that is stronger, taller, and more enduring than anything you've seen before. This is why you must not mourn too long over what is gone. You honor the past by moving forward, not by clinging to it. You give glory to God not by replaying the old, but by trusting Him enough to step into the new. The greater that is coming requires courage. Courage to walk into the unknown. Courage to release familiar patterns. Courage to silence the voices that tell you to turn back. And yes, there will be voices. The enemy will use people, memories, and even your own fears to pull you backward. But remember this, the enemy always attacks the season before your breakthrough. The resistance you feel is proof that you are close. The heavier the pull to look back, the greater the blessing ahead. God would not tell you to keep moving if there was nothing to move toward. His command is proof of His promise. You must also be willing to see yourself differently. The you who walked through the past is not the same you who will step into the future. God has been molding you in the quiet, shaping you through trials, and sharpening your spirit through every challenge. You may feel worn, but in God's eyes you are prepared. The reason you cannot stay in the past is because you have outgrown it. What used to fit no longer serves you. What once satisfied now feels empty because God has expanded your capacity for greater. The past, even if it was beautiful, was not your final destination. God's blessings are not one-time events. They are streams that keep flowing, rivers that keep moving. The moment you stop moving with them, you begin to stagnate. That is why He calls you forward. Not just for more, but for better. Not just for increase, but for transformation. And make no mistake, the greater that is coming will demand a deeper level of faith. It will require that you trust God in ways you never have before. But that is the beauty of it. The journey forward is not just about receiving new blessings. It is about becoming a new vessel capable of holding them. The reason God calls you to release the past is so He can enlarge you for the future. Then listen with every part of your spirit. When God tells you don't look back, it is because your destiny is not behind you. Your calling is not behind you. Your promise is not behind you. Everything He intends for you is ahead. The past is a closed chapter. The ink has dried. You can't rewrite it. And you're not meant to rewrite it forever. You are meant to turn the page because God has already written more. And the more He has written is greater than anything you have yet lived. Some of you are standing at the edge of a brand new season, but you keep turning your head toward the shadows of yesterday. You replay old conversations, you rehearse old mistakes, and you linger on old memories, and yet you wonder why it feels so hard to move forward. It is because you cannot walk into a new door while holding the key to an old one in your hand. God is saying, drop it, release it. I have something better, but you must come empty-handed so I can fill you anew. Understand this. Looking back is not just about glancing over your shoulder. It is about where your heart is anchored. If your heart is still rooted in a place that God has uprooted you from, you will feel torn between two worlds. And that tension will drain your strength, steal your focus, and delay your progress. God calls you to anchor your heart in His promise, not in your past. When you anchor yourself in Him, even when the road ahead is uncertain, you will not drift back to where you came from. And let me tell you something powerful. God's greater is not always the kind of greater that makes sense to the world. The world's idea of greater is more money, more recognition, more applause. But God's greater can be deeper peace, unshakable stability, restored relationships, or a new clarity of purpose. His greater can be removing the very thing you thought was your source, so He can show you that He alone is your source. And when you experience that kind of greater, it will not be shallow. It will be unshakable. This is why some of you have faced sudden endings. You thought they were losses, but they were actually redirections. God was not punishing you. He was protecting you. He saw things you could not see. He heard conversations you did not hear. He knew the path you were on would not lead to the destiny He prepared, so He shifted you. And yes, the shift hurt, but the shift saved you. That is why you must not look back, because looking back would dishonor the protection of God over your life. Every time you are tempted to turn around, remind yourself of this. If it belonged in your future, it would still be here. If God wanted it in your hands, it would not have slipped through your fingers. His removal is never without purpose. His no is just as holy as His yes. His closed doors are just as much a blessing as His open ones. And if you keep your eyes forward, you will see that the closed doors were making room for something far better to be open. Do not let the enemy trick you into thinking that what's behind you is better than what's ahead. That same deception has ensnared multitudes, leaving them stuck in endless cycles instead of stepping into the inheritance God prepared. The enemy will dress up your past to make present obedience feel heavier. He will shine a light on the moments that seem sweet while concealing the chains and sorrow that came with them. Yet God calls you to remember the truth. The past could not sustain you, and that is why He now calls you forward. You must learn the discipline of faith that looks ahead. This kind of faith says, even though I cannot see it, I know it's there. Even though I do not hold it yet, I trust it is on the way. Even though my reality does not show it, I believe God has already declared it. Faith that looks forward keeps moving even when the road is shadowed, because it trusts the one who lights the way will never fail. And there is more. This faith also understands divine timing. Some of you are so eager for the greater that you try to seize it too quickly. But God's greater cannot be grasped before the appointed hour. If you seize it too early, it will break you rather than bless you. God prepares the blessing and the person at the same time. While He is shaping the opportunity, He is also shaping you to carry it well. This is why patience is not punishment. It is preparation. So stand where you are with confidence. Stop glancing backward. Stop imagining what could have been. Stop comparing the unknown future to the familiar past. The familiar might feel safe, but it cannot stretch you. And God's greater will always stretch you. It will demand that you rise higher, think bigger, walk stronger. That is why the word today is not just an encouragement. It is a command. Don't look back. Something greater is coming. When God places His protection over you, no enemy can prevail. The plots of the wicked may seem clever, but before the eyes of God they are nothing but dust carried by the wind. The one who trusts fully in the Almighty walks with a calm confidence because they know their life is not in the hands of men, but in the hands of the one who sees all, hears all, and knows all. Your strength does not come from your own ability. It flows from the endless power of the Creator who commands the heavens and the earth. There will be moments when evil surrounds you, when people whisper behind your back, when plans are made to bring you down, when opportunities are stolen from you. Yet, if you remain steadfast in your faith, God will turn every evil intention into a stepping stone toward your destiny. Do not waste your energy fighting with them on their level. Rise higher by relying on God. His way of handling your enemies is far greater than anything you could imagine. He does not only block their arrows, He turns them back in the direction they came from. Those who rise against the servants of God rise against the will of God Himself. And when God decides to defend you, there is no power on earth, no army, no influence, and no wealth that can overpower His decree. Remember this: your silence in the face of lies is not weakness. Your refusal to retaliate in anger is not fear. It is the ultimate sign that you trust God to fight the battles you cannot see. Do not be disturbed when they underestimate you, for they are not seeing the invisible shield around you. This shield is not made of steel, but of divine decree. When God says protected, no harm can break through. You do not need to scream for recognition. Your obedience, patience, and faith are the loudest proclamations of your strength. Evil fears the one who fears nothing but God. When you walk with this awareness, the wicked sense it in your presence. They cannot explain why they are uneasy around you. They just know something about you is untouchable. That something is you. It is the light, the wisdom, and the power of God surrounding you. If you truly want evil to fear you, purify your heart from resentment. Guard your tongue from falsehood and align your intentions with righteousness. When your life pleases God, you carry an authority that no human can grant and no enemy can revoke. And when you sleep at night, know this: God is awake guarding you, watching over you, and ensuring that every step you take is within the boundaries of His mercy and justice. My beloved, understand this truth. When you walk in the power of the Almighty, you are not just living, you are advancing under His divine protection. Every step you take is measured. Every breath you breathe is sustained by His will. And every victory you experience is a testament to His strength working in you. Evil can only harm those who are uncovered, but you are not uncovered. You are clothed in the armor of the Most High. The darkness may try to intimidate you, but the moment it senses the fire of God burning in your heart, it trembles. You must know this. Fear is not your portion. Authority is. When you submit to God, you rise above the schemes of the wicked. Their words may be sharp, but the word of God is sharper. Their traps may be hidden, but God sees them before you even take a step. When He is your shield, no arrow, seen or unseen, can penetrate. That is why the righteous can walk boldly through valleys. Because the presence of God is their light, their guide, and their unshakable defense. But hear me, you cannot walk in this power casually. It is not given to the lukewarm, nor to the one whose loyalty shifts like the wind. You must be steadfast, rooted deeply in obedience to God. The more you surrender to Him, the more He empowers you. The more you trust Him, the more He strengthens you to face every challenge without fear. Evil people sense when your confidence is built on something unshakable, and that is when their courage melts away. Do not be surprised when God removes certain people from your life. Some connections are dangerous, some voices are poisonous, and some hands are covered in deceit. If you allow them to stay, they will drain your strength and cloud your vision. God will not let the enemy's servants occupy a seat in the life of someone He has chosen. When they leave, do not chase them. It is His mercy protecting you. And let me tell you this, the fear you put in the hearts of evil people is not because of your appearance, your wealth, or your status. It is because of the unseen army standing with you. It is because of the light of God that exposes their darkness. It is because your spirit refuses to bow to their manipulation. Even without speaking a word, your very presence becomes a reminder that their plans cannot prosper against you. Walk with your head high, but your heart humbled before God. Speak the truth without trembling. Stand firm without wavering. And live righteously without compromise. The more you honor Him, the more His power flows through you. And the more evil people realize they cannot touch you, they will avoid you. Not because you are untouchable by your own strength, but because the one who covers you is unstoppable. Beloved, when you walk in the light of God, no darkness can overpower you. Evil trembles not because of who you are in the flesh, but because of who stands with you in the unseen. When you rise in the morning and your first breath is in remembrance of God, the enemy's plans already begin to crumble. They may plot against you, but their weapons become like shadows, present but powerless. For the heart that trusts God is wrapped in a fortress no enemy can breach. Do not be afraid when they glare at you with eyes filled with envy, jealousy, or malice. Their hatred is a sign of the divine shield over your life. Just as a thief avoids a house guarded by strong walls, evil avoids the soul guarded by the constant remembrance of God. Keep your tongue moist with His praises and keep your thoughts fixed on His greatness. For the remembrance of God is the light that blinds the eyes of those who seek to harm you. When the storms of life come and the wind howls against your door, remember God does not leave His servant abandoned in the tempest. He tests, He strengthens, and He delivers. Sometimes He will let the wind blow just so that the weak branches in your life break away, leaving you stronger and more rooted. Do not curse the storm. It may be the very thing that drives your enemies away. Evil thrives in fear, but it dies in the presence of unshakable faith. Stand tall, not in arrogance, but in the quiet confidence that God is your protector, your avenger, your sustainer. When they whisper lies behind your back, let God be the one who answers them. When they set traps for you, let your faith in God be the reason those traps close on themselves. Every day dress yourself in the armor of trust. Let your patience be your shield, your sincerity be your sword, and your remembrance of God be your crown. For those who fear God alone become feared by the very forces that once tried to destroy them. This is not your power. It is His power shining through you. And so I tell you, walk into every room as if the earth beneath your feet belongs to the one you serve. Speak truth without trembling. Stand firm without apology. Move forward without hesitation. For when God is with you, you are never the hunted. You are the untouchable. My friend, the power of God in your life is not something the world can explain, but it is something the world can feel. When God's light rests upon you, it becomes a fire that intimidates the darkness. Those who walk in wickedness may not understand why they feel uneasy around you, but deep inside their spirits know they are standing before one who is guarded by the Almighty. You don't need to raise your voice to make evil tremble. Your obedience, your purity, and your unwavering trust in God send a signal to every dark force. This one is untouchable. When you walk in righteousness, God Himself becomes your defender. He is the one who says in the Quran, "Indeed, my protection will encompass the righteous." This means you are not just living. You are walking under divine surveillance, shielded by the most powerful. And that is why those who plot against you grow restless. Their whispers in the night cannot harm you, for God hears every word before it is spoken. Their schemes cannot reach you, for God dismantles them before they are even formed. You must understand, evil people operate in fear. They fear losing control. They fear truth. And when they see that you are unshaken by their manipulation, when they realize you answer only to God, their confidence begins to crumble. They expect you to fight with the weapons of this world, but instead you fight with prayer, patience, and faith. That confuses them, and in that confusion their strength collapses. Do not chase after their approval. Do not try to prove your worth to those who are spiritually blind. Instead, make your heart a fortress of remembrance. Let your tongue be wet with God's words. When you enter a room, carry yourself with the dignity of someone who knows their worth in the eyes of the Almighty. Even if they laugh, even if they mock, deep inside they feel a discomfort they cannot explain. That is not arrogance. That is the power of God's presence walking with you. Sometimes God will make your silence more powerful than your speech. Sometimes He will make your calmness a weapon that breaks the pride of the arrogant. Do not think that being quiet means you are weak. It means you are letting God speak for you through your character, your patience, and your unshakable trust. So walk without fear. Stand without bending to falsehood. And remember, when God is with you, you are already victorious even before the battle begins. Evil people may gather against you, but their gathering is in vain. The Almighty has already written your protection, and no hand can erase what He has decreed. My beloved, when God's light is upon you, darkness cannot hide. The schemes of the wicked may be many, but they all collapse when the Almighty stretches forth His hand. Evil trembles, not because of who you are in the flesh, but because of the power that surrounds you when your heart is anchored in God. It is written that the earth belongs to God, and to Him return all matter. So when you walk in His path, you walk in the authority of the one who owns every soul and controls every destiny. Evil people gain their strength from deception, manipulation, and fear, but these are like shadows. They disappear the moment the light shines. And the light of God, my dear listener, is not just a small flame. It is a blazing fire that exposes every hidden plot. When your faith is unshakable, when you refuse to bow to the pressure of the wicked, they feel powerless. This is how you make evil fear you. Not with your words alone, but by standing as a living proof that God defends His servants. Remember, evil feeds on reaction. They want to provoke you into fear, anger, or desperation because these emotions give them an opening. But when you remain calm, steady, and filled with trust in God, they lose their grip. Even in their whispers and their schemes, they will sense something they cannot touch. The unseen protection of the Most High surrounding you. God has angels that guard His faithful ones. And though you may not see them with your eyes, the wicked sense their presence like a threat they dare not challenge. God's justice is not delayed, even if your human eyes cannot yet see it. Every plot, every lie, every false accusation, all of it is written down, and the day will come when each will be answered in full measure. This is why you do not need to fight with the tools of the wicked. You fight with patience, with truth, and with steadfast trust. The moment you hand over your battles to God, the battlefield shifts. It is no longer you against them. It is them against the one who never loses. And let me tell you, when you align your actions with God's commands, your presence alone becomes a warning to those who intend harm. They will speak against you, but in their hearts they will know this one is untouchable. For God is with them. Just as storms break around the mountain but cannot move it, so too will evil break around you and leave you unmoved when your foundation is the Almighty. Do not waste your time seeking revenge. Do not lower yourself to their level. Every time you respond with wisdom, every time you keep your dignity and stand firm in righteousness, you are sending a message. I belong to God, and no weapon against me shall prosper. This is not weakness. It is the greatest strength a human being can possess. My friend, when God chooses to guard you, no power of darkness can touch you. The plans of the wicked may seem fierce. Their voices may sound loud, but in the presence of the Almighty, they are like dry leaves scattered by the wind. God is not a distant observer. He is an active protector, a shield that surrounds you from every side. When you walk under His protection, you are not walking alone. His angels encamp around you. His hand guides you, and His wisdom lights your path, so you do not stumble in the traps set by your enemies. Evil people thrive on intimidation. They hope to see you afraid, to watch your faith waver, to hear doubt in your voice. But when your trust is rooted in God, their weapons lose their edge. Fear cannot live in the same heart where faith is alive. The one who leans on God stands with a confidence that shakes the wicked, because they cannot understand a person who refuses to bow to fear. This is why the Quran reminds us that those who believe and put their trust in God will find Him sufficient as their protector. Sometimes God allows the schemes of evil to rise just enough for you to see His power destroy them. He will let the arrows be drawn so that you can witness Him breaking them mid-air. He will let the waves rise high so that you can marvel when He parts them for you. These moments are not meant to frighten you. They are designed to strengthen your faith. They prove that it is not your strength that keeps you safe, but His mercy and His will. And understand this: evil fears what it cannot control. The heart that belongs fully to God is beyond the reach of manipulation. The mind anchored in God's truth cannot be deceived. The soul that prays in secret, that trusts in God alone, becomes untouchable to those who traffic in lies, jealousy, and hatred. Your silence, your patience, your refusal to retaliate with the same poison they give you. These are weapons God places in your hands, but there is a condition: you must remain pure in heart. Do not let hatred take root. Do not let anger cloud your mind. The devil wants you to fight evil with evil so that you become like the very thing you are resisting. God calls you to rise above, to let Him fight for you, and to trust that His justice is better than any revenge you could imagine. When you carry yourself with this kind of strength, the wicked feel it. They sense that there is a wall around you that they cannot break. They see that their gossip cannot ruin you, their plots cannot trap you, and their curses cannot reach you. They realize that the God you serve is not just watching over you. He is actively protecting, guiding, and lifting you beyond their reach. That is how you make evil fear you, not by shouting louder, but by walking so closely with God that your very presence carries His light and authority. My beloved, never forget the power of God is not a distant dream. It is your living reality. You do not walk through this world alone. Every step you take, every breath you breathe, every battle you face, the Almighty is with you. His light surrounds you. His wisdom guides you. His strength lifts you, and His mercy shields you. You are not weak. You are fortified by the hand that created the heavens and the earth. Evil may rise like a raging storm, but storms do not last forever. And the one who commands the winds is the one who commands your victory. Keep your heart calm, your spirit firm, and your faith unyielding. Do not be shaken by the whispers of the corrupt or the jealousy of the envious, for all of it fades before the authority of God. Stand tall, speak with honesty, walk in humility, and carry the grace of one who knows they are guarded by heaven itself. Place every wrong, every wound into the hands of the Almighty. For the one who sees what is hidden and hears every silent cry will never allow wickedness to triumph over the faithful. Rely on His timing, rest in His design, and trust in His strength. When you fully surrender to Him, you will realize no enemy can reach you, no darkness can consume you, and no hardship can destroy you. Step forward with boldness, wrapped in faith, strengthened with patience, and guided by the everlasting flame of His direction. For with God on your side, nothing can stop you. And that, dear soul, is the way to live so that evil itself trembles at your presence. Do you feel the weight of the world pressing heavily on your shoulders today? Do you sense the load of worries, the tension of unanswered questions, the fear of what lies ahead? Is it gnawing at your heart? Let me tell you something right now. Something that has the power to shift the entire course of your life if you embrace it fully. When you put your trust entirely in God, when you hand over every worry, every fear, and every plan into His hands, you step into a place of peace, provision, and power that nothing in this world can provide. My friends, there is strength, there is freedom, there is a light that pierces through even the darkest nights when you let God take control. I know life often tries to convince you of the opposite. The storms around you feel unending. People let you down. Circumstances shatter your expectations. Your mind fills with questions like, why me? Why now? How can I keep going? But listen to me. Hear me well. God has never once failed anyone who placed their complete trust in Him. The same God who parted seas, who brought rivers through deserts, who raised hope from despair, is the same God who is able to carry your burdens today. Trust is not a passive act. It is a declaration, a spiritual posture that says, I refuse to be ruled by fear, for I know that God is in control. I will not be shaken, for the one who watches over me never slumbers. I want you to understand something profoundly. Trusting God fully does not mean pretending your life is perfect. It does not mean that troubles will vanish instantly. It does not mean that your problems are small or insignificant. Trusting God fully means that no matter the depth of your darkness, no matter the intensity of your storm, you can rest in the certainty that God is orchestrating every detail of your life, that God sees what you cannot see, and that God is working all things together for your ultimate good. Do you grasp that God is not blind to your pain? God is not deaf to your cries. God is not powerless in the face of your struggles. God is almighty, and His wisdom surpasses every understanding your human mind can conceive. Many of you have tried to carry your burdens alone. You have stretched yourselves thin, running here and there, trying to fix everything with your own hands. And what has it brought you? Exhaustion, disappointment, hurt. But listen, there is freedom in surrender. There is relief in handing your worries over to God. Imagine a life where anxiety no longer dictates your days, where fear no longer shackles your nights, where uncertainty no longer robs you of peace. This life is possible. It begins the moment you make the choice to trust God fully. Not partially, not sometimes, fully. With every fiber of your being, with every heartbeat, with every breath. I know it is not easy. The world is full of voices telling you to rely on yourself, to fight your battles alone, to be afraid of surrendering control. But I tell you, the human mind is limited. The human heart is fragile. The human strength is temporary. Only God is infinite. Only God is unshakable. Only God is eternal. To trust God fully is to release yourself from the tyranny of uncertainty. It is to acknowledge that your vision is small, but God's vision is boundless. Your timing is delayed, but God's timing is perfect. Your understanding is limited, but God's wisdom knows no end. When you trust God fully, you are tapping into a power that cannot fail, a love that cannot forsake, and a presence that cannot abandon. Consider the times in your life when things seemed impossible, when doors were closed, when dreams were crushed, when hope seemed a distant memory, and yet here you are somehow through some unseen hand. You have endured, you have survived, you have not been destroyed. That, my friends, is the evidence of God's faithfulness. That, my friends, is proof that even in moments when you cannot see, even in moments when you cannot understand, God has been working tirelessly on your behalf. And now I say to you, do not resist this truth. Do not cling to your own methods and your own control. Place your trust fully in God. Let Him handle the rest. Oh, how we humans try to micromanage our lives. We strategize, we plan, we worry, we panic. But all of this effort without surrender to God is like a ship tossing in a storm with no anchor. You may paddle, you may row, you may scream into the wind, but the waves of life will always overwhelm you unless you anchor your trust in God. Surrender is not weakness. Surrender is courage. Surrender is strength. It is the bold declaration that says, I cannot do this alone, but you, God, are more than enough. I place everything in your hands. I trust you fully. I will not fear. And what does God do with that trust? Oh, God moves mountains. God opens doors. God provides solutions that your mind cannot even imagine. God sends guidance that reaches beyond human logic. God shields you from dangers you cannot see. God lifts you when you stumble, strengthens you when you falter, and carries you when you cannot walk. When you trust God fully, you align yourself with a divine power that transforms impossibilities into realities, despair into hope, and sorrow into joy. Do you hear me, beloved? This is not a distant promise. This is not a vague hope. This is a call to action for your very soul. Trust God fully. Do not withhold any part of your heart. Do not compartmentalize your faith. Do not say, I trust God with some things, but not all. There is no partial trust that leads to peace. There is only full surrender that unleashes the divine intervention of God in your life. God is waiting. God is ready. God is able. All that remains is your decision to step into this truth with courage, with faith, with unwavering confidence. And yes, the trials will come. The storms will rage. The nights may feel endless. But let me tell you this, God's hand is bigger than any storm. God's wisdom is greater than any obstacle. God's plan is higher than any detour. To trust God fully is not to escape life's challenges. It is to rise above them, to stand firm in the face of adversity, to know that no matter what you face, God is your strength, your refuge, your victory. Think about it. How many times have you worried over something only to see it resolve in ways you could never have planned? How many times have you feared the worst only to witness blessings you could not have imagined? That, my friends, is the power of God at work. That, my friends, is the fruit of complete trust. And I want you to embrace it. Not tomorrow, not when you feel ready, but right now, right this moment. Place your fears, your doubts, your plans, and your entire life into God's hands. And watch how everything shifts. I want to challenge you to consider the weight you have been carrying alone. What are the worries that keep you awake at night? What are the anxieties that press upon your chest in the morning? What are the burdens that have been crushing your spirit for far too long? Bring them before God. Lay them at His feet. Surrender them fully. And then step back and watch. Watch how God begins to move. Watch how doors begin to open. Watch how hearts align. Watch how solutions appear where you thought none existed. Watch how the impossible becomes possible. Oh, there is such power in trust. There is such peace in surrender. There is such freedom in knowing that you do not have to carry the weight alone any longer. The one who holds the universe in His hands holds your life, your dreams, your future. Nothing is too difficult for God. Nothing is beyond His reach. Nothing can thwart His plan for you when you trust Him fully. Do not let fear or doubt hold you back. Do not cling to control that is not yours to hold. Do not allow worry to rob you of the joy that is rightfully yours. Trust God fully, and He will handle the rest. He will orchestrate your steps. He will guide your decisions. He will protect your heart. He will provide for your needs. He will work all things together for your ultimate good. And you will look back one day and see that every moment of fear, every second of doubt, every tear you shed was not wasted, because God was working behind the scenes, crafting a life beyond your wildest imagination. Let me speak directly to those who feel broken, lost, or abandoned. You are not alone. God has not forgotten you. God has not turned away from you. God is with you, and God is moving in your life right now. Do not try to fix everything yourself. Do not try to control every outcome. Release it trustfully, rest fully, believe fully, and watch as God, in His infinite wisdom and mercy, handles the rest with precision, with power, with love. Take this moment right now and make a declaration. Speak it aloud if you can. Say, God, I trust you fully. I surrender my worries. I surrender my fears. I surrender my life. I place it all in your hands. I will no longer rely on my own understanding. I will no longer try to carry burdens I cannot bear. I trust you completely. And I believe that you will handle the rest. Do this, and I promise you, your life will never be the same. Peace will replace anxiety. Confidence will replace fear. Joy will replace sorrow. Clarity will replace confusion. Do not delay. Do not hesitate. Trust God fully today. Let Him handle the rest. For when you do, you step into a life of unshakable faith, unstoppable power, and unending peace. There is nothing too great for God. There is nothing too complicated for God. There is nothing too far gone for God. When you place your trust fully in Him, the impossible becomes inevitable. The chains of worry are broken, and the fullness of life God intends for you unfolds before your eyes. Oh, my friends, listen carefully, for this is a truth that must penetrate the very depths of your soul. God's timing is perfect, and His plan is unfailing. How often have you wished things would happen according to your schedule? How often have you felt impatient, frustrated, or even betrayed by the delays in your life? Yet the very moments when God seems silent are the moments when He is working most powerfully behind the scenes. God does not rush, for His understanding surpasses every human measure. He does not delay, for what seems like waiting is preparation, refining, aligning, and orchestrating every detail for your good. When you trust God fully, you begin to see that waiting is not wasted time. It is sacred space where God shapes your heart, your spirit, and your destiny. Understand this. Your limited perspective cannot grasp the magnitude of God's plan. You may see problems. God sees solutions. You may see obstacles. God sees opportunities. You may see darkness. God sees light that will pierce through every shadow. Oh, how often we struggle because we try to solve with our human hands what only God can resolve. There is an almighty wisdom at work in your life, far beyond the comprehension of your mind, far beyond the reach of your own strength, far beyond the limitations of circumstance. To trust God fully is to acknowledge that He knows more, sees more, and does more than you ever could, and that your surrender invites His power to work without resistance. Let me speak plainly to those who feel burdened by fear and uncertainty. Do not let fear dictate your steps. Do not allow anxiety to paralyze your spirit. Fear is the voice of limitation. Trust is the declaration of faith. When you trust God fully, you silence the voice of fear. You rise above the pull of doubt. You stand firmly on the truth that God is both your shield and your guide, both your refuge and your provider. There is no problem too complex, no situation too hopeless, no enemy too strong that God cannot handle. He is sovereign. He is omnipotent. He is ever present, and He is at work for your victory even when you cannot see it. Oh, how many of us have carried burdens that were never ours to carry. How many of us have tried to control what only God can control. The weight of worry is heavy, and the chains of anxiety are suffocating, and the struggle to maintain control is exhausting. But when you place your life fully in God's hands, something miraculous happens. Your burdens are lifted. Your mind is cleared. Your heart is renewed. Trust is the gateway to divine intervention, the doorway to peace that surpasses understanding, the key to a life that is guided, guarded, and governed by the power of God alone. Consider the power of surrender. Surrender is not resignation. It is not giving up. Surrender is a bold act of faith, a courageous choice to release your control and invite God to work without restraint. When you surrender, you acknowledge that your own wisdom is limited, but God's wisdom is limitless. Your own strength may falter, but God's power is inexhaustible. Your own vision may fail, but God's sight is infinite. Surrender opens the floodgates of divine provision, protection, and guidance. It allows God to act on your behalf in ways you could never engineer, plan, or predict. And yes, the road will not always be smooth. There will be trials. There will be setbacks. There will be moments when it feels as if the weight of the world is pressing down harder than ever. But understand this, God does not abandon His own. The storm may rage, but the anchor of your faith holds firm. The night may feel endless, but God's light is never dimmed. The struggle may seem overwhelming, but God's power is boundless. When you trust God fully, you are not promising a life without challenges. You are declaring that no challenge can overcome the one who holds you. There is a beauty in complete trust, a strength in absolute surrender, a peace that floods your soul when you realize that you are not alone in this battle. God is with you. God is working. God is orchestrating every detail. The very situations that once terrified you are now being used to prepare you, to strengthen you, to elevate you. The very obstacles that seemed insurmountable are becoming stepping stones, carefully placed by God's hand, leading you to a destiny far greater than your imagination. Oh, beloved, hear this. Trusting God fully is a lifestyle, not a momentary decision. It is waking each day with the confidence that no matter what unfolds, God is in control. It is facing difficulties with courage, knowing that your strength is found in His power. It is choosing peace in the midst of chaos, knowing that God's presence surrounds you like a shield. It is living without fear, knowing that God's plan is perfect, His timing is impeccable, and His wisdom is unshakable. Do not allow doubt to creep into your heart. Do not let worry whisper lies that contradict God's faithfulness. Do not let the opinions of others or the trials of life shake your resolve. God is mighty. God is faithful. God is just. He sees what you cannot see. He knows what you cannot know. He has the ability to turn every challenge into a blessing, every tear into triumph, every trial into testimony. When you trust God fully, you tap into this divine power. You align yourself with the forces of heaven that cannot fail. You step into a destiny that is secure, guided, and protected by the Almighty. I challenge you today to release your plans into God's hand. Do not cling to them out of fear. Do not hold them out of pride. Do not grasp them out of desperation. Let God handle the rest. Trust His timing. Trust His wisdom. Trust His power and watch as your life transforms in ways you never could have engineered, in ways that defy human logic, in ways that glorify the might and majesty of God. Every step you take in faith, every choice made in surrender. Every moment spent trusting God fully is a step toward freedom, toward joy, toward the fulfillment of your divine purpose. Life may challenge you. People may fail you. Circumstances may confuse you, but God is greater than all of it. God is working. God is providing. God is protecting. And when you place your life fully in His hands, the rest becomes effortless. The impossible becomes inevitable. And your heart knows a peace that no trial can disturb. And now I speak directly to the weary, the burdened, the anxious. Do not despair. Do not fight this fight alone any longer. God is calling you to release, to surrender, to trust fully. The chains of worry can be broken. The weight of fear can be lifted. The uncertainty of life can be replaced with unshakable confidence in God's powers. Step into this truth today. Speak it aloud if you must. Declare with boldness, God, I trust you fully. I surrender my life, my burdens, my fears. I release control, and I place it all in your hands. I believe you will handle the rest. There is a supernatural peace that follows complete trust. There is a divine guidance that flows when you let go of your control. There is a mighty protection that surrounds you when you place your life in God's hands. There is a joy that cannot be shaken, a courage that cannot be defeated, and a hope that cannot be extinguished. All of this is yours when you make the bold choice to trust God fully and allow Him to handle the rest. Do not wait another moment. Do not cling to your own strength. Do not carry burdens that were never yours to bear. God is faithful. God is powerful. God is wise. God is working. Step into the promise of trust today. Release, surrender, believe. And watch how God transforms every challenge into opportunity, every trial into triumph, and every moment into a testimony of His greatness. Your life, your future, your destiny. Place it fully in God's hands. Trust Him. Believe Him. Follow Him. And know this: when you trust God fully, He will handle the rest. And nothing can ever stand against the power, the wisdom, and the love of God. Oh, beloved, I want you to hear this with every fiber of your being. There is a freedom that comes only when you release every worry, every fear, every plan into the hands of God. So many people walk through life dragging heavy chains of anxiety and doubt, thinking they must solve everything themselves, thinking they must control every outcome. But the truth is this: the moment you place your full trust in God, you step into a power greater than any obstacle, a peace stronger than any storm, and a guidance sharper than the clearest human understanding. Do you understand what I am saying? Trust is not passive. Trust is active. Trust is a declaration, a spiritual statement that proclaims, I will no longer rely on my own strength, for I know that God's power is sufficient. I will no longer worry about the outcomes, for I know that God's wisdom is perfect. I place everything in God's hands, and I believe that He will handle the rest. Many of you have been living in the shadow of doubt, wondering if God is really working in your life. You may have cried out, God, why is this happening? Why am I still waiting? And yet, even in those moments of confusion, God is moving. God's plan is not delayed. It is precise. God's timing is not faulty. It is perfect. God's wisdom is not limited. It is infinite. You may not see the entire picture, but God does. You may not understand the path, but God knows the way, the obstacles you face, the challenges you endure, the heartbreaks you suffer. These are all part of the tapestry God is weaving for your life. And when you trust God fully, you allow Him to take the needle and thread and to craft a masterpiece far beyond what your mind could ever imagine. Oh, how restless the human heart can be, always searching for reasons, grasping tightly for control, trembling at the thought of the unknown. Yet hear me, there is a deep, unshakable rest that comes only when you trust God completely. Not halfway, not only in certain moments, but with a full and unwavering trust. When you release your life fully into His hands, you step out of confusion and into the calm of His perfect authority. You move from fear to faith, from worry to confidence, from turmoil to peace. God is powerful. God is all-wise. He can handle what seems impossible, overturn injustice, shatter the chains of despair, and turn defeat into victory. So let me speak to the one who feels weighed down by circumstances beyond their reach. Life may have struck you hard. It may have left you with betrayal, loss, and heartbreak. People may have let you down, and situations may look utterly hopeless. Yet even in these darkest hours, God's hand is at work. He is preparing your breakthrough. He is orchestrating your deliverance. He is aligning your steps with His perfect plan. When you trust God fully, you stop trying to force solutions with your own hands and start allowing the Almighty to do what only He can do. There is nothing too hard for God. No problem too complicated, no situation too desperate, no enemy too strong. God's power is limitless and His wisdom is infinite. Do you realize the weight you have been carrying unnecessarily? The worries that have kept you awake at night, the fears that have pressed upon your heart, the plans that have burdened your mind, all of these were never yours to carry. They were meant to be placed in the hands of God, Endo. And when you do, oh, the relief, the peace, the freedom that floods your soul. Trusting God fully is the ultimate act of courage. It is the bold declaration that you are no longer ruled by fear, no longer enslaved by worry, no longer bound by limitations. It is stepping into the power of divine provision, protection, and guidance. I want you to hear this truth clearly. Trusting God fully does not mean that life will always be easy. It does not mean that challenges will vanish or that hardships will never come. But it does mean that no challenge can overwhelm you. No storm can shake you. No obstacle can defeat you. When God is in control, your steps are guided, your heart is protected, your path is illuminated, and your future is secure. The very things that once terrified you are being used by God to refine you, to strengthen you, to elevate you. The setbacks you experience are the setups for your greatest victories. The trials you endure are the training ground for your highest purpose. Oh, my friends, consider the power of letting go. Letting go is not weakness. Letting go is not failure. Letting go is faith in action. It is the acknowledgement that your understanding is limited, but God's understanding is infinite. Your strength may falter, but God's power is unending. Your vision may be narrow, but God sees the full picture. The moment you let go, you allow God to move without hindrance. You invite divine intervention into every corner of your life. You open the door for miracles to occur, for blessings to flow, and for your destiny to be fulfilled according to God's perfect will. And yes, the world will try to convince you otherwise. The voices of fear, doubt, and skepticism will tell you that you must fight alone, that you must control every detail, that you cannot rely on God fully. But these voices are lies. They are distractions meant to keep you from the power of surrender. Do not listen. Do not be swayed. Do not give in. Stand firm in your trust. and you will witness God's hand moving in ways that defy human logic. You will see doors open that were once closed. You will experience provision that surpasses expectation. You will find protection where there seemed to be danger. You will see hope arise where despair had taken root. Take a moment, beloved, and reflect on your life. How many times have you tried to solve what only God could resolve? How many times have you exhausted yourself trying to control outcomes that were never yours to control? How many nights have you lain awake, worried and restless, when all along God was already working on your behalf? There is a divine order in your life that cannot be disrupted by fear, delayed by uncertainty, or thwarted by human hands. And the key to accessing this divine order is total trust. Place your life fully in God's hand. Trust Him with your past, your present, and your future. Trust Him with your heart, your mind, your body, and your spirit. Trust Him with everything you are, everything you have, and everything you hope to become. Do not allow doubt to creep into your heart. Do not let worry whisper lies that contradict God's faithfulness. Do not let the pressure of the world convince you that you must carry burdens that belong to God alone. Trust fully. Surrender completely. Release everything into the hands of the Almighty and watch as He orchestrates every detail with perfect precision. You will experience a peace that the world cannot give, a strength that the world cannot provide, and a joy that cannot be taken away. Oh, beloved, this is the time. This is the moment today. Make the choice to trust God fully. Not partially, not occasionally, fully. With every breath, with every thought, with every heartbeat, place your life, your burdens, your fears, your plans, and your hopes in God's hands. And then step back, release control, and watch as God handles the rest. The storms that once terrified you will calm. The obstacles that once blocked you will move. The uncertainties that once confused you will clear. The victories that once seemed impossible will manifest. There is a supernatural peace that comes when you trust God fully. There is a divine guidance that flows when you surrender completely. There is a mighty protection that surrounds you when you place your life in God's hands. There is a joy, a courage, and a hope that cannot be shaken. All of this is available to you not because of your strength, not because of your wisdom, not because of your efforts, but because of God's power, God's faithfulness, and God's love. Take a bold step today. Declare aloud if you must, God, I trust you fully. I surrender my life, my burdens, my fears, my plans. I release control and I place everything in your hands. I believe you will handle the rest. And believe me, when you do, your life will never be the same. Peace will replace anxiety. Confidence will replace fear. Joy will replace sorrow. Clarity will replace confusion. You will move forward in life knowing that you are guided, guarded, and governed by the power of God Himself. Beloved, I want you to pause and hear this truth with the fullness of your heart. Trusting God fully is not a one-time act. It is a daily living, breathing commitment. It is waking each morning and choosing before the chaos of the world touches you to surrender your mind, your heart, your plans, and your every expectation into God's hands. It is deciding that no matter what unfolds today, no matter what challenge appears, no matter what fear arises, you will not rely on your own understanding. You will not lean on your own strength. You will not attempt to manipulate circumstances or people to suit your desires. Instead, you will stand firmly, boldly, and confidently, knowing that God's power is supreme and His wisdom surpasses all. There is no fear when God is in control. There is no despair when God is guiding. There is no uncertainty when God's hand is upon your life. Think about the struggles you have faced. The nights when sleep seemed impossible because your mind raced with worry. The days when it felt like every step forward met resistance. The moments when it seemed that the universe itself had conspired against your hopes and dreams. I tell you now, those struggles are not proof that God is absent. On the contrary, they are opportunities for you to trust Him more deeply. They are invitations to release your grip on what you cannot control and to place your confidence in the Almighty, who can turn every setback into a setup, every trial into a triumph, and every difficulty into a testimony of His faithfulness. There is a power, beloved, in releasing control. The human mind is clever, but it is limited. The human heart is fragile, but God's love is unshakable. The human body is finite, but God's strength is eternal. When you cling to your own methods, your own understanding, your own plans, you block the flow of divine intervention. But when you trust God fully, when you surrender completely, you open the door to miracles, to breakthroughs, to answers that defy logic, to guidance that is infallible, and to protection that cannot be breached. Do not underestimate the importance of trust. Trust is the foundation upon which every blessing rests. Without trust, faith is fragile, hope is weak, and the heart is unsettled. But when trust is complete, unwavering, and absolute, you align yourself with the force of God's will. You position yourself to receive guidance at the perfect moment, provision at the perfect time, and protection exactly when you need it most. Trusting God fully does not guarantee an absence of challenges, but it guarantees victory through them. It does not promise that life will be easy, but it promises that you will not be alone. It does not mean that you will never feel fear, but it means that fear will not control you. Oh, my friends, consider the wisdom of those who have gone before us. Those who trusted God fully did not walk in their own strength. Yet they accomplished feats that seemed impossible. They faced storms that should have overwhelmed them. Yet they stood firm because their trust was in God alone. And you too are called to this level of trust. Not partial, not occasional, but full, complete, unwavering trust that God is sovereign over every detail of your life. The storms you face, the trials you endure, the people who have disappointed you. These are not the end of your story. They are the context in which God reveals His power, His wisdom, and His unwavering faithfulness. Many of you are waiting for a solution, waiting for relief, waiting for a breakthrough. I want you to understand this. God is already at work. God sees the path. God knows the outcome. And God is orchestrating everything with divine precision. Your responsibility is not to control the outcome. It is to trust Him completely, to let go of anxiety, to release fear, and to surrender your life entirely into His capable hands. The rest, beloved, is His responsibility. And when you allow God to handle the rest, peace floods your soul. Joy fills your heart. Strength empowers your steps. Clarity directs your path. I speak now to those who are weary from carrying burdens that were never theirs to bear. You have tried to fix what only God can fix. You have tried to control what only God can control. You have exhausted yourself in pursuit of outcomes that were never meant to be in your hands. Beloved, it is time to release it all. Place every fear, every worry, every plan, every hope, and every dream into the hands of God. Trust Him fully. Believe without reservation. Surrender without hesitation. And watch how He transforms your life, how He opens doors that seem closed, how He provides solutions beyond your imagination, how He protects you in ways you never could have anticipated. There is a profound peace that comes from knowing that your life is in the hands of God. It is a peace that cannot be shaken by failure, that cannot be disturbed by criticism, that cannot be threatened by uncertainty. When you trust God fully, you live with a confidence that the world cannot take away. You walk in courage that fear cannot diminish. You move forward with a hope that despair cannot extinguish. And the world watches in amazement, unable to comprehend how one's soul can remain so steady, so joyful, so courageous in the midst of trials. Oh, beloved, do not wait another moment to embrace this truth. Trusting God fully is not an option. It is a necessity. It is the pathway to peace, the gateway to power, and the doorway to provision. Every worry you release, every fear you surrender, every plan you entrust to God is a step into freedom. Every moment of trust draws you closer to the abundant life that God desires for you. Every act of surrender opens the door for divine intervention, miracles, and blessings beyond measure. Oh, beloved, let me speak to the deepest chambers of your heart. For this is a truth that can change everything if you embrace it. God is not a distant observer of your struggles. God is not passively watching from afar, waiting to see what you will do. No, God is actively involved, orchestrating every detail, guiding every step, and moving in ways that surpass your understanding. Yet so often we try to do it ourselves. We cling to our own plans, our own strategies, our own understanding. And we fail to realize that the very moment we release control to God is the moment miracles begin to flow. Oh, the power that is unleashed when you trust God fully. The burdens that have weighed you down for years, the fears that have gripped your heart, the uncertainties that have paralyzed your mind, all of it can be lifted when you make the courageous choice to surrender completely. Consider the storms in your life. You have faced challenges that seemed impossible to overcome. You have seen doors close, opportunities vanish, and people betray your trust. Yet, in the midst of all of this, God has been working. The very obstacles that appeared to hinder you were instruments for God's plan to unfold. The setbacks you faced were not punishments. They were preparation. Every trial, every hardship, every disappointment was shaping you, refining you, and aligning your life with a divine destiny that only God could orchestrate. And this, my friends, is why complete trust is essential. It allows God to move without restriction, to bring forth His perfect plan, and to reveal blessings that your limited vision could never anticipate. Oh, how often we underestimate the power of God's timing. We are impatient, restless, anxious for solutions that we think must happen now. But God's timing is perfect. Every delay, every pause, every moment of apparent silence is a part of God's plan. It is in these moments that God is preparing your way, equipping you, and positioning you to receive what is rightfully yours. Trust is the key that unlocks this divine timing. When you trust God fully, you align yourself with His wisdom and His plan, and you discover that no delay is wasted, no obstacle is meaningless, and no circumstance is beyond the reach of God's power. Do not let fear or doubt control your life. Fear will tell you that you must fix everything yourself, that you must solve problems alone, that you must wrestle with burdens you were never meant to carry. Doubt will whisper lies convincing you that God cannot, that God will not, that God is not sufficient. But these are not truths, they are distractions. The truth is that God is almighty. The truth is that God is faithful. The truth is that God is capable of handling every detail of your life. When you trust God fully, you step into a reality where fear loses its grip, doubt fades away, and confidence rises in its place. You walk forward with courage, knowing that God is with you, God is for you, and God is in control of every situation. There is also a profound joy that comes from trust, a joy that cannot be taken away by circumstances. It is the joy of knowing that no matter how fierce the storm, no matter how dark the night, no matter how impossible the situation may appear, God is working, God is providing, God is protecting, God is guiding. This joy is not dependent on the absence of trials, but on the presence of God. It is the unshakable peace that flows when your heart rests in the hands of the Almighty. It is the confidence that comes from knowing that God's wisdom is greater than any obstacle, His power stronger than any adversary, and His love more enduring than any difficulty. Beloved, I challenge you to consider the areas of your life where you have been trying to carry the weight alone. The finances that worry you, the relationships that challenge you, the dreams that seem stalled, the fears that grip your mind. What if you released all of that into the hands of God? What if you surrendered completely, trusting that God is able to handle the rest? Imagine the peace that would flood your soul. Imagine the clarity that would illuminate your path. Imagine the strength that would empower every step. Trusting God fully is not passive. It is a bold declaration, a courageous choice, a spiritual act that invites divine intervention into every corner of your life. Oh, the freedom in trust, the liberation that comes when you realize that you do not have to solve everything, that you do not have to control every outcome, that you do not have to fear the unknown. God's power is sufficient. God's wisdom is perfect. God's plan is flawless. When you place your life fully in His hands, you are free to live with peace, confidence, and joy. You are free to move boldly forward, knowing that God is guiding every step, providing every need, and orchestrating every circumstance for your ultimate good. And I say to you, beloved, this is not a promise of ease, but it is a promise of power. This is not a guarantee of comfort, but it is a guarantee of divine guidance. This is not a shield from challenge, but it is a shield from defeat. When you trust God fully, you are not promised a life without trials, but you are promised the strength to endure them, the wisdom to navigate them, and the victory that comes from walking in God's power. So take a moment now and consider your life. What fears are you holding on to? What anxieties are you carrying? What burdens have you been trying to bear alone? Bring them before God. Place them fully in His hands. Trust Him completely. Let go of control, release the weight, and then watch as God moves, providing solutions, opening doors, shifting circumstances, and orchestrating every detail with divine precision. There is a supernatural peace that follows surrender. There is a divine clarity that flows when trust is complete. There is an unstoppable power at work when you allow God to handle every detail of your life. And the beauty of it all, beloved, is that God's plan is perfect. His timing is impeccable, and His wisdom is beyond comprehension. Every tear you have shed, every trial you have endured, every obstacle you have faced is being woven into a tapestry of purpose, provision, and blessing that only God can create. Oh, beloved, do not delay. Do not hold back. Do not cling to control out of fear. Trust God fully. Place your life, your burdens, your hopes, your dreams, and your fears into His hands. And then step back, release, rest, and watch as God handles the rest. The peace you will experience, the joy that will fill your heart, the victories that will unfold before your eyes. All of this flows from one simple but powerful act: complete trust in God. Beloved, hear this and let it resonate in the very depths of your soul. Trusting God fully is not a suggestion. It is a life-transforming decision. It is the choice to release every burden, every fear, every plan, and every worry into the hands of the Almighty, knowing that He is able. He is faithful and He is working for your ultimate good. When you surrender completely, you step into a power that no obstacle can overcome, a peace that no storm can shake, and a joy that no trial can diminish. Life may challenge you. People may disappoint you, and circumstances may seem impossible. But God is greater than all of it. Do not carry burdens that were never meant for you. Do not strive to control what only God can control. Do not allow fear, doubt, or impatience to dictate your path. Instead, place your life fully in God's hands. Trust Him with every detail, every moment, and every dream. Trust Him with your past, your present, and your future. Trust Him with your heart, your mind, and your spirit. And then rest. Rest in full confidence that God is taking care of what remains. The winds will settle. New doors will swing wide. What once seemed impossible will turn into reality. The blessings you've been waiting for will overflow into your life. The peace you have been longing for will settle deep within your soul. And in the midst of it all, you will walk with boldness, with strength, and with steadfast faith, knowing that God's wisdom never fails. His timing is never off, and His power knows no rival. So today, make that decision. Let go of your grip. Surrender without holding back. Place your trust fully in Him. Then watch as your story unfolds in ways greater than you ever imagined. As your journey shines with divine direction, as your spirit rests in unshakable calm, and as every obstacle becomes a living testimony of God's greatness, trust Him completely. He will take care of the rest. My friend, there comes a time when heaven itself turns its gaze upon you, not with hesitation, not with neglect, but with divine readiness. And God declares, I am prepared to release my blessing over your life. Yet here is the truth so often missed. Before the blessing can overflow, before the doors can be opened wide, before favor can flood your path, God will ask you to let go. For He cannot fill hands that are still gripping what chains you. He will not pour living water into a vessel contaminated with poison. And He will not carry you into your future if you are dragging the weight of your past along with you. Even now, I'm speaking to someone who has prayed earnestly for breakthrough, who has fasted for answers, who has cried out for change. And you've been asking, why hasn't it happened yet? You've wondered why the promise feels far, why the blessing seems delayed. But hear this. God is not withholding out of neglect. He is holding back because you are still clinging to what He already asked you to release. You see, we often think that the only thing standing between us and God's blessing is time. We say when God is ready, it will happen. But God's timing is not the only factor. Our readiness is, and part of readiness is release. You cannot walk into the next chapter of your life if your hands are chained to the old one. You cannot claim the new thing God has for you while still clutching the things He has told you to drop. And if you ignore this truth, you will delay what God has already prepared. Some of you are asking God for a blessing that would destroy you if He gave it to you right now because your heart is still bound by the very things He's trying to cut away. God's blessings are not cheap gifts, they are holy assignments. And if He sees that your current attachments, habits, or attitudes would corrupt the blessing, He will wait until you let them go. God is not punishing you. He is protecting you. He is not denying you. He is preparing you. Every delay, every closed door, every not yet from God is His way of saying, I love you too much to give you this while you're still carrying that. And the moment you release what God has been asking you to release, you will feel the wind of His blessing push you forward. Right now, God is whispering into your spirit, clearer than the noise of your fears, louder than the whispers of doubt. And He is saying, let it go. That pain you've nursed for years, that bitterness you've carried like a badge of honor, that relationship that keeps you tied to old patterns, that fear that convinces you to settle instead of rise, God is saying, lay it down, drop it, leave it. Because until you do, you will keep circling the same wilderness, wondering why you have not entered your promised land. And let me tell you, letting go is not weakness. It is spiritual warfare. Because when you release what God told you to release, you break the chains the enemy has been using to keep you bound. When you open your hands, God opens the heavens. When you trust Him enough to drop what is familiar, He will place in your life what is far greater than you imagine. There are 4 things, my friend, that God often asks His people to let go of before He releases the fullness of His blessing. And though they may look different in every life, the principle is the same. If you do not release them, they will rob you of what God wants to give you. The first is the past. And I don't mean simply forgetting it. I mean refusing to let it define you. Some of you are living in the shadow of what happened 10 years ago, 5 years ago, maybe even last month. You replay the mistakes. You relie the failures. You rehash the words people spoke over you. And because you have kept the past alive in your heart, you have not made room for the future. God says, I am doing a new thing. But the truth is, new things cannot live in a house full of old memories. Until you decide that yesterday is over, tomorrow cannot begin. The second is bitterness. You cannot carry the poison of unforgiveness into the place of God's blessing. A bitterness is a slow killer. It robs your peace, clouds your judgment, and hardens your heart. And yet, so many hold on to it because it feels like justice. If I let go, they win. You say, but God is telling you holding on to bitterness doesn't punish them, it punishes you. And until you let it go, you cannot receive the fullness of God's favor. His blessing flows best through a clean heart, not a clenched fist. The third is fear. Fear will convince you to shrink back when God tells you to step forward. Fear will cause you to settle for less when God has called you to more. Fear will whisper, what if it doesn't work? When God is saying, what if it does? Fear is the enemy's favorite weapon to stop you from moving into God's promises. And until you decide to trust God more than you trust your fear, you will remain stuck in places you were never meant to stay. And the fourth is control. Oh, how we love to be in control. We pray, God, have your way, and then we hand Him a list of how He should do it. We want the blessing, but we want it on our terms, in our timing, in the way we expect. But God's blessings rarely come in the package we imagine. And sometimes the greatest act of faith is to take your hands off the wheel and let God drive you where He knows you need to go. My friend, these 4 things, the past, bitterness, fear, and control, are the very weights that keep so many people from walking in the fullness of what God has for them. And right now, God is calling you to release them. He is saying, you have carried them long enough. You have cried over them long enough. You have prayed for change. But the change begins with you. Drop them. Trust me. Watch what I will do. Because here is the truth. God is not waiting to decide whether to bless you. The blessing is already prepared. The door is already built. The river is already flowing. But He will not open it while your hands are clinging to what He told you to let go. Release it and you will see the floodgates of heaven open over your life. My friend, hear me well. When God calls you to let go, it is never to leave you empty-handed. God never asks you to release something unless He has something greater to put in its place. But here is the tragedy. Many people miss the blessing because they fear the emptiness in between. They fear that if they let go of the past, they will have nothing left to hold. They fear that if they forgive, they will lose their sense of justice. They fear that if they release control, their life will spiral into chaos. But the truth is that empty space is exactly where God wants to meet you. That empty space is where His power is revealed. If you fill every corner of your life with your own strength, your own plans, and your own attachments, you will never see what God can do with surrendered space. Let me tell you, God does His best work in the space you cannot fill. He does His miracles in the gap between what you release and what He provides. And if you trust Him enough to let go, you will see Him move in ways that will leave you speechless. Think of a seed. A seed cannot grow unless it is buried, hidden, and seemingly lost in the ground. If the seed clings to the comfort of sunlight and the safety of your hand, it will remain small, unfruitful, unchanged. But when you release it into the soil, it dies to what it was, so it can become what it was meant to be. That is what God is asking of you. Release it. Bury it. Trust that what feels like loss is actually the start of growth. Letting go is not just about removing obstacles. It is about proving to God that you trust His way more than your own understanding. Too many people pray for a blessing while secretly believing they know better than God. They want His provision without His process, His reward without His requirements. But God's blessings come with conditions. And one of the greatest conditions is obedience. Obedience is not half-hearted surrender. It is complete release. It is saying, God, even if I do not understand, even if it hurts, even if it leaves me feeling vulnerable, I will let go because I know you have never failed me before. Some of you are still holding on because you think you are protecting yourself. You think that if you keep your guard up, you will avoid disappointment. But the wall you built to keep out pain has also been keeping out God's blessings. You cannot receive with closed hands, and you cannot be filled while you are still clinging to what drains you. Sometimes God has to strip your hands bare so He can place in them what will truly sustain you. And here is the sobering truth. The longer you hold on to what God has told you to let go, the heavier it becomes. What may have once been a small burden will grow into a chain that wraps itself around your future. At first, you carry it easily, thinking it's not that bad. But over time, it slows you, bends your posture, and robs you of strength until one day you realize you are so weighed down that you cannot even take a step toward the blessing. My friend, that is not God's will for you. He did not create you to drag chains into your promised land. He created you to walk freely without the weight of yesterday pulling you back. When God tells you to let go, He is not negotiating. He is commanding for your own good. God sees what you do not see. He knows what is up ahead. He knows the battles you will face tomorrow. And He knows the blessings that are already on their way. And if He says release it, it means that thing will not serve you in the place He is taking you. What you think is helping you may be the very thing holding you hostage. I must tell you, there is a danger in delayed obedience. The longer you wait, the more it costs. Some of the greatest losses in life are not because God failed to deliver, but because we failed to let go in time. If you delay, you may miss the appointed season. There are blessings that come with a window, a moment in time when God is ready to pour out favor, but if that moment comes and your hands are still gripping what He told you to release, the blessing may pass you by. And understand this, letting go is not just about the big things. Sometimes it's the small, subtle attachments that block the flow of God's favor. That quiet resentment you never dealt with, that hidden fear you've disguised as being careful, that private habit you keep telling yourself you'll quit one day, God is saying no, not tomorrow, now. Because those small things have a way of growing into giants. And giants will always stand in the way of your promised land unless you deal with them before you get there. Do not think for a moment that God's call to release is to harm you. It is to make you lighter so you can move faster. It is to make you freer so you can climb higher. Every single thing God asks you to let go of is something that will either slow you, distract you, or destroy you if you keep it. And if you could see the blessing that waits for you on the other side, you would drop it without hesitation. But here is the challenge. Faith is trusting God without seeing the full picture. Faith is believing that what He has ahead is better than what you have now, even if what you have now feels comfortable. And comfort is dangerous because it convinces you to settle. God is not calling you to a life of comfort. He is calling you to a life of growth. And growth always requires release. There is someone listening right now who knows exactly what God is telling them to let go. You don't have to guess. You don't need another sign. You already feel it in your spirit. Every time you pray, it's there. Every time you try to plan your future, it rises up in your thoughts. And yet you've been wrestling, arguing with God in your heart, saying, maybe later, maybe after I'm ready, maybe after I understand why. But my friend, delayed obedience is disobedience. And if you keep waiting for the perfect moment, you may miss the blessing altogether. When God says let go, He is not asking for negotiation. He is giving you an invitation to step into a better season. That better season is not far from you. It is not years away. It is as close as your willingness to obey. The moment you release what is in your hands, God will release what is in His. And what He has is far greater, far richer, far more powerful than anything you could ever hold on to yourself. My friend, there is a truth that must settle deep into your heart today. God is not limited by your circumstances, your history, or your current position. God can bless you anywhere, at any time, in any season. But there is one thing that can stop His blessing from flowing in your life: the unwillingness to release what He has told you to release. God can open doors no man can shut, but He will not open them if you are still dragging through them the baggage that He has commanded you to drop. That baggage will not fit through the narrow doorway of His purpose. The doorway to your blessing is not wide and careless. It is narrow and precise. And to pass through, you must lay down everything that will not serve you in the place He is taking you. Some people stand in front of that doorway for years, begging God to let them through while refusing to let go of what's in their hands. But the truth is, you cannot enter carrying that resentment. You cannot enter clinging to that relationship He has asked you to release. You cannot enter holding on to the same fears, doubts, and self-made plans that have kept you bound for so long. Letting go is not the loss you think it is. It is the clearing of the ground so God can build something greater. When a farmer prepares a field for planting, he does not leave the weeds, the rocks, and the debris. He clears the land. It takes effort. It feels like destruction at first, but without that clearing, the seed has no chance to grow. God is trying to clear your life of what will choke His blessing before it even has a chance to take root. The question is, will you allow Him? Many people pray for God to do a new thing in their life, but they still decorate their hearts with the old. They want a new season, but they are unwilling to close the door on the last one. My friend, seasons change when obedience begins. The rain of God's blessing will not fall on a heart that is still sowing seeds from a past God told you to leave behind. Sometimes the thing you must let go of is not even bad in itself. It's just not meant for you anymore. God can bless something in one season and require you to release it in the next. If you cling to what was blessed yesterday, you may miss what He is blessing today. The manna that fed the people in the wilderness was a miracle, but it was never meant to be permanent. When God moved them to the promised land, the manna stopped, not because He abandoned them, but because He had a new provision waiting. If they had spent their days crying for yesterday's manna, they would have missed the harvest in front of them. This is why trust is essential. Trusting God means you believe that whatever He takes from your hand, He will replace with something better. It means you stop trying to figure out why and start walking in. Yes, you may not understand now, but understanding often comes after obedience, not before. If you are waiting to understand everything before you let go, you are not operating in faith. You are operating in control. And control is one of the greatest enemies of divine blessing. Control gives you the illusion of safety, but it will rob you of destiny. Control says, I will move when I know what will happen. Faith says, I will move because I know who is leading me. When you give up control, you are not walking into chaos. You are walking into alignment with the one who already sees the end from the beginning. I must also warn you, there are things you are holding on to right now that look harmless, but are slowly poisoning your spirit. They are small compromises, quiet habits, unspoken thoughts you allow to remain in your heart. These are the things that dull your hunger for God's presence and weaken your sensitivity to His guidance. You may think it's just a small thing, but in the spiritual realm, small things grow. And what grows in your heart will eventually shape your actions and determine your direction. When God calls you to let go, He is not only protecting your future, He is protecting your heart. The blessing He has for you is not just about material gain or visible success. It is about transformation from the inside out. And transformation cannot happen if you are still feeding your soul with what God is trying to remove. Do not be deceived into thinking you can carry both the blessing and the burden. Oil and water do not mix. Light and darkness cannot share the same space. God's blessing demands purity of heart and willingness of spirit. If you try to carry both, one will eventually destroy the other. And make no mistake, God sees what you cannot hide. You can smile in public, speak faith-filled words, and appear surrendered on the outside, but God knows if your hand is still clutching what you promised to lay down. You cannot deceive the one who formed you. He is not waiting for your performance. He is waiting for your surrender. My friend, I must speak this with urgency. Your blessing is closer than you think. You have prayed. You have waited. You have endured seasons of silence. And the door is right in front of you. But that door will not open until you release what is in your grip. This is not a suggestion from God. It is a requirement. The sooner you obey, the sooner you will see His power unfold in ways that will leave no doubt it was His hand at work. Some of you are on the edge of the greatest breakthrough of your life, and the only thing standing between you and it is one act of obedience, one act of letting go, one moment of trusting God enough to drop what is familiar and step into what is unknown, but divinely prepared. And when you do, you will look back and wonder why you held on so long. Because the moment you let go, you will feel lighter. The moment you let go, you will see clearer. The moment you let go, you will hear God's voice with greater clarity than you have in years. And you will realize that the thing you feared losing was never your source. God was, God has always been, and God will always be. My friend, I must tell you, when God calls you to let go, it is never a suggestion meant to be taken lightly. It is a divine instruction, a command wrapped in love meant to position you for the very thing you have been praying for. Too many treat God's command to release as though it were optional, as if clinging just a little longer will not hinder what He has prepared. Yet you cannot walk into the fullness of His promise with a divided heart. You cannot serve two masters within your soul. One will always pull you away from the other. This is a divine principle woven into God's order. Before He gives, He may first remove. Before He multiplies, He trims away. Before He lifts up, He humbles. And through each stage, surrender is the doorway. Picture the autumn tree, and its leaves fall not because it is dying, but because it is preparing for the season ahead. God is working the same way in your journey. The loss you sense is not punishment, it is preparation. What slips from your hands now is making space for what is yet to bloom. And this is where many stumble. They try to bring old leaves into a new season. They cling to what was meant to fall away naturally. They glue the dead leaves back to their branches and wonder why there's no fresh life. My friend, God is saying to you today, stop holding on to what I have already called finished. Stop trying to keep alive what I have allowed to die. Let it go so I can make all things new. Letting go requires courage because it means stepping into the unknown. And the unknown terrifies the human heart because it cannot be predicted or controlled. But the unknown is not unknown to God. What you see as uncertainty, God sees as His perfect design. What feels to you like an empty road is in truth a path He has already walked ahead of you. Every stone, every bend, every detail, God has already been there, and He has prepared it for your good. Sometimes the hardest thing to let go of is not the pain, but the identity you've built around it. There are people who have carried hurt for so long they don't know who they would be without it. Their wound has become their name. Their struggle has become their story. But God did not call you to be defined by your wound. He called you to be refined by it. That means you must release even the part of yourself that has grown comfortable in the shadow of your struggle. And then there's this. Letting go is not just about removing what is bad. It's about making space for what is greater. If your hands are full of what is good enough, they will never be empty enough to receive what is best. Many of us are not trapped by sin or destruction. We are trapped by comfort. We have settled for less because it is familiar. And we are afraid that God's more might require more of us than we are willing to give. But hear me, every greater blessing from God will demand a greater level of surrender. When God calls you to release, He will not force your hands open. He will wait until you willingly unclench your grip. And in that moment of surrender, something supernatural happens. Your heart softens, your mind clears, your spirit aligns, and suddenly the space that was once filled with anxiety, fear, or regret becomes the space where God plants His promise. And His promise never returns empty. Some of you are standing at a spiritual crossroads right now. On one side is the familiar, the things you've always known, the patterns you've always followed, the safety net you've built for yourself. On the other side is the unknown, the territory you've never walked, the blessing you've never tasted, the level of freedom you've never experienced. And between the two stands God's voice saying, choose. Will you trust me enough to let go of the familiar and step into the future I have for you? Letting go is not just an act of faith, it is an act of war against every lie that says you will not survive without what you are releasing. That is the enemy's greatest tactic, to convince you that the thing holding you back is actually holding you together. He will whisper that if you let go, you will fall apart. But God says if you let go, I will hold you together with my own hands. And there is no safer place to be than in the hands of the one who formed you. It is better to walk into an uncertain future with God than to remain in a certain prison without Him. The walls you think are protecting, you may actually be keeping you from the very thing you've been praying for. Some of you have been asking God to open doors, but you are still sitting in a locked room with the key in your hand. The key is obedience. The door is letting go. The freedom is on the other side. And remember this, when God tells you to release something, He is not subtracting, He is multiplying. God never leaves His faithful people in deficit. Every time you put something down for His sake, He replaces it with something better. Sometimes not immediately, sometimes not in the way you expect, but always in the way that is best for you. That is why you must learn to trust His character, even when you cannot trace His plan. You may not feel ready. You may not feel strong enough. You may think, I can't do this yet. But strength is not the requirement. Willingness is. God supplies the strength. Once you take the step, the moment you open your hands, you will find His strength already waiting to fill them. And that is when you will see that the act of letting go was never about loss. It was about making room for God's glory to fill your life in ways you could not imagine. My friend, there comes a point when holding on costs more than letting go. There comes a moment when what you are clutching so tightly is no longer a comfort but a chain. And the longer you hold it, the deeper it wraps itself around your life. Until one day you realize you have been dragging it through every prayer, every opportunity, every blessing that tried to reach you. That is why God in His mercy will sometimes allow you to feel the weight of what you're carrying. Not to crush you, but to convince you it's time to release it. When God calls you to let something go, it is not a random demand. It is targeted. It is precise. It is because that thing, whether a relationship, a habit, a thought pattern, or a fear, is standing directly between you and the next move He has for your life. God will never compete with your idols. He will never force His blessings to sit alongside what He has declared unclean for your future. If you want His best, you must be willing to drop what is less. Too often we pray for the blessing without preparing for the sacrifice it requires. We want the harvest without the plowing. We want the crown without the refining fire. But God does not work that way. Before He trusts you with increase, He will test your willingness to obey. And the test is rarely in abundance. It is in release. Can you let go when everything in you wants to hold on? Can you trust His plan when yours is falling apart? Can you believe that losing this thing is not the end, but the beginning of something far greater? God's blessings are not just about giving, they are about transformation. And transformation always involves removal. Think of a sculptor. The beauty of the statue comes not from adding more clay, but from chipping away what does not belong. God is sculpting you right now. Every cut, every chip, every moment of letting go is shaping you into who you need to be to carry the weight of His promise. If you resist the chisel, you resist the masterpiece. And let me tell you something, God will not bless you in a way that competes with His voice in your life. If the thing you are holding on to is louder than His guidance, He will not hand you the blessing until you quiet the noise. Sometimes letting go is not just about releasing physical things. It's about silencing the influences that drown out His direction. That may mean stepping away from certain people, certain environments, or certain habits that keep your mind cluttered and your heart distracted. One of the greatest lies the enemy tells is that letting go will leave you with nothing. But with God, nothing is never nothing. In His hands, emptiness becomes fullness, loss becomes gain, and surrender becomes victory. God specializes in taking what seems empty and filling it to overflowing. The widow who thought she had only a little oil discovered that in God's hands, that little became more than enough. That is the God you serve, the one who turns release into abundance. But here's the truth. Letting go is not something you do once and never face again. It is a posture, a way of living. Because as God takes you from glory to glory, each new level will require a new surrender. The things that were permissible in your last season may be a hindrance in your next. This is why you must stay sensitive to His voice, always ready to lay down whatever He points to without delay and without debate. Delay is dangerous. Every day you hold on to what God has told you to release. You give the enemy more time to use it against you. That bitterness you carry will grow roots. That fear you entertain will build walls. That toxic connection you maintain will pull you further from where you are meant to be. What you tolerate will eventually dominate. This is why God's command to release is always urgent. It is His way of protecting you from a future trap you cannot yet see. And here is the thing. Sometimes letting go will make you look foolish to others. People will question you. They will tell you to hold on, to try harder, to give it more time. They will not understand why you walked away from what they thought was good. But you are not living for their understanding. You are living for God's approval. When God says it's time, you must move, even if no one else agrees. Because the same people who doubt you now will be the ones who marvel later when they see what God has done with your obedience. My friend, the life God has for you is not behind you, it is ahead of you. You cannot step into it while looking over your shoulder, longing for what was. You cannot run forward while your feet are tangled in yesterday's ropes. The sooner you release, the sooner you will be free. And freedom is not just the absence of chains. It is the ability to move without resistance in the direction God is calling you. And make no mistake, when you finally let go, you will not just walk into your blessing, you will walk into a deeper relationship with God Himself. Because letting go is at its core an act of trust. It is you saying, God, I believe you more than I believe my fear. I believe you more than I believe my own plans. I believe that you are better than anything I am giving up. And when you live with that kind of trust, blessing is not something you chase. It is something that chases you. God has already prepared the table for you. The seat has your name on it. The feast is ready. But you cannot sit down carrying the baggage of what He told you to leave behind. You must come empty-handed, ready to receive what only He can give. And when you do, you will see that every release was worth it. Every tear, every sacrifice, every moment of uncertainty will pale in comparison to the joy of walking in His promise. My beloved, when you truly trust in God, you understand that nothing in your life is random. Every delay, every detour, every closed door, and even every disappointment is woven into the perfect design of His wisdom. God does not make mistakes. If He has withheld something from you, it is not because He has forgotten you, but because He is protecting you, preparing you, and positioning you for something far greater. Sometimes what you thought was a rejection is actually God's redirection toward your true destiny. Do not measure your life by the present moment alone. What you see now is only one frame of the picture, but God sees the entire masterpiece. The path may seem crooked to you, but from the perspective of the Almighty, it is perfectly straight, leading exactly where He intends. You may not understand why certain people left, why certain prayers seem unanswered, or why certain doors remain shut. But if you knew what God knows, you would thank Him for every no and every delay. There are times when God hides you in the shadows to protect you from dangers you cannot see. Just as a gardener covers a seed in the soil before it bursts forth into the light, God sometimes covers you in seasons of obscurity so your roots grow deep before your life blooms. Do not despise these hidden seasons. They are not punishment. They are preparation. The fruit is always worth the waiting when God is the one growing it. And remember this, when God begins to open the way, no force in the heavens or the earth can stand in His path. The mountains you feared will flatten. The rivers you thought you could not cross will part. And the enemies that surrounded you will be scattered. God is the master of turning impossibilities into testimonies. He can transform the very thing that threatened to destroy you into the very thing that will promote you. So keep walking with your head lifted high. Speak words of faith, not fear. Stand firmly in trust. For the same God who controls the rising of the sun and the setting of the moon is the same God who holds your future. He has never failed, and He will not begin with you. When God places you in a season of waiting, it is not because He has forgotten you. It is because He is preparing you. Preparation is not punishment. It is the process by which God strengthens your faith, sharpens your vision, and aligns your steps with His perfect will. You may look around and see others moving ahead, receiving breakthroughs, living the life you've been praying for. But God says, "Be still and know that I am working in ways you cannot yet see." Just because you do not see movement in the physical does not mean nothing is happening in the spiritual. In fact, the greatest works of God are often done in silence, in the hidden places where only He can see. Understand this: every delay from God is divine protection. There are doors you think you're ready to walk through, but God knows what's on the other side. He sees the traps, the betrayals, the burdens that would crush you if you entered too soon. That is why He will close some doors no matter how hard you knock. And He will open others only when your heart, mind, and spirit are ready to handle them. His timing is not slow. It is perfect. If He is making you wait, it is because He is preparing something greater than what you asked for. The enemy wants you to mistake waiting for abandonment. But the truth is, God's presence is strongest in those moments when you feel nothing is changing. The seed does not sprout the moment it is planted. It must remain hidden in the dark soil, watered by faith and patience, until the right time comes for it to break through the ground. You are that seed. God has planted you in the soil of His purpose. And though you feel buried, you are not buried to die. You are planted to grow. So do not let impatience push you out of God's plan. Do not let frustration make you settle for less than what He has prepared for you. If you move before His appointed time, you will carry burdens you were never meant to bear. But if you wait upon Him, you will rise with strength you never knew you had. You will see how every tear, every delay, every lonely night was part of a greater plan to bring you into a blessing so great you will say, God's way was better than mine. My beloved, understand this. Every delay you face, every door that seems closed, every moment that feels like a dead end is not a sign of God abandoning you. It is a sign of God repositioning you. You see, when God is working behind the scenes, He is not rushing according to your clock. He is orchestrating according to His perfect plan. What you perceive as silence is not the absence of God. It is the stillness before His move. Just like a seed buried deep in the soil seems lifeless, you too may feel hidden, but in that hidden place, God is nourishing you, shaping you, and preparing you for a breakthrough that will not be small. It will be mighty. Do not be deceived by appearances. The enemy will try to convince you that nothing is changing, but God's power does not operate by human sight. Faith is trusting Him when the evidence is invisible. God does not need visible progress to fulfill His promise. He speaks and it becomes reality. One command from Him can shift your entire life in a moment. That is why you must keep moving forward even when you see no reason to. The battle is not yours to fight in your own strength. The victory is already written in the unseen by the hand of God. And let me tell you this, the people who underestimated you, the ones who mocked your faith, the ones who thought your prayers were pointless, will one day witness the very thing they said was impossible. For when God decides to honor you, no voice, no force, no power can stop it. God can take the same situation that looked like your downfall and turn it into your elevation. He can use the very stone thrown at you to build your stepping place to the next level. This is why you must guard your heart from despair, because despair blinds you to the movements of God. So I say to you, stand firm. Let your trust be unshakable. Let your hope be anchored in the One who created the heavens and the earth. God has not forgotten you. Every tear you have shed, every night you have cried yourself to sleep, every prayer you whispered when you had no strength left, they have all been recorded by Him. And when the appointed time comes, He will release what He has been preparing for you, and it will exceed every expectation. For God is not just the God of enough. He is the God of more than enough. When God is on your side, every obstacle becomes an opportunity, and every trial becomes a stepping stone. The world may rise against you, but their power is limited. For the One who commands the heavens and the earth has already written your victory. You must understand, and nothing in your life is random. Every delay, every closed door, every unexpected turn is part of God's divine arrangement for your ultimate good. You may feel pressed by the weight of your burdens, but it is often in the crushing that the purest oil flows. God is shaping you, refining you, and preparing you for a position you could never reach without first enduring this season of testing. Do not be deceived by what you see with your eyes. The enemy thrives on illusion, but God works in truth. The storm you are facing is not the end. It is the signal that your breakthrough is near. Even when you hear no answers, God is moving. Even when you see no signs, God is arranging. Even when you feel no strength, God is sustaining you. The wise do not spend their strength on panic. Instead, they bow low with patience, surrendering to the timing of the Almighty. Never forget this truth. God's silence does not mean His absence. Waiting is never wasted time. It is the hidden workshop where destiny is shaped. Every whispered prayer, every tear that falls, every step taken in faith is seen, gathered, and remembered by God. Then comes the appointed hour when blessings pour out in such measure they eclipse the pain you once carried. You will stand in wonder, recognizing that every restless night and every lonely path was worth it, because God was designing something beyond your wildest imagination. So protect your heart. Do not allow bitterness to take root. Do not allow fear to steer your decisions. Do not allow doubt to shout louder than the faith inside you. The very God who split the sea for his children, who shone light into the darkest night, is the same God walking with you now. He has not left you. He has not ignored you. And he will never fail you. Hear me right now. Even as you sit with a heavy heart, your thoughts racing and your spirit weighed down by fears of what tomorrow may bring, God is already at work. You cannot see it, you cannot hear it, you may not even sense it, yet His hand is moving in ways beyond your imagination. That very weight that keeps you awake at night, the burden that eats away at your mind, the struggle that feels like it is consuming you, God has already entered into it. You are anxious over something that is already being resolved in the realm beyond your sight. You are restless over a fight that has already been won by the silent strength of His power. We live in a world that demands evidence before it will believe, but God declares, believe first and then you will see. While you pray from a place of desperation, He is creating a path where none seemed possible. While you drown in the what-ifs, God is establishing the it is finished. Your eyes may perceive disorder, but His plan is unfolding in perfect alignment. Your ears hear the noise of uncertainty, but His whisper has already declared victory. You think the clock is running out, but with God there is no deadline that can stop His hand. You may be thinking, but I can't see any change. That's because God often works in the unseen first. The seed is planted deep in the soil where no one can see it, but that doesn't mean nothing is happening. Under the surface, roots are forming. Structure is being built. The unseen is preparing for the seen. The same is true for your life right now. What you call silence, God calls preparation. What you think is delay, God calls perfect timing. Some of you are so focused on the size of the storm that you've forgotten the one who controls the wind. You look at the waves and think they will drown you. But God is already shifting the winds in your favor. The same God who separated seas, who brought water from rock, who made walls fall without a single touch. He is the same God working in your situation now. Your problem has not intimidated Him. Your tears have not been ignored. Your prayers have not been lost in the noise. Do you understand what that means? It means that before you even formed the words of your request, God already knew. Before the doctor gave you that report, God already had the remedy. Before that betrayal struck your heart, God already had the plan for your healing. Before that financial pressure pressed against your chest, God had already opened the provision. He is not reacting. He is orchestrating. He is not scrambling. He is sovereign. He does not adjust His plan based on your crisis. Your crisis is already part of His plan for your breakthrough. That's why the enemy loves to keep you in fear. Because if you knew how much God is already doing for you, you would stop worrying and start worshiping. Fear blinds you to what God is building. Worry makes you question what God has already confirmed. And doubt insults the one who has never failed. The truth is, while you've been thinking that nothing is happening, God has been aligning resources, shifting hearts, moving people, and rearranging circumstances without your permission, without your understanding, and without your timeline. Some of you think that for your situation to change, you have to see movement. But movement is not the proof of progress. God does not always announce what He's doing. Some of His greatest works are wrapped in complete silence until the moment they burst forth in undeniable glory. The same God who moves mountains with a word can also move them without you seeing Him touch them. I know some of you are praying and feeling like the heavens are quiet, but quiet does not mean absent. Silence does not mean stillness. God's silence is not inactivity. It's often the space where He is building something so much greater than what you asked for. You asked Him to open one door and He is building you an entire house. You asked Him to give you a little relief and He is preparing to give you a complete turnaround. That's why you can't quit now. That's why you can't let worry steal your hope. Right now, while you're listening to these words, things are shifting that you know nothing about. Conversations are being had about you in rooms you've never entered. Decisions are being made that will benefit you. And your name is being mentioned in places where your feet have never stood. God is touching the heart of someone who will be the answer to your need. God is redirecting something you thought you lost back into your hands. God is setting you up for a blessing that will make you forget the years of struggle. But here is the challenge. You have to stop living as if your worry has more power than God's will. Your fear cannot change what He has ordained. Your anxiety cannot rewrite what He has already written. Every time you let your heart sink into fear, you are giving weight to the very thing God has already crushed under His authority. You are letting your imagination run ahead of His plan, creating a story of defeat when God has already authored a story of victory. And let me tell you this, sometimes God will intentionally allow you to reach the edge to the point where you think it's over, only so you will see His power in full display. Sometimes He will wait until the last second, not because He is late, but because He wants the outcome to be so clearly Him that no one, not even you, can take the credit. Let me take you deeper into this truth. The problem with many of us is that we live as though God is limited to what we can see. We measure His ability by the size of the resources in our hands or the connections we have in our contact list. But God is not bound by your bank account, your education, your experience, or your location. God can raise you from obscurity to influence in a single moment. God can take you from the back of the line and put you in front without asking anyone's permission. God can give you what people said you could never have, and He can do it without using the systems and structures the world depends on. When you understand that God is already working, you stop panicking over delays and closed doors. You start realizing that every no you face might have been God's. Not yet, or I have better. You stop envying those who got there before you because you know God's timing for your life is tailor-made. If you receive something before the right time, it will crush you instead of bless you. But when God delivers it in His time, it will not just arrive, it will thrive. Some of you have been looking at the same problem for so long that it has become your reality. You've convinced yourself that nothing will ever change. But I want you to hear this with every fiber of your being. God is not finished with your story. You might think you're in the final chapter of defeat, but God is holding the pen. And when God holds the pen, there is no ending except the one He writes. He can flip the page when you least expect it. He can turn the valley of your life into the very place where the most beautiful testimony grows. You may feel forgotten, but you are not. You may feel like your prayers are hitting a wall, but God is collecting every word. He is not just hearing you. He is storing your tears as seeds for the harvest that is coming. Some seasons feel empty because God is removing what cannot go with you to the next level. You think you are losing, but you are actually being pruned. And pruning is not punishment. It is preparation. God never cuts something away unless He is making room for something greater to grow. Worry thrives in the absence of perspective. When you look only at your immediate circumstances, you lose sight of the fact that God sees the entire landscape of your life. You see one corner, God sees the whole map. You see the obstacle, God sees the outcome. You see the delay, God sees the alignment. What you think is random is actually strategic. What you think is chaos is actually a carefully crafted sequence that will make sense when you step into the next season. And here's something that will change your entire outlook. Sometimes the reason you feel so much pressure is because God is pushing you into the place you prayed for. You asked for growth. Now you are in a season that is stretching you. You asked for wisdom. Now you are facing challenges that force you to think differently. You asked for strength. Now you are carrying weights you never thought you could lift. Don't misinterpret the process. What you are calling a burden might be the very tool God is using to build you into the person who can handle the blessing that's coming. God does not just want to solve your problems. He wants to develop you in the process. If He gave you every answer instantly, your faith would remain weak, your patience shallow, and your character untested. But when you walk through the valley holding on to His promise that He is working even now, you come out not just with the blessing, but with the strength to sustain it. God's desire is not just to give you the destination, but to prepare you for the weight of it. Some of you are in situations right now where the odds are stacked so high against you that people expect you to fail. Good. Let them watch, because when God moves in your life, it will be so evident that no one will be able to deny His hand upon you. When God delivers, He does it in a way that silences the doubters and confuses the enemy. He will make it so undeniable that even those who mocked you will have to admit, surely this was the work of God. You must also understand that God does not need favorable conditions to bless you. He can bless you in famine. He can promote you in a recession. He can bring you victory when you are outnumbered. He can make you rise when everything around you is falling apart. God's favor is not dependent on the weather forecast of life. It is dependent on His will, and His will is unstoppable. This is why you must stop obsessing over what you see in the natural. The natural world is temporary, but what God is doing in the spiritual is eternal. While your eyes see lack, heaven sees abundance. While you see the end, heaven sees the beginning. While you think you're waiting, God may be saying, it is already done. There is a rest that comes when you truly believe God is working on what worries you. This rest is not laziness. It is trust. It is the ability to sleep in peace even when the storm is raging, because you know the storm is under God's control. It is the refusal to let your mind be hijacked by fear, because you know God's plans will stand no matter how hard the winds blow. Right now, God might be moving someone to pick up a phone and call you with an opportunity. He might be turning the heart of someone who wronged you toward reconciliation. He might be lining up a series of events that will connect you to the exact place you need to be at the exact moment you need to be there. You can't see it, but it's happening. You can't feel it, but it's unfolding. And one day soon, you'll look back and realize that what you feared the most was the very place where God showed you His greatest power. Let me tell you something that will set your spirit free. What worries you right now is not greater than the one who rules over all creation. The situation you call impossible is nothing more than an opportunity for God to display His unmatched power. You may be staring at a wall so high it feels unshakable, but God can make it crumble without a single hammer strike. You may be facing a door locked by human hands, but God holds the master key that no man can duplicate. You may feel surrounded by problems, but remember, God surrounds what surrounds you. Nothing gets through without first passing through His authority. Sometimes we forget that God's power is not limited to a single method. If He does not move the obstacle, He can move you above it. If He does not change the environment, He can change you to thrive in it. If He does not remove the storm, He can give you the strength to walk through it without breaking. God's solutions are not confined to our imagination. He can use what you think is against you to be the very thing that carries you forward. Consider this. While you are trying to figure out how to make ends meet, God might already be setting up an unexpected provision. While you are fighting to fix the broken relationships in your life, God might be preparing people you haven't even met yet to love and support you in ways you've never known. While you are exhausted from trying to change yourself, God is working in the depths of your heart where no one else can reach, shifting desires, healing wounds, and replacing fear with courage. There are moments in life when God allows the pressure to intensify, not to destroy you, but to position you. It's in those moments that you must remind yourself, just because it feels worse doesn't mean it's getting worse. A seed must crack before life comes out. A birth requires labor pains before the child arrives, and sometimes the chaos you see is simply the breaking of the shell, so that what God planted inside you can finally emerge. You see, God works with precision. He does not throw blessings at you randomly. He releases them when everything is aligned. And alignment is not just about circumstances. It's about your readiness. There are blessings that God has already prepared for you that are being held back only because He loves you too much to give them before you are able to carry them. He will not give you something that will crush your spirit. He will first strengthen your spirit so the blessing will uplift and not overwhelm you. This is why trust is not passive. It is active faith. Trust means you keep walking when there is no sign of change. Trust means you choose peace over panic, even when you feel surrounded by uncertainty. Trust means you speak as if the answer is on its way because you know God has already sent it. Your words matter because they are the evidence of what you believe. If you speak constantly about the problem, you magnify it. But if you speak constantly about God's power, you magnify Him above the problem. And make no mistake, your enemy will always try to magnify your fears so they block your view of God. He will whisper, "It's too late, you failed, it's over." But those are lies that crumble under the truth of God's Word. To your spirit, I am already at work. God is not hindered by how long it has been. He is not intimidated by how far things have gone. He is not discouraged by how deep the damage runs. He is the one who can restore years in a single moment, who can rebuild what took decades to destroy, who can breathe new life into something you thought was gone forever. Sometimes God's way of working things out is not to change your situation, but to change your perception of it. The mountain in front of you may not move because God wants you to climb it and see from the top a perspective you would never have gained otherwise. That climb will teach you endurance. That climb will teach you faith. That climb will give you a view of His hand at work that you could not have seen from the valley floor. It is also important to understand that God works beyond your personal desires. He works for the highest good of your life. There are times when what you want and what you need are not the same. And God loves you too much to give you what you want at the expense of what you truly need. You may be worried because you can't have what you prayed for. But if you knew the whole story, you would be thanking Him for protecting you from it. What feels like rejection may actually be divine protection. And here's the thing, God's work in your life is not always going to be visible to those around you. Some of the most powerful breakthroughs are the ones that happen inside you before anyone else notices. When God replaces your despair with peace, when He replaces your fear with unshakable calm, when He takes away the constant anxiety and replaces it with quiet confidence. That is a victory as real as any change in your circumstances. You can be standing in the same storm, but no longer drowning in it. Right now, as you listen, God could be working through people you've never met, arranging situations you haven't even thought about, moving resources you didn't know existed. He could be opening paths in places you thought were closed forever. He could be stirring in the hearts of others to bless you, defend you, or guide you. And the beauty of it all is that He doesn't need your worry to make it happen, only your trust. That's why today you must release the weight of carrying what was never yours to carry. You were never designed to handle the full burden of the future. Your mind was created to trust, not to endlessly calculate every possible outcome. God did not call you to live as if the next moment depends entirely on your ability to control it. He called you to live knowing that He has already been there and made a way. When you embrace that truth, something changes. You walk lighter. You sleep better. You stop overthinking every decision. You start to notice small signs of His hand, conversations that happen at just the right time, doors that open without you knocking, opportunities that find you instead of you chasing them. These are not coincidences. They are confirmations that God is indeed already working out what you have been worried about. And I will tell you this, when the day comes and you finally see the result, you will realize that the waiting, the uncertainty, the tears, and even the moments of fear were all part of a story that God was writing for your good. You will see how every delay was protection. Every no was redirection. Every closed door was the guidance of a loving hand that knew where you truly belong. Let me speak to the part of you that still wonders if things will ever truly turn around. God has not brought you this far to leave you here. The very breath in your lungs right now is proof that His purpose for you is still alive. If your life was finished, you would not be here. The fact that you are still standing, even after all the nights you thought you wouldn't make it, means that God is still working, still shaping, still unfolding the next chapter you cannot yet see. The truth is, God has been working on your behalf long before you even knew you needed help. Before you faced this situation, He was already setting in place the connections, the opportunities, and the answers that would carry you through it. You may think you are running behind, but in God's timing, you are exactly where you need to be. You are not late, you are in process. And the process is not punishment. It is preparation for the greatness He has already written into your destiny. Sometimes the biggest challenge is not believing that God can do it, but believing that He is doing it right now. We are quick to trust Him for the past and hopeful for the future, but we struggle to see His hand in the present. Yet this very moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this step is part of His plan. The path may feel uncertain, but uncertainty is the stage where faith is proven. And faith is not simply saying God can work, it is living as if He is working. Now I want you to understand that the delays you feel are not evidence of His absence. Often they are evidence of His precision. God does not operate on human deadlines. He does not rush because you are impatient, and He does not stall because you are worried. Every moment is intentional. Every step is measured. He is not scrambling to catch up to your needs. He is ahead of them, arranging the outcome long before you arrive. Think about this. Some of the most life-changing blessings in your future are being shaped right now. But they require certain people to be in the right place, certain events to align, certain doors to be ready to open. If God were to give you the blessing before these pieces were in place, it might fall apart in your hands. But when everything falls into place in God's perfect timing, no one and nothing can take it away from you. That is why you must stop attaching your peace to what your eyes can see. What is visible will try to deceive you. It will insist that nothing is moving, that you are stuck, that your prayers have gone unanswered, yet the unseen realm is full of activity. God is already speaking into the hearts of people you have not encountered yet. He is redirecting events you cannot yet grasp. He is arranging every detail so that when you take the next step, all pieces are set in their rightful place. I know some of you have carried the same weight for years, and weariness has set in. You feel as though you've prayed every prayer, shed every tear, and still nothing has changed. But listen closely. Just because the surface seems calm does not mean the depths are unmoving. The floor of the ocean is always shifting, creating currents that eventually rise to the top. In the very same way, God is stirring currents beneath the surface of your life. One day soon, the stillness will break and the blessing will rise to meet you. And sometimes God's work is not about changing the storm, but changing you within it. You may be asking Him to remove the problem, but He may be using the problem to remove fear, doubt, pride, or dependence on things that cannot sustain you. God's goal is not to give you a fragile peace that crumbles under pressure. He wants to give you a peace so strong that no storm can steal it. Understand this. The very thing you are worried about right now might be the thing that shapes you into the person you are meant to become. If God removed it instantly, you might miss the transformation that comes from walking through it with Him. Worry wants you to believe that this moment will break you. Faith knows that this moment will make you. And when you come through it, you will not only be free from the worry, you will carry a testimony that will strengthen others who are walking the same path. Do not underestimate the power of God's quiet work. Some of the most miraculous changes in your life will not be announced with loud signs or instant shifts. They will come like the dawn, slow but unstoppable. At first, the darkness will seem unchanged. Then a faint light will appear. Then brighter, until suddenly you are standing in the fullness of a new day. That is how God often works. Gently, steadily, and with unstoppable certainty. And when that day comes, you will look back and realize that your worry was wasted energy. You will see that while you were pacing the floor at night, God was setting the table for your victory. You will see that while you were preparing for defeat, God was preparing your breakthrough. You will see that not a single moment of waiting was wasted. It was all building toward this. Right now, I want you to imagine your life as a tapestry. Up close, all you see are tangled threads, knots, and colors that make no sense. That is how your present feels. Messy, disconnected, and confusing. But step back far enough and you will see the masterpiece God is weaving. Every knot, every thread, every color has a place. The dark threads make the bright ones shine. The mistakes you regret, the pain you endured, the waiting you hated, it is all part of the picture He is creating. And when He turns it around for you to see, you will realize it was beautiful all along. And I want you to hear this with the deepest part of your spirit. God is not waiting for the right conditions to act on your behalf. He is the one who creates the right conditions. The world says you must have certain connections, certain qualifications, certain resources before change can come. But God says, I am your connection, I am your qualification, I am your source. When God decides it is time, nothing in heaven, on earth, or beneath it can stand in His way. You see, what you call impossible is simply the arena where God shows His limitless power. The harder the situation, the greater the opportunity for Him to reveal that He alone holds authority over your life. This is why He often allows the circumstances to reach the point where human hands can do no more. So that when the answer comes, no one will be able to say it was coincidence, luck, or human effort. It will be unmistakably, undeniably the work of God. Right now, some of you are asking, why is it taking so long? Why hasn't it changed yet? But delay is not denial. In the silence, God is not ignoring you. He is perfecting the details. He is shaping the outcome so that when it arrives, it will fit your life without flaw. Rushing would only give you something incomplete, something you could not sustain. But God's timing is flawless. Never too early, never too late, always exact. And you must understand, God's work is not always loud. Sometimes it's not earthquakes and lightning. It's the subtle shift of a single conversation, the quiet change in someone's heart, the hidden door that opens without announcement. By the time you see it, the work has already been done. The blessing has already been prepared. You are simply walking into what God finished long ago. Do not let the darkness of this season convince you that God has left you. It is often in the darkest soil that the most powerful seeds are planted. A seed does not see the sun while it is growing roots, but the sun has not disappeared. Likewise, you may not feel the warmth of change yet, but that does not mean the light is gone. God is rooting you deeper so you can rise stronger. And here is something that will set you free from fear. God is not only working on the problem, He is working on you. He is building your capacity to handle what you are asking for. He is strengthening your character, sharpening your discernment, teaching you to trust Him without conditions. Because when the answer comes, it will not just be about what you receive, it will be about who you have become in the process. Some of you have been in battles that feel unending. You wake up to the same struggles, the same uncertainty, the same unanswered questions. But battles are not signs of abandonment. They are often signs of preparation. God will not send you into a fight without already securing the victory. What you are experiencing now is simply the training ground for the territory He is about to give you. Every tear you've shed is watering the ground for the blessing that will soon bloom. You must also realize that the thing you are most worried about might already be solved in ways you cannot imagine. God's solutions are not bound by human logic. If He could part the seas for one people, bring food from the sky for another, cause walls to fall without a single weapon being raised, then what is your situation in comparison? You are not asking too much of Him. You cannot overwhelm His ability. The only thing you can do is limit your belief in what He can do. And belief is not just thinking He can, it is living as though He is doing it now. It is waking up with expectation instead of dread. It is speaking about your future with confidence instead of fear. It is making room in your heart for the blessing before it arrives as if it's already on the way. Because when you live in that posture, you are aligning yourself with the truth of God's promise. He is faithful to complete what He has started. I want you to picture this. God is already ahead of you, clearing paths you don't even know you'll need to walk. He is already behind you, closing doors that would have destroyed you if you entered. He is beside you, steadying you when your steps feel weak. And He is above you, watching over every move, ensuring that nothing reaches you that has not passed through His divine filter of purpose. You may not feel in control right now, and that is because you are not meant to be. Control is an illusion that robs you of peace. The truth is, you are safest when you surrender control to the one who already sees the end from the beginning. When you stop trying to force the outcome, you make space for God to work in ways that will amaze you. And here is what will happen. There will come a moment when the breakthrough arrives and you will realize that the weight you carried for so long has been lifted. The worry that consumed your thoughts will feel so small compared to the magnitude of what God has done. You will stand in awe not just of the blessing itself, but of the way God brought it to you, through doors you never thought would open, through people you never thought would help, through timing you never would have chosen but now know was perfect. That is why you must not give in to fear. Now the story is not finished, while the chapter you are living is not the conclusion. Even now, behind the scenes, God is weaving threads of mercy, protection, provision, and favor into a tapestry you cannot yet see. And when He turns it toward you, every worry will be replaced with wonder, every doubt with praise, every tear with joy. When God decides to lift you, no force in the heavens or the earth can hold you down. You must understand your elevation is not determined by the opinions of people, nor is it controlled by the strength of your enemies. It is decreed in the unseen before it manifests in the seen. When God opens a door for you, it is a door no hand can shut, no tongue can curse, and no enemy can block. That is why you do not need to fight as the world fights, because your battle is not in the noise of the crowd, but in the secret place with God. Sometimes God will allow delays not because He is denying you, but because He is protecting you. There are blessings you are not ready to carry yet, and there are positions you must grow into before you can hold them without falling. So do not be disheartened when the answer seems slow. God's timing is not just perfect. It is protective. He is aligning circumstances, removing hidden traps, and building in you the strength to sustain what He is about to release. When you walk with God, you must stop expecting your path to look like everyone else's. He did not create you for comparison. He created you for completion of His purpose. Some will rise by connections, others by luck. But you will rise by the command of God. And when He commands, there is no counsel that can overrule Him. You do not need the approval of the masses when you have the approval of the Almighty. God's power does not just protect you from harm. It also transforms you into a vessel of resilience. When you have been through storms and still stand, it is not because you are stronger than others, but because God's hand was holding you while others thought you were alone. This is why you must walk with confidence, not in arrogance, but in the assurance that the one who formed the mountains and stretched out the heavens is the same one guiding your steps. And hear this, the same people who once doubted you will one day bear witness to your elevation. But when that day comes, remember it was not your own hand that brought you this far. It was God. Let your success never make you forget your source, because blessings without gratitude lead to arrogance, and arrogance leads to a fall. Stay humble, stay faithful, and God will take you places you never imagined you could reach. When God lifts you up, no power in this world can push you down. When God speaks over your life, no voice can cancel His command. And when God opens a path before you, even the mountains must move and the seas must part, because His will is unstoppable. That is why you must stop being intimidated by the size of your problem and start being confident in the size of your protector. Your enemies may plan, your critics may speak, and the world may conspire, but every plan against you will collapse when it collides with the will of God. Understand this: God's timing is perfect. You may think the delay is a denial, but in reality, God is aligning the pieces in ways you cannot yet see. While you are wondering why it hasn't happened, God is working behind the scenes, protecting you from harm, setting up divine appointments, and ensuring that when your moment comes, it will be unstoppable. You are not being overlooked. You are being prepared. Do not be deceived by appearances. The battle is not always about what you can see. It is often what you cannot see that determines victory. When you feel pressure from every side, it may be that God is positioning you for a breakthrough so powerful that even your enemies will be forced to acknowledge His hand over your life. He will make you a living testimony, not by removing all challenges, but by making you victorious in the midst of them. You must also learn the discipline of silence. Sometimes the most powerful response to an attack is to say nothing, because your words cannot defend you as well as God's actions can. The moment you take matters into your own hands, you limit the magnitude of God's intervention. But when you stand still and let Him fight for you, He will bring an outcome so complete, so undeniable, that no one can take credit except Him. God does not waste pain, and He does not ignore faith. Every tear you have shed, every night you have spent in prayer, every injustice you have endured, all of it is being stored in the unseen account of God's justice. And when the time comes, that account will be poured out upon your life in blessings that not only heal your wounds, but also elevate your position. This is why you must not quit. You are closer to your breakthrough than you realize. The very resistance you are feeling now may be the final push before the door opens. Hold your ground. Guard your faith. Keep walking in obedience, for God's hand is over you and His promise will not fail. When God chooses to defend you, His methods are unlike anything the human mind can predict. He does not need to shout, argue, or prove your worth to anyone. His power is silent but unstoppable. He can remove a person from your path without you lifting a single finger. He can make the plans of your enemies crumble in their own hands. He can turn the very weapons they formed against you into tools that work for your good. This is why you must rest in the knowledge that your defense comes from the Almighty, one whose wisdom surpasses every human scheme. Sometimes God will allow the storm to rage, but keep you calm in the center of it. He will not always change the situation immediately, but He will change you so the situation cannot destroy you. Your enemies may be watching, expecting your downfall. Yet God will make your endurance a living testimony of His power. They will see that no matter how many traps they set, you still rise. And it will not be by your own strength, but because the hand of God is holding you steady. Do not be surprised when God hides you in plain sight. People may search for ways to harm you, but they will not find you, because God has placed you in a space they cannot reach. This is divine covering, protection that is invisible yet impenetrable. Even if you feel surrounded, you are actually surrounded by God's mercy. The eyes of those who wish you harm are blinded. Their words lose power, and their influence fades like smoke in the wind. The key is to keep your heart pure before God. Do not let the desire for revenge corrupt your spirit. When you let God fight your battles, you are declaring that you trust His justice more than your own. And His justice is perfect. It comes at the right time in the right way, and it leaves no wound untreated. The same God who parts the seas can part you from danger. The same God who provides for the birds of the sky can provide for you even when every door seems closed. When God's hand is upon your life, no power on earth or in the heavens can stand against you. His protection is not a fragile wall that can be broken. It is a fortress built by the Almighty Himself. He sees what you cannot see, hears what you do not hear, and knows the traps the enemy sets long before they are even formed. This is why the one who trusts in God walks in a peace the world cannot understand. While others panic at storms, you will rest, for you know the winds are in His command. God does not need to announce His protection with loud signs. Often His work is in the unseen. That accident you narrowly escaped, that deal that suddenly fell through, that person who unexpectedly left your life, it was not chance. It was the mercy of God preserving you from harm you didn't even know existed. The world may call it coincidence, but you know it was divine intervention. Those who mock your faith do not realize that every breath you take is a testimony of God's sustaining hand. When you live under the shadow of the Almighty, no curse, no evil word, and no hidden scheme can prosper against you. People may speak lies, enemies may plan harm, and some may even rejoice at your struggles. But remember, God is not moved by their laughter, and you should not be either. He is your defender. He fights battles you never even enter. He silences voices that rise against you. He blinds the eyes of those who wish you harm and opens the paths only you are meant to walk. But you must remain steadfast. God's protection is not for those who run to Him only in crisis, but for those who walk with Him in every season. Trusting Him means you stop worrying about what is beyond your control. It means you refuse to retaliate against those who hurt you. For you know God's justice is more perfect than your revenge. The one who leaves their matters in God's hands will never be left ashamed. And here is the deeper truth. Sometimes God's protection is not about keeping you in the same place, but about moving you to a better one. That rejection was protection. That delay was preparation. That loss was redirection. You may not understand it now, but one day you will see that God was not withholding. He was shielding. If you truly believe in His wisdom, you will begin to see life differently. No longer will you panic when plans fall apart, because you will know His plan is greater. No longer will you fear the unknown, because you will know the one who owns the unknown. And no longer will you be shaken by the actions of people, because you will be anchored in the will of God, which no man can overturn. My beloved, as we close this message, let your heart hold firmly to this truth. God is your ultimate refuge, your unshakable protector, and your unfailing provider. When storms roar around you and enemies plot against you, do not tremble, for the Almighty is greater than every threat. The same God who split the sea for His servants, who brought water from a rock in the desert, who raises the humble and humbles the arrogant, that God is watching over you right now. Do not allow fear to speak louder than faith. Do not be deceived into thinking the darkness has the final word. The power of God is mighty, working in ways beyond what you can perceive. He is arranging blessings quietly, shielding you from unseen dangers, and leading your path toward places where your soul will flourish. Your part is not to win every battle by your own effort, but to remain steadfast in trust. Guard your heart against resentment and let your actions stay pure before Him. As you walk in the light of His direction, even those who rise up against you will stumble and fall. For no human hand can overturn the plan of God. Lift your head with courage. Step forward with the assurance of one upheld by the Creator of heaven and earth. Keep your faith steady, your spirit meek, and your eyes fixed upon His promises. If God is on your side, no force on earth or beyond can prevail against you. And when His appointed time arrives, you will witness how He transforms every trial into victory, every wound into purpose, and every challenge into a testimony. Stand firm, for you dwell beneath the shelter of the Almighty, and in His shadow you are untouchable. There comes a moment in life when the atmosphere shifts, when the burden you've carried for years suddenly feels lighter, when your spirit begins to sense that the season of waiting has finally arrived at its appointed hour. My friend, I declare to you today, prepare yourself for God's favor, for the waiting has come to an end. You have prayed in the darkness. You have wept in the silence. You have walked through valleys where no one else could walk with you. Yet the one who sees all has never taken His eyes off you. And He has decided that this is the moment to release His blessing over your life. For too long you have stood at the threshold, seeing the promise but unable to grasp it. For too long your prayers seem to echo back without reply. But God has been at work in the unseen, aligning circumstances, turning hearts, and moving mountains you never knew were there. Now the spiritual clock has struck its hour. You are not listening to this by coincidence. You are hearing it because the author of time Himself wants you to know delay is no longer your story. The door that stayed shut is about to swing wide open. You may have felt overlooked, as though the blessings of life skip past your house. But hear me, God never forgets the faithful. Even when you thought nothing was happening, the ground beneath your feet was being prepared to hold the weight of what He is about to give you. Sometimes God holds back not because He doesn't want to bless you, but because He wants to strengthen you enough to carry the blessing without breaking. And now He has looked at you and found you ready. Think about this. Seeds don't sprout the moment they are planted. They must be buried in darkness, hidden under the soil, enduring the silent pressure of the earth. But under that soil, something is happening. Roots are growing. Life is forming. And when the appointed season arrives, the sprout bursts forth into the light. That is where you are right now. Your roots have been growing unseen, and God is about to bring you into a season where what He planted in you will be visible to all. You have endured storms that should have destroyed you, but they only drove your roots deeper. You have walked through fire that should have consumed you, but it only refined your character. And now, because you did not give up, you are about to taste the sweetness of answered prayer. God's favor is not just a gentle breeze. It is a mighty wind that can turn years of struggle into moments of victory. When He decides to favor you, no force in heaven or earth can block it. Some of you have been waiting for a long time, waiting for that breakthrough in your finances, that healing in your body, that peace in your mind, that restoration in your relationships. And maybe the enemy has whispered in your ear, telling you that it will never happen. But you must silence that voice with truth. God's timing is perfect. He is never early, never late. He arrives exactly when the moment will bring Him the greatest glory and you the greatest joy. The same God who split the sea for His people is the same God who can split open the barriers standing before you. The wait was not wasted. Every tear you shed was seen. Every silent prayer was heard. Every moment of endurance was recorded. The loneliness you felt was not abandonment, it was preparation. God wanted you to rely on Him alone so that when the blessing came, you would know exactly where it came from. And now the blessing will not just meet your need, it will exceed it. His favor will cover you like the sunrise covering the earth. Unstoppable, undeniable, and uncontainable. When God's favor comes, it changes everything. People who once ignored you will seek you out. Doors that stayed shut for years will open without you knocking. Opportunities will chase you down instead of you chasing them. And the very places where you were once rejected will become the places where you are celebrated. That is what happens when God declares the wait is over. You must prepare your heart to receive it. This is not the time to be passive. This is the time to expect, to believe, to speak words of faith over your life. If you are still carrying the mindset of the waiting season, you will miss the opportunities of the favor season. Lift your head, strengthen your spirit, and walk like someone who knows the King of all creation has set His gaze upon them, because He has. Some of you are going to see sudden change. Years of barrenness will turn into fruitfulness in a single season. Situations that have been stagnant will suddenly move, or no. People who were against you will be moved out of the way. That is how quickly God can work when He decides the time has come. And when that moment arrives, you will not have to force it, manipulate it, or beg for it. It will happen naturally because favor is not earned by striving. It is given by God's sovereign choice. Do not be surprised if in this season God removes certain people from your life. His favor will not rest where there is corruption, jealousy, or hidden betrayal. He will clear the space so that the blessing He gives you will not be poisoned by those who do not have your best interest at heart. Trust Him when He subtracts just as much as when He adds. Because sometimes the preparation for favor involves God protecting it from wrong hands. And know this, favor is not just for your comfort, it is for His purpose. When He blesses you, it is so you can bless others. When He lifts you up, it is so you can shine light on His goodness. The more you keep your heart focused on using His favor to honor Him, the more He will pour into your life. This is not the time to shrink back in false humility. It is the time to step forward boldly and declare, God has done this, and I will use it for His glory. The season of waiting has refined you, and the season of favor will define you. God is about to write a chapter in your life that will make sense of all the ones that came before it. Every detour, every delay, every disappointment will suddenly reveal its purpose. And when you look back, you will realize that the waiting was not punishment. It was positioning. Get ready. Prepare your spirit. Clear the clutter from your life. Make room for the blessing you have been praying for, because it will not trickle in slowly. It will come in waves. When God moves, He does not just give enough, He gives more than enough. Your cup will overflow. Your heart will overflow. Your life will overflow. And the world will see what happens when someone refuses to let go of faith. Even in the longest night, there is a stirring in the unseen realm right now. The winds of change are not a whisper. They are a roar. Something is shifting on your behalf. And though you may not see it with your eyes yet, your spirit can already feel the tremors. When God decides that your time has come, He will orchestrate events so perfectly that no one will be able to take credit for it. But Him, the same God who sets the boundaries of the oceans and commands the stars in the sky, is the one who is now commanding the circumstances of your life to align for your good. This is not just a change of season, it is a change of position. Where you once stood as the overlooked, God will place you in a position of influence. Where you once fought just to survive, He will cause you to flourish. You will not just step into the blessing, you will inherit it. And when God gives, He gives in a way that leaves no doubt. His blessings come wrapped in peace, overflowing with provision and anchored in purpose. You must understand, when God's favor locates you, it will not matter who tried to stop you, who doubted you, or who counted you out. Their opinions will be powerless in the face of His decision. God is not limited by the approval of people. He does not ask permission from those who oppose you before He blesses you. He moves as He wills, and when He declares that the waiting has ended, the doors will open whether the world is ready for it or not. Some of you have been walking through a season where every step felt uphill. You pushed through weariness, fought through discouragement, and held on to faith when everything in you wanted to let go. You may have wondered why the process took so long, but God uses waiting to forge warriors. A blessing given too soon can crush a person unprepared to hold it. But you are not who you were when you first began the wait. You are stronger, wiser, more discerning, and more anchored in your faith than you have ever been. That is why you are now ready. There is something about divine timing that makes the breakthrough so much sweeter. When the blessing comes after a long wait, gratitude flows from a deeper place. The nights of crying out to God, the days of questioning if He heard you, those moments are not forgotten. They are seed sown in faith. And God is faithful to bring forth the harvest. You are about to step into a harvest season that will redeem every barren year you endured. And I tell you this, God's favor is not always predictable. It does not always come in the way you expect. Sometimes it arrives through a closed door that forces you into a better one. Sometimes it comes disguised as a setback that turns out to be a setup. And sometimes it comes so suddenly that it leaves you breathless, unable to do anything but fall to your knees in awe of His goodness. However it comes, you will know it is from Him because it will carry His signature. Peace, abundance, and undeniable purpose. Be watchful in this season. The opportunities God is sending may not look like what you imagined, but they will carry the weight of destiny. The connections He is arranging may seem ordinary at first, but they will open extraordinary doors. The ideas He plants in your mind will be divinely inspired and carry the power to shift your future. Favor is not just an open door. It is the wisdom to recognize which door is yours and the courage to walk through it. Do not allow fear to rob you in this moment. Fear will tell you that you are not ready, that you will fail, that this is too good to be true. But God has not brought you this far to abandon you now. The same hand that sustained you in the valley will guide you on the mountaintop. The same strength that kept you standing in your weakest moments will carry you when the blessings begin to pour. And make no mistake, when God's favor rests on you, it will attract both support and opposition. Not everyone will celebrate your breakthrough. Some will question it, others will envy it, and a few will even try to sabotage it. But take comfort in knowing this. No weapon formed against you will prosper when God has declared His blessing over your life. His favor is a shield that cannot be pierced by the schemes of the enemy. This is also the moment to remember that favor is not the end. It is the beginning of a greater responsibility. God's blessings are meant to flow through you, not just to you. The abundance He is releasing over your life is meant to impact others. to heal the broken, to lift the weary, and to shine light into places still covered in darkness. The more you align your blessings with His purposes, the more He will trust you with. So lift your head and open your hands. The season of hiding is over. The season of struggle is passing. The season of divine recognition has arrived. God has called your name. And when He calls, nothing in heaven or earth can keep you in the shadows. The wait is over. Not because you forced it, not because you earned it, but because God, in His perfect wisdom, has declared that the time is now. You will see His hand in unexpected places. You will feel His presence in every decision. You will watch as paths that were once blocked become clear. You will notice that the burdens you carried begin to lift, replaced by a lightness that only comes when the Almighty is carrying the weight for you. This is the reality of God's favor. It does not just change your circumstances, it changes you. And as you step into this new chapter, walk boldly. Do not tiptoe into what God has prepared for you, Claim it with the confidence of one who knows that the Creator of all things has paved the way. Speak life over your steps. Speak abundance over your home. Speak peace over your mind. For God is not just giving you favor for a day. He is setting you on a path where favor will follow you for the rest of your life. There are moments in life when everything you have endured begins to make sense, not in fragments, but as one clear picture. You realize the nights of loneliness, the unanswered questions, the battles no one saw were all part of a divine blueprint. God never wastes your pain, and He never wastes your waiting. The delays you thought were denials were actually protection. The closed doors you thought were rejection were actually redirection. And now you are standing on the edge of a moment when those years will no longer define you. His favor will. God's favor is not just about giving you something you want. It is about positioning you for something greater than you imagined. Favor is the hand of God guiding you into rooms you didn't even know existed. Placing your name in conversations you were never present for and arranging outcomes you couldn't have orchestrated even with all your strength. When God decides to release it, there is no force on earth that can keep it from reaching you. Do not mistake this as an ordinary moment. This is a divine shift. God is not just changing your circumstances. He is elevating your position, expanding your influence, and planting your feet on higher ground. What you are about to walk into is not a coincidence. It is the fulfillment of promises He whispered to you when no one else was listening. And let me tell you, when God moves, He does so suddenly. Years of preparation can be followed by moments of acceleration. What you thought would take decades will happen in months. The blessings you thought would trickle and will pour out like a flood. This is why you must be ready. Not tomorrow, not someday, but now. The favor of God does not wait for you to feel ready. It comes when He says the time is right and you must step into it by faith. Some of you have been praying for change, but deep down you still carry the mindset of your wilderness. You are so used to fighting to survive that you have forgotten how to receive. God's favor requires an open heart and an open hand. It demands that you let go of the bitterness from the last season and make space for the blessing of the next. You cannot walk into the promised place still dressed in the clothes of disappointment. And understand this favor is not always loud. Sometimes it is the quiet turning of a heart in your favor. Sometimes it is the invisible shift in a system that suddenly works for you instead of against you. Sometimes it is the unseen protection that keeps you from walking into a trap you didn't even know was there. You might not see the fingerprints of God immediately, but when you look back, you will see them all over the story of your life. But favor also has weight. When God lifts you up, the responsibility grows with the blessing. This is why He trained you in the dark, why He tested your character when no one was watching, why He refined your motives through hardship. Because the higher the favor, the greater the need for humility, discipline, and discernment. This is not a season for pride. It is a season for stewardship. I must also tell you this: God's favor will draw the eyes of many. Some will celebrate you with pure hearts, and others will watch you with envy. Do not waste time defending yourself against those who question your blessing. You are not obligated to explain what God is doing in your life. Let the results speak for themselves. The same God who is blessing you will also protect you from those who would try to tear it down. This is also the season to release fear of losing what you are about to gain. The God who gives is also the God who sustains. You do not have to hold on with trembling hands, afraid it will slip away. Favor is not fragile. It is anchored in the eternal will of God. What He has appointed for you cannot be taken by anyone else. And what He has placed in your hands will not vanish unless He chooses to exchange it for something greater. In this moment, I want you to recognize that your waiting has built a testimony. Your journey is a living witness that God sees, God hears, and God delivers. And when He places His favor upon you, it will not just bless you, it will inspire faith in others. People will look at your life and say, if God could do it for them, He can do it for me. That is the power of favor. It spreads hope beyond the one who carries it. So, lift your head high. Walk into the days ahead with a steady step and a fearless heart. This is not the end of your story. It is the chapter where everything changes. The wait is over. Not because of luck, not because of chance, but because the sovereign God of all creation has spoken over your life. And His word does not return empty. What He has begun in you, He will bring to completion. And His favor will not be a fleeting moment. It will be the mark of this new season. When God releases His favor, He does not measure it in small amounts. He does not bless you with just enough to get by. He blesses you in a way that shatters limitations and pours into every part of your life. This is the reason for the process you have endured. God has been widening your capacity, stretching your faith, and anchoring your roots so that when His favor rests upon you, you will not crumble beneath its weight. You are about to carry more than you ever imagined, not by your own strength, but by the power of the one who walks with you. The season ahead will demand that you see yourself in a new light. You cannot continue speaking words of defeat when God has already declared victory over your life. You cannot go on expecting little when He has prepared the extraordinary. Many miss the fullness of His blessing because they come with a mindset still chained to past struggles. But hear me, you are not the same person who entered the waiting season. You have been transformed, and this transformation has qualified you for what is coming. Do not think of favor as simply material provision or earthly success. The highest form of favor is alignment with God's will. When your steps are ordered so perfectly that even the things that seem to go wrong end up serving your good. It is when peace becomes your anchor, even in the middle of change. It is when wisdom flows into your decisions, when clarity replaces confusion, and when the weight of worry lifts because you know the Almighty is handling what you cannot. You will notice as His favor begins to unfold that the pace of your life will change. Things that took years to move will suddenly gain momentum. Conversations will open. Opportunities you did not even ask for. Paths will straighten before your feet, and people will appear in your journey whose presence will be a direct answer to prayers you thought were forgotten. This is not chance. It is the orchestration of the one who sees the end from the beginning. And I tell you this, when God decides it is your time, there is no voice that can overrule Him. People can argue, systems can resist, and circumstances can seem impossible. But His word cuts through every barrier. That is why you must not be discouraged when the enemy tries to create last-minute chaos before your breakthrough. Often the greatest turbulence happens right before the plane lands. The opposition you feel now is not a sign of delay. It is a sign that you are close. Some of you have been living in a state of quiet endurance, doing what you can with what you have, believing in your heart, but feeling invisible in the eyes of others. But God has been watching. He has seen you choose integrity over shortcuts, faith over fear, and perseverance over surrender. And because of that, the reward that is coming is not random. It is tailored for you. It will fit your life so perfectly that you will know without a shadow of doubt that it was designed by His hand alone. When the Almighty chooses to honor your faith, the transformation can be so sudden that even those who doubted you will have no choice but to acknowledge it. This is why humility is essential in this next season. Do not allow the blessing to make you forget the giver. Remember the nights when you prayed with nothing in your hands but faith in your heart. And remember the valleys that taught you how to depend on God's strength. These memories will keep you grounded when the heights of His favor lift you above what you once thought possible. And here is a truth you must hold on to. Favor is not fragile, but it must be protected. Guard your heart from pride. Guard your mind from fear. And guard your environment from voices that would diminish your faith. Not everyone can handle what God is about to do in your life, and that is why He will draw some people closer and remove others. Do not mourn those He moves away. They are being repositioned for reasons you may not understand yet. This is also a season to act with boldness. God's favor is not meant to make you complacent. It is meant to propel you into greater works, higher purposes, and deeper obedience. The doors He opens will require courage to walk through. The opportunities He sends will require faith to embrace. And the influence He grants will require wisdom to use. Every blessing carries a responsibility, and the more you steward it well, the more He will trust you with. So walk with your spirit awake, your eyes open, and your heart ready. You are stepping into a time when the smallest acts of faith can yield extraordinary results. When the seeds you plant will grow faster than you expect. And when every step you take will echo with the assurance that you are walking under an open heaven of favor. This is your time, not because of what you have done, but because the one who holds all power has chosen to release it to you. And when it happens, do not hesitate. Do not doubt. Do not stand on the edge wondering if you deserve it. Move forward with confidence, knowing that the same God who brought you to this point will carry you through what lies ahead. The wait is over, and the future you prayed for is no longer a distant hope. It is standing before you, waiting for you to claim it. When God chooses to release His favor, it is not a subtle whisper. It is a divine announcement to the heavens and the earth that your appointed time has come. You will begin to notice signs that something in your life has shifted, People will speak your name in rooms you have never entered. Opportunities will find you in ways you could never have engineered. Circumstances that once resisted you will start cooperating with you, not because the world suddenly changed, but because God commanded them to. His word carries authority that nothing in creation can resist. You see, God's favor is not bound by the systems of this world. It does not need the approval of those who sit in positions of power. It bypasses human limitations, leaps over barriers, and establishes you where others said you could never stand. And when it comes, it will not be temporary. It will be sustained by the same hand that brought it to you. This is why you can walk into this next season with unshakable confidence. You are not leaning on your own strength. You are standing on the word and will of the Almighty. But I must tell you, God's favor rarely comes to those who sit idle. It comes to those who have been faithful in the hidden places. It comes to those who have obeyed when no one was watching, who have served without applause, who have sown in tears, believing they would one day reap in joy. God watches the posture of the heart, and He rewards those whose trust remains in Him, even when the evidence of change is nowhere in sight. And here is the beauty of His timing. God will not just meet your need, He will exceed it. He will answer in ways that cover not only what you prayed for, but also what you didn't even know to ask. The season you are stepping into will be marked by more than enough blessings, where your cup overflows to the point that you cannot contain it all. This is why you must be prepared to be a vessel, not a reservoir. Let the blessings flow through you so that they can multiply in the lives of others. The more you release, the more He will trust you with. Some of you are about to see a complete reversal in areas that have long been a source of pain. Relationships that have been fractured will find healing. Closed doors will swing wide. Finances that have been strained will experience unexpected provision. And the situations that seem like permanent losses will reveal themselves as divine setups for something better. This is the nature of God's favor. It transforms not only the present but the memory of the past. What once brought you sorrow will become a testimony that inspires hope in others. Be ready also for acceleration. God is not bound by the slow pace of human timelines. He can compress what should have taken years into moments. He can restore what was lost in the blink of an eye. And when His favor rests on you, the pace of your life will quicken, not in chaos, but in divine order. The things you have been waiting for will come to you in rapid succession, like waves hitting the shore one after another. You will barely finish praising Him for one blessing before another arrives. But in this season, you must guard your spirit with vigilance. Favor attracts attention, both good and bad. Some will rejoice with you, but others will envy you. Some will be inspired by your story, but others will seek to diminish it. Do not let the voices of doubt or jealousy distract you from the purpose of your blessing. Remember, God did not give you favor to prove anything to people. He gave it to position you for His plans. Keep your focus on Him, and no amount of criticism or resistance will be able to shake you. And here is another truth. Favor is not only about receiving, it is about becoming. God's blessing will not just change what you have, it will change who you are. It will deepen your gratitude, sharpen your discernment, and enlarge your compassion. You will see the world differently because you will have walked through the valley and stood on the mountain. You will understand that both were necessary to shape the person you are today. And from that place, you will carry yourself with the quiet strength of one who knows they are upheld by God alone. So step forward with courage. Speak words of faith over your life. Expect the best, not because you are entitled, but because God is faithful. The wait is over, and the chapter ahead is already written in your favor. Every detail has been considered, every obstacle has been accounted for, and every blessing has been timed perfectly. You are not stepping into uncertainty. You are stepping into a promise that has been prepared for you since the beginning. And when you look back, you will say, every step, every tear, every trial was worth it for this moment. When God is leading you, even the storms that rise against you will become stepping stones beneath your feet. The winds that were meant to knock you down will carry you forward, because nothing can stand against the decree of the Almighty. God does not just give you the destination. He walks with you through the valleys, over the mountains, and across the deserts, ensuring that every trial is woven into your testimony. You may not understand the path, but the one who created it understands the reason. And when you trust Him completely, your heart will be unshaken no matter how dark the night becomes. There will be moments when the silence of God feels heavier than the noise of your troubles. But understand this, His silence is not His absence. When God is silent, He is watching, He is measuring, He is strengthening, and He is preparing the perfect moment to lift you higher. Sometimes God hides you so that the enemy cannot find you. He places you in the shadow of His hand, allowing you to grow in secret until the time of your unveiling. Do not mistake the delay for denial. God's timing is always flawless. When God decides to bless you, He does not need the approval of anyone. No human hand can open or close the doors that God Himself controls. You may have been rejected by people, but rejection from them is often protection from God. Many times, the no you hear from the world is the yes that will come from the heavens. Trust that what God has kept from you was never meant to destroy you, but to redirect you to something greater. God sees the betrayals you endured, the lies spoken against you, and the tears you cried in private. He is not blind to the injustice you faced, but the beauty of God's justice is this: He repays in a way that not only restores, but multiplies. While people seek to break you, God uses their very actions as the tools to build you. Every stone they throw becomes part of the foundation for the blessing He is preparing. And when God decides to elevate you, no force in the heavens or on earth can pull you down. Your enemies may gather, but they will stumble. They may speak, but their words will dissolve into the wind. Because when the Almighty covers you, you become untouchable, not by your own strength, but by the shield of His divine decree. That is why you must walk with confidence, not in arrogance, but in the quiet assurance that the one who holds the universe also holds your life. When fear tries to whisper that you will not make it, remind yourself God has already written my story, and the ending is victory. When doubt tries to cloud your vision, lift your head and say, the one who split the seas, who raises the sun each morning, who commands the stars at night, is the one guiding my steps. Because when God is in control, you are not just surviving. You are destined to thrive. The struggles may be real, but His power is greater. The road may be narrow, but His guidance is precise. The battle may be fierce, but His hand is mighty. Trust Him. Follow Him, and you will see that His plan for you was never to harm you, but to lift you beyond what you thought possible. When God decides to move in your life, no force in the heavens or the earth can stand against it. The mountains that looked immovable will tremble at His command. The seas that seemed impossible to cross will split open when He speaks. You must understand God is not limited by the obstacles you see. He is not hindered by the timelines of men. He is not restricted by what people think is possible. When God says it is, and nothing in creation can undo His decree, sometimes God will allow you to walk through seasons that test every part of you, not to destroy you, but to prove you, purify you, and prepare you. You may wonder why the road has been so long, why the trials have been so deep, why the delays have been so painful. But hear this: God is shaping something in you that could not be formed in comfort. Diamonds are not made in gentle breezes. They are forged under pressure. Gold is not purified in cold streams. It is refined in fire. And God will use the fire of your trials to bring out the purest version of you, the version that can carry the weight of the blessings He is about to release. Do not be deceived by the silence of God. His silence is not His absence. His delay is not His denial. Many times when you think nothing is happening, God is orchestrating the greatest turning point of your life behind the scenes. The doors that have been shut in your face are only setting the stage for the door that He will open. A door so great that you will understand why every other one had to remain closed. When God lifts a person, no human hand can pull them down. And when God withholds something, no amount of striving can force it into your life. This is why the wise stop fighting for what is not from Him and instead wait for His perfect will. For what God gives, He sustains. What He builds, He establishes. What He blesses, no curse can destroy. So guard your heart in this season. Do not let fear dictate your actions. Do not let bitterness take root because of delays. Keep your trust anchored in God alone. Speak His promises back to Him. Remind your soul of His power and walk as if the breakthrough has already been written, because it has. When God moves, the chains you thought were permanent will break suddenly. The people who look down on you will watch as He elevates you. The situations that seemed impossible will shift in a moment, and you will know without a shadow of a doubt that it was the hand of God and God alone that did it. My beloved, when the weight of life presses heavily upon you, when the storms rise and the winds howl, there is one truth you must never forget. God is still in control. Your situation does not define the power of God. Your pain does not limit the plan of God. And your enemies do not hold the keys to your destiny. God alone is the owner of the heavens and the earth. He has written your story before you were even placed in your mother's womb. And nothing in this world can erase the words He has spoken over your life. Do not measure God's greatness by the size of your trial. God is not intimidated by the obstacles before you. What you see as a dead end, He sees as a doorway. What you call impossible, He calls already done. Many times we are tempted to think, I am forgotten, my prayers are not heard. But the truth is, every tear you have shed has been counted. Every sigh of your heart has been recorded. And every moment you felt alone, God was closer than your own breath. God allows the darkness not to destroy you, but to teach you that the light you carry inside is far greater than any shadow outside. The valley you walk through is not the end of your journey. It is the training ground where God shapes your faith, strengthens your patience, and builds your resilience. If you only receive blessings without trials, you would never know the depth of His mercy or the greatness of His power to rescue. Some of you right now are in a season of waiting. You have prayed, you have worked, you have knocked on doors, but nothing seems to move. Understand this: delay is not denial. God's silence is not His absence. Sometimes He withholds what you think you need because He knows it will harm you. Sometimes He delays what you are asking for because He wants to give you something far greater than you imagine. And when God moves, He moves in a way that leaves no doubt that it was Him. He will open doors no one can shut. He will send help from places you did not expect. He will cause people to bless you who once ignored you. He will turn situations around so quickly that you will stand in awe and say, "This is the work of God alone." But you must be ready. God does not place His treasures in careless hands. He does not pour His blessings into hearts that are filled with arrogance or ingratitude. If you want God to trust you with more, you must prove faithful with the little. If you want Him to lift you higher, you must bow lower in humility before Him. The higher God takes you, the more deeply your roots must be planted in obedience, patience, and gratitude. And hear me, your enemies, no matter how loud, cannot stop the will of God. Their words may try to wound you. Their actions may try to block you, but they cannot override what God has decreed. When God says, "Be," it will be. When He commands the seas to part, they will part. When He orders the storm to be still, it will fall silent. So do not fear what man can do. Fear only losing your connection to God. Fear only turning your heart away from the one who holds your soul. For as long as you keep Him at the center, no force on earth or in the unseen can break you. Beloved, as we close this message, remember this: nothing in your life is hidden from the sight of God. Every tear you have shed, every silent cry in the dark, every injustice you have endured has been recorded by the one who never sleeps. He is not absent. He is not indifferent. His timing is perfect, and His wisdom is unsearchable. The trials you face today are not the end of your story. They are the training ground for the destiny He has prepared for you. What may seem like a delay is actually divine preparation. When the Lord chooses to move, nothing in the heavens, on the earth, or beneath it can resist what He has declared. When He unlocks a door, no hand can close it. When He raises you up, no power can drag you down. Do not let fear settle in your soul. Do not let the quiet voice of doubt drown out the call to trust. Hold fast to His promises. Walk in the way He has lit before you. Keep your heart clean in His sight. For God is your defender, your provider, your shield, and your guide. Even in the fiercest storm, He is at the helm, steering you towards safety. So rise with boldness, stand firm in faith, walk with confidence, and know that the Creator of heaven and earth is the very one who carries you in His hand. He will not forsake you, and He will not fail you. Your story is destined for victory, not through your own might, but through His unfailing strength. And when the breakthrough arrives, when the heaviness is lifted, when the light finally breaks through the clouds, you will look back and declare, "Surely God was with me every step of the way." There will come a moment in your life when you must rise, hold your head high, and declare enough. God did not place you on this earth to be stepped on, disrespected, or robbed of your peace. You were made in the image of the Almighty, carrying dignity, purpose, and a divine calling. And if you are to walk out that calling, hear me, you cannot allow certain behaviors, no matter who they come from or how close those people are to you. Because the moment you begin accepting what God never asked you to accept, you give others the right to trample on the very blessings He entrusted to you. Some of you are carrying a hidden weight because you have permitted these behaviors to linger around you for far too long. You've told yourself, "It's fine. I'll overlook it. I'll just let it slide." But deep inside, you know it is not right. Deep inside, you know this is not God's will for your life. God did not bring you this far to let you be bound by chains of disrespect, manipulation, and toxicity. He wants you to live free, to walk in His light, and to protect the peace He has placed inside you. But you cannot protect it if you keep giving space to behaviors that poison your spirit. The first thing you must never tolerate is disrespect. Disrespect is more than just someone raising their voice or rolling their eyes. Disrespect is when someone devalues your worth, undermines your faith, and treats you as if the God inside you is small. And here's the truth. Every time you allow someone to speak to you in a way that crushes your spirit, you are silently telling them, "It's okay, keep doing it." No, my friend, draw the line. God does not want His children to bow to the disrespect of others. If someone cannot honor you, if they cannot treat you with the dignity God Himself has given you, then you have no obligation to keep their presence in your life. God's approval is worth more than their acceptance. Another behavior you must never tolerate is deception. Lies destroy trust, and trust is the foundation of any relationship, whether it's with family, friends, or those you work with. God is a God of truth. He moves in light, not in shadows. When you surround yourself with liars, you are surrounding yourself with people who operate in darkness. And darkness will always try to pull you down to its level. It will twist your thinking, make you question your own discernment, and slowly erode your peace. If someone lies to you once, and you see no repentance, no change, then understand this is not a safe place for your heart. Protect the truth in your life the way you would protect a flame in the middle of a storm. The third behavior you must never tolerate is manipulation. There are people who will use your kindness against you. They will twist your compassion into a leash they can pull anytime they want. They know your heart is soft and they prey on it. But hear me, God gave you a heart of mercy, not a heart of slavery. Manipulators will drain you not because they cannot carry their own burdens, but because they know you will always pick them up. And if you keep allowing it, you will one day wake up too exhausted to carry the assignment God has given you. Love people, yes, but do not let that love become a chain around your own neck. Another behavior to never tolerate is disloyalty. Loyalty is not just about being present when life is good. Loyalty is about standing with someone when the wind is against them, when their name is being dragged, when the road gets hard. But there are those who smile in your face and stand in your shadow. Yet the moment the storm comes, they disappear. Or worse, they stand with your enemies. My friend, God Himself warns about double-minded people, those who speak one way and act another. When someone shows you they cannot be trusted with your name, your secrets, or your struggle, believe them. Do not give your heart to people who have already proven it means nothing to them. The fifth behavior you must never tolerate is constant criticism without love. We all need correction, but correction from God always comes with the warmth of His love and the goal of your growth. But there are people who criticize not to help you, but to break you. They point out your flaws, magnify your mistakes, and speak death over your dreams. They do not see the good in you because their heart is not aligned with God's heart. If you keep such voices close, you will begin to believe their words more than God's promises. Silence those voices, because the only voice that deserves to define you is the voice of the Almighty. And finally, never tolerate abuse, whether physical, emotional, or spiritual. Abuse is not love. It is not patience. It is not just how they are. It is evil. It is a violation of the boundaries God has set for how His children should be treated. If you are enduring abuse and convincing yourself that it's your duty to stay, hear me now. God does not want you bound to harm. He has called you to peace. He has called you to safety. Walking away from abuse is not rebellion. It is obedience to the truth that you are worthy of protection. Some of you listening to me right now are carrying wounds from each of these behaviors. Disrespect has made you feel small. Lies have made you question your worth. Manipulation has drained your strength. Disloyalty has broken your trust. Criticism has silenced your dreams. Abuse has crushed your spirit. But I am here to remind you that you are still standing because God has been holding you up. You are still breathing because He has a plan for you. And part of that plan is learning to say no more. No more giving space to what destroys me. No more tolerating what God never told me to accept. No more lowering my standards to keep people who have no intention of honoring the God in me. The day you decide to stop tolerating these behaviors is the day your life begins to shift. Doors will close. Yes, some people will walk away, but hear me, when they walk out, they are making room for the people God has chosen to walk in. God will never take something from you without giving you something better. He will never allow the wrong people to leave without bringing the right people to stay. But you must first have the courage to make the cut. God has given you discernment. He has given you wisdom. He has given you strength. Use it, protect it, live by it. Because your life is too short, your calling is too great, and your God is too mighty for you to waste another moment tolerating what should have been removed a long time ago. Let me take you deeper, my friend, because this message is not just about avoiding certain behaviors. It is about protecting the spiritual territory God has entrusted to you. Every life has boundaries set by God. Those boundaries are like the walls of a city meant to guard what is precious inside. But when you keep allowing these 6 behaviors to cross your boundaries, you are leaving the gates wide open for destruction to walk in and settle down. God did not place you here so your soul could be eroded one careless word, one deceitful act, one manipulative scheme at a time. He placed you here to live in the fullness of His peace, to walk with your head high under His covering, and to stand as a person who honors the truth He has placed within you. When you tolerate disrespect, you are allowing someone else's voice to carry more weight than the voice of God. Think about that. Every time they speak over you in a way that belittles you and you stay silent in fear of conflict, you are letting their opinion have authority in your life. But the authority belongs to God alone. He says you are valuable. He says you are chosen. He says you are worthy of honor not because of your status, your wealth, or your popularity, but because you carry His breath inside you. If the Creator of the heavens and the earth calls you precious, who has the right to make you feel worthless? And if someone insists on doing it, they do not deserve to stand close enough to hear your heartbeat. Deception is another poison that you must identify quickly, because lies are not always obvious. Sometimes deception comes wrapped in smiles and gentle words, but underneath the intention is to